Chapter 603. Looking at the vermilion bird in front of him. There was also some surprise in Qin Shujian's eyes. As a legendary divine beast in his previous life, this was the first time he had seen a living one. However, Qin Shujian was no longer a person from his previous life. Divine beasts were divine beasts, but in his eyes, they were just that. It was mainly because Holifire's strength was really very ordinary. When he looked over with his Dharma eyes, the other party's cultivation was exposed. The 8th level of the Celestial Being Realm, TSK, the dignified demon saint of the demon clan, is already so weak. Qin Shujian's words were full of sarcasm. In the cage, the seemingly dead vermilion bird seemed to have sensed something. Her body trembled and she opened her closed eyes. Her eyes were confused at first, but soon turned into fear. Qin Shujian, what do you want to do? Vermilion bird opened her mouth. Her weak voice was full of panic. She was afraid. No one was not afraid of death. Even the great saint of the demon clan would be afraid of death. Holofire wanted to resist, but the sealing power in the cage was too strong. She had no ability to resist at all. When she saw Qin Shujian, Holofire was already guessing what the other party would do. With the enmity between the human clan and the demon clan, Qin Shujian would most likely kill her. Thinking of this, Holifire's body trembled even more. She was the only powerful figure in the Vermilion Bird clan. If she died, the strength of the Vermilion Bird clan would definitely be greatly reduced. At that time, in the demon clan, Vermilion Bird no longer had any status to speak of. Qin Shujian said calmly, as a prisoner, what do you think I want to do, or do you think you still have a chance to escape? You want to kill me? Holofire screamed, and her voice suddenly became full of energy. But soon, her aura became dispirited again. Death. She would really die. At this moment, Holifire's body trembled violently. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression was also puzzled. Since when did the dignified demon saint become so afraid of death? He had to be suspicious. He didn't need to do anything. Holofire scared herself to death. However, thinking about it was just thinking about it. His face turned cold. So what if I kill you? It is rare for demons to kill humans. There is no room for reconciliation between our races. Even if I kill you, you have nothing to say. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Holofire was about to go crazy. It wasn't easy for her to cultivate to her current level, so she definitely couldn't die like this. The fear in his heart. This caused the vermilion bird to tremble violently. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to submit to you. So what if you've submitted? You're just at the 8th layer of the sky human stage. You're just an ant that I can crush with my bare hands. Do you think I care? Qin Shujian sneered disdainfully. 8th tier of the heaven realm. His strength was too weak. Hearing this, Holifire's face stiffened. She realized that the strength that she was so proud of seemed to be very weak in the eyes of the other party. For a moment, Holofire didn't know how to answer. Looking at the other party's appearance, Qin Shujian had some thoughts in his mind. However, he didn't show it. And you're a demon. If you submit to me, won't you be betraying the demon race? So what if I betray the demon race? Holofire gritted his teeth and said, the demon emperor, that old thing, didn't save me when he saw that I was trapped. I think Tian Hong wasn't imprisoned here. He must have saved him. She wasn't a stupid person. This time, the 3 demon saints of the demon race made a move. She and another demon saint were suppressed here. Only Tian Hong didn't appear. It was impossible for Tian Hong to be killed by Qin Shujian alone. But it was even more impossible for Tian Hong to escape from the other party in his state at that time. In this way, there was only one explanation. An expert of the demon race took action and forcibly rescued Tian Hong. Among the demon race, there was only one demon emperor who had the strength to snatch someone from Qin Shujian. In just a few breaths of time, Holofire imagined the ins and outs of everything. However, and his imagination wasn't wrong at all. Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, that's right, The demon emperor saved Tian Hong. For this, he also paid a little price. While they were talking, he had already taken out the demon emperor's broken finger. Seeing the severed finger, Holifier laughed maniacally. Well done, well done. That old bastard, the demon emperor, should have died a long time ago. He intentionally ostracized the Vermilion Bird clan, and this time, he intentionally tried to kill me. The demon race was heartless to me, so why should I work for the demon race? As long as Sect Master Qin is willing to spare my life, I'm willing to submit to you. In the end, Holifier had already lowered his head. In this situation, either die or submit. She had no choice. Right now, Holifier's only worry was that Qin Shujian wouldn't let him submit. If that was the case, then it would be troublesome. However, at this time, Qin Shujian left in front of Holifier and came to the center of all the cages. Immediately, the experts who were still alive in the cages all looked at Qin Shujian. There was anger. There was fear. There was dead silence. There were all kinds of looks in their eyes. Now that they were reduced to prisoners, no one cursed. The main reason was that they were suppressed by the Heaven List, and cursing was a waste of energy. In addition, they also wanted to see what Qin Shujian wanted to do. These cultivators had also heard Holifier's words clearly. Some of the experts also had some ideas in their hearts. Qin Shujian clasped his hands behind his back and said in a clear voice, "Let's not talk too much. You all are enemies of the human clan, and I imprisoned you in the Heaven List. I should have killed all of you, but I'll give you a chance now. Submit to me and willingly hand over half of your spirit god, and I'll spare your lives. If you're not willing, then there's nothing to say. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider. If you don't give an answer after 3 breaths of time, you'll all be killed. I'm willing to submit." As soon as his voice fell, Holifier immediately surrendered. Subsequently, another 2 8th-level celestial being mighty figures were willing to submit. None of the remaining experts said anything. Qin Shujian did not say much. The red lotus of purgation ignited and directly swallowed these experts. Suddenly, shrill screams echoed in the space. At this moment, Holifier and the other 2 surrendered experts were hiding in the cage, trembling. Looking at the experts being swallowed by the red lotus of purgation, their eyes were full of fear. Not long after, all the experts were refined. Qin Shujian waved his hand, and all the fire lotuses flew toward him. Immediately afterward, he absorbed all the power inside. Rumble. Among the experts refined, 2 were 9th-level Heaven-Human Realm experts, and the rest were 8th-level Heaven-Human Realm experts. This power gathered together was not weak at all. It took half an hour. Qin Shujian used all this power to expand his acupoints. Then, he looked at Holifier and the others. With a wave of his hand, the sealing power of the cage went in. Qin Shujian said coldly, "Hand over your spirit god." Hearing this, the 3 did not dare to resist and obediently split out half of their spirit god. Half of their spirit god was split. The aura of Holifier and the others directly declined to the extreme, as if they would die at any time. Qin Shujian did not even look at them. He turned around and left. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian grabbed the Heaven List with one hand and sent the spirit gods of Holifier and the other 2 into it. Immediately afterward, the Heaven List trembled slightly. The spirit gods of Holifier and the others were dyed with a mysterious aura. Immediately afterward, Qin Shujian returned to the space and sent the spirit gods of the 3 back into their bodies. The spirit gods returned to their bodies. The decadent aura of Holifier and the others also recovered a lot. Even his physical body had recovered a little. At this moment, Holifier also noticed the strangeness of her body. It was as if there was some strange power lingering in her spirit god, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Qin Shujian said, "I have integrated your spirit gods into the Heaven List. Your every move in the future will not be able to escape the shackles of the Heaven List. Similarly, if you dare to betray, then I can also make your spirit gods dissipate in an instant and completely fall." Hearing this, Holifier and the others trembled again, but no one said anything. since they had surrendered. There were some things that he had already expected. Qin Shujian said, "You guys return to your human forms." Yes. They did not dare to resist and obediently put away their bodies and turned into human forms. Fire Holiness was dressed in red, as if she was a charming woman standing in the midst of raging flames. The other two were middle-aged men with average looks. "Come out with me." Qin Shujian took a step forward and brought the three out. In the courtyard, Holifier and the other two suddenly appeared there. The three of them were shocked at first. But when they saw the man and the saber sitting on the stone bench, they immediately bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Sect Master Qin. Introduce yourselves. It's also a way for you guys to get to know each other." Qin Shujian put down the teacup in his hand and said calmly. Hearing this, the three of them did not dare to refuse. After looking at each other, Holifier said first, "I am Holifier, the leader of the Vermilion Bird clan. I am in the 8th level of the Heaven-Human realm. I am Jiju, the elder of the Thousand Eye clan. I am in the 8th level of the Heaven-Human realm. I am Wu Shan, the elder of the Broken Mountain clan. I am in the 8th level of the Heaven-Human realm." The Vermilion Bird clan aside, Qin Shujian also felt a little unfamiliar with the Thousand Eye clan and the Broken Mountain clan. "Tell me more about the Thousand Eye clan and the Broken Mountain clan." Yes. Wu Shan nodded and did not dare to disobey. The Broken Mountain clan has an emperor in the 10th level of the Heaven-Human realm, 2 elders in the 8th level of the Heaven-Human realm, and 1 elder in the 7th level of the Heaven-Human realm. They are considered a subsidiary clan of the Demon clan. The Thousand Eye clan's strength is the same as the Broken Mountain clan. They are also subsidiary clans of the Demon clan. Jiju nodded and said, "The strongest one was in the 10th level of the Heaven-Human realm. At most, there were 3 or 4 almighties in a clan. With such strength, it could be said that they were very weak." The weak clans in the 4 continents were probably similar to the Broken Mountain clan and the Thousand Eye clan. Qin Shujian said calmly, "Since you have submitted to me in order to save your lives, I will say the ugly words first. From the moment you appeared here, you are no longer the leaders of the Vermilion Bird clan, the elders of the Thousand Eye clan, or the Broken Mountain clan. Now, you are only the elders of the Origin sect. At the same time, you should also call me Sect Master. In the future, even if I attack your clan, you cannot disobey. As for the consequences of disobeying, I don't need to tell you. You should know. Sect Master, don't worry. We know what to do." Holifier and the other two trembled and hurriedly replied. Since they had submitted, there was no need to pretend to be tough. If they were afraid of death, then so be it. It was not something to be ashamed of. Therefore, they had already expected Qin Shujian's words. However, Holifier said, "Sect Master, I am the only one in the Vermilion Bird clan who is at the 8th level of the Heaven-Human realm. If possible, I hope you can bring all the members of the Vermilion Bird clan away from the Demon clan. I am confident that I can persuade the Vermilion Bird clan to surrender. Although our clan is not strong, we are proficient in controlling fire. Sect Master is a famous blacksmith in the 4 continents. You should know that fire is also very important to forge a top divine weapon. The Vermilion Bird clan controls a type of innate divine fire, which is very beneficial to blacksmithing." Innate divine fire. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's expression froze for a moment. He really had not inquired about the Vermilion Bird clan. At this moment, Shi Dao, who had been standing at the side like a sculpture, said slowly, "She is right. The Vermilion Bird clan does control innate divine fire. However, to control such a divine fire, one must at least reach the Nirvana realm. A little vermilion bird like her, who is only at the 8th level of the Heaven-Human realm, probably can only control a little." He was despised for no reason. Holifier looked a little embarrassed. However, even if she can control a little bit of the innate divine fire, it is still much better than using your true essence to create fire. In the ancient heavenly court, the Vermilion Bird clan's true immortal was one of the most valued experts of the Emperor of Heaven. In the end, it is because of the existence of the innate divine fire. In the end, Godslayer said a few words of praise. He did not have much of a relationship with the Vermilion Bird clan. What he said was also the truth. The Vermilion Bird clan's innate divine fire was indeed very powerful and could be said to be peerless. Qin Shujian nodded after hearing this. He looked at Holifier and said, "If there is a chance, I can bring the Vermilion Bird clan out for you. However, as I said, it is naturally best for them to submit. If the Vermilion Bird clan refuses to submit, then don't blame me for being ruthless." "Don't worry, Sect Master. I understand." Holifier bowed like a woman of the human race. The flirtatious look she exuded. Qin Shujian only glanced at her briefly and did not look at her anymore. A woman's charms. He naturally liked it. However, now was not the time. He could only think about that when he was full and warm. Right now, he was not full and did not have the time to think about that. Then, Qin Shujian looked at Jiju and Wushan and said, "I will also give you a chance. If you can persuade the Thousand Eye clan and the Broken Mountain clan to submit to the human race, it will be best. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets when the human race invades your territory." Your two clans dared to send people to attack the human race's territory. Sooner or later, there will be an end to this. However, with the strength of the Thousand Eye clan and the Broken Mountain clan, to be honest, the human race does not need to send too many people. I alone can destroy your two clans. Jiju and Wushan immediately bowed and said, "Don't worry, Sect Master. We will do our best." They understood how terrifying Qin Shujian was. They also knew how big the gap between their clans and the human race was. Originally, the Thousand Eye clan and the Broken Mountain clan had no intention of interfering with the human race's grievances. However, as a subordinate clan of the demon race, there were many things that were not up to them to decide. Therefore, the demon race had ordered. They could only do as they were told. Otherwise, if the demon emperor blamed them, the two clans would not be able to bear the consequences. The demon race has a total of 7 branches. 5 of them belong to the human race, 1 belongs to the Eldar, and 1 belongs to the demon race. From now on, the 3 of you are the elders of the demon race. Without my orders, you are not allowed to leave the demon race, and you are not allowed to act without my permission. If I find out that you have acted without my permission, you will not have a second chance. Qin Shujian's voice became cold. The heaven list emitted a faint light. The 3 of them immediately felt a sharp pain in their spiritual deities, and their faces turned pale. "Don't worry, Sect Master. We will not dare to disobey you." Holifier and the other 2 hurriedly begged for mercy. Qin Shujian said, "That's for the best. Besides, with your strength, you don't have the qualifications to be presumptuous in the Eastern continent. Even without the restriction of the Heaven Leaderboard, suppressing you is just a piece of cake. Now, follow me to the demon race." "Yes." Qin Shujian put the Heaven List and the Godslayer into his sea of consciousness and then walked out of the courtyard. As for Holifier and the other 2, they followed behind him obediently. Well, the spiritual chi is quite rich. Unfortunately, there are few people. Walking in the main sect, the 3 of them also silently sized up their surroundings. For the Eastern continent, it was their first time here. To be honest, the 3 of them had the idea of entering the Eastern continent, but they had never thought that they would enter as prisoners. Even if they did not deliberately spread their perception, they could still sense the truth of the main sect. The feeling that the main sect gave them was completely different from what they had expected. In the expectations of Holifier and the others, as the second strongest human being, Qin Shujian was a supreme existence who could kill an emperor. The force he belonged to should be full of powerhouses. At the very least, it should be full of talents. Looking at the current situation, there were few people. In their perception, there were less than 300 people in the entire main sect. That was not all. The strength of these 200 people was also ridiculously weak. There seemed to be only 2 in the God martial arts realm. The others were a bunch of spirit martial arts realm, true martial arts realm, and basic martial arts realm. Basic martial arts realm. This word was already a little unfamiliar to Holifier and the others. Not to mention the Vermilion Bird clan. Just the Broken Mountain clan and the Thousand Pupil clan. They were all born in the true martial arts realm and grew up between the spirit martial arts realm and the god martial arts realm. To them, the basic martial arts realm. It had been many years since they had heard of it. Only the god clan. Only the living beings of the basic martial arts realm existed. And the god clan was originally a division of the human race, so it was normal for the human race to have basic martial arts realm cultivators. But this was the Yuan sect, the sect Qin Shujian was in. Needless to say, such a sect must have been passed down for countless years and was one of the top forces of the human race. Such an existence. How could there be humans of the basic martial arts realm? This was completely different from the holy land of cultivation or the holy land of the human race that they had imagined. For a moment, the three of them were a little confused. Although Qin Shujian was walking in front, he could feel the fluctuations in their hearts, but he had no intention of explaining. When they reached the mountain gate, Jiang Feng was still sitting there cross-legged. This sky corpse had advanced from the first tier of the celestial being to the second tier of the celestial being, and its intelligence seemed to have improved a little, but it had not yet reached the stage of developing intelligence. Zombie. Holifier was a little surprised. Qin Shujian turned to look at her and said as he walked, "What, is there a zombie clan in the Western Prefecture?" "Of course." Holifier nodded and said, "The zombie clan is born and raised by the earth. As long as there are living beings, it is possible for the zombie clan to be born. Such a clan is almost impossible to destroy, not only in the Western Prefecture, but also in several other prefectures. But compared to the ancient times, the zombie clan today is weaker, and the strongest one is not even at the Saint Realm. In addition, in recent years, whenever the zombie clan attacks, there will be other clans to encircle and suppress them. As a result, the zombie clan has not been able to produce any experts, and their numbers are decreasing day by day. Now, the zombie clan rarely appears. Why did the various clans want to exterminate the zombie clan? Qin Shujian did not ask. Because he knew the reason. Seeing that Qin Shujian did not reply, Holifier seemed to be a little bolder and continued, "Sect Master, there is a zombie at the second tier of the celestial being realm here. If it is nurtured well, it will be a powerful existence in the future. After all, the zombie clan has no bottleneck to speak of. As long as there is enough flesh and blood, it can steadily advance." These things Qin Shujian also understood. When Holifier finished speaking, he also casually replied, "If it is fed 3/8 tier celestial being realm experts, will there be a chance for this zombie to advance to the 8th tier of the celestial being realm?" Hearing this, Holifier's pretty face suddenly stiffened. She never thought that Qin Shujian would say such a thing. She really did not know how to answer. Holifier could only smile to hide her fear. After that, she did not dare to say anything else, for fear that Qin Shujian would feed her to the zombie. With the other party's madness, such a thing was not impossible. Lion-Tiger Plain. As the location of the demon vein, this was considered one of the few pure lands in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. Because it was wearing the skin of the Yuan sect's branch, no players were willing to go to the Lion-Tiger Plain to fight monsters. In addition, the strength of the beasts inside was very weak. Most of them were at the basic martial arts realm and true martial arts realm. They could not provide much experience at all. So for a long time, no outsiders stepped into this place. In addition to Neo Dallas Buddhist management, the Lion-Tiger Plain was much calmer. With the gradual increase of the spirit energy now, the strength of the beasts bred in the Lion-Tiger Plain had also steadily increased by a lot. But because of Neo Dallas restrictions, these beasts never walked out of the Lion-Tiger Plain, so they did not cause any trouble. Walking into the Lion-Tiger Plain, Qin Shujian and the other three also encountered many beasts. However, after those beasts sensed the aura on their bodies, they all consciously avoided them and did not dare to approach easily. When it came to pursuing good luck and avoiding evil, beasts were also experts in this aspect. Not long after, the Ox Demon Cave was already in sight. Inside the cave, a green ox that was 100 feet long was lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. The sound of its snoring was like thunder. When Qin Shujian stepped into the range of the ox demon cave, the green ox opened its eyes with difficulty. A hint of doubt flashed across its eyes. I seem to have sensed the sect master's aura. What's going on? Could it be that the sect master is here? Thinking of the two words, sect master, Nyo Dali hurriedly stood up from the ground. Its huge ox head poked out of the cave and just happened to see the few people walking towards it. P.S. I plan to print this book into a book and then organize an event. Some readers will be selected to give the book as a gift. However, I'm not sure how many people will participate in the event. If there are too few people, it won't be a waste of time. So, I'm asking here first. If you have any ideas, you can leave a comment. Chapter 604. In the Ox Demon Cave. The green ox had already transformed into a human with two huge horns. He was looking at Qin Shujian with a silly smile. Sect Master, why are you so free to come to my ox demon cave today? Why didn't you inform me in advance so that I could prepare in advance? What else do you need to prepare? Qin Shujian glanced at the ox demon cave that had 4 bare walls and asked in return. Suddenly, Nyo Dali choked. Indeed, there was nothing to prepare here. The ox demon cave was a wide cave. Not to mention anything else, there wasn't even a table or a chair. There was only one characteristic here. Empty. Very empty. Usually, Nyo Dali would just lie here and sleep. He wouldn't do anything. After a short moment of awkwardness, Nyo Dali touched his head and said with a smile, Sect Master, do you have any orders for me this time? I think it's too troublesome for you to take care of this lion-tiger plane alone, so I added 3 elders for you. Qin Shujian then introduced to Nyo Dali. This is Sage Fire of the Vermilion Bird Clan. This is Ji-Ju of the Thousand Pupil Clan. This is Wu Shan of the Mountain Breaking Clan. After a short introduction, Qin Shujian pointed at Nyo Dali and said to the 3 of them, this is the Demon Vein Master. In the future, the 3 of you will be the Demon Vein Elders. Demon Vein Master. Looking at the honest Nyo Dali in front of him, Sage Fire's mouth twitched slightly. If she wasn't wrong, Nyo Dali was only in the God Martial Arts realm. A God Martial Arts realm Vein Master, no matter how she looked at it, was strange. She was a mighty figure in the 8th level of the Heaven-Human realm. Did she have to lower her head to a small cultivator in the God Martial Arts realm? She met Qin Shujian's indifferent eyes. Sage Fire simply lowered his head and said, Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. Wu Shan greets, Sect Master. Nyo Dali was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and said with a smile, hello. Qin Shujian suddenly arranged for 3 people to come over. He didn't resist at all. In Nyo Dali's opinion, this was not bad. There were a few more elders. In the future, he didn't have to worry about the Demon Vein Master. Thinking of this, the smile on Nyo Dali's face became even brighter. Qin Shujian didn't stay for long and said indifferently, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Elder Nyo for advice. He's the Demon Vein Master and also an inner sect elder of the Yuan sect. Since you guys are Demon Vein Elders, you can also be considered as outer sect elders of the sect. I've already said what I need to say. There's no need to repeat myself. I hope you'll take care of yourselves. After that, Qin Shujian was about to leave. However, before he left, he still activated his Dharma Eye to look at Nyo Dali's attributes. Shortly after, Qin Shujian's mouth twitched slightly. The first tier of the divine martial realm. This bastard had really broken through. While sleeping, he broke through from the spirit martial realm to the god martial realm. Such progress. Even Qin Shujian felt jealous when he saw this. However, he didn't stay for long. He took a step forward and disappeared from the demonic bull cave. When he was being stared at by the Dharma Eye, Nyo Dali's hair stood on end. It wasn't until Qin Shujian left that he felt the pressure disappear. Nyo Dali also let out a long sigh of relief. Sect Master is good at everything, but his eyes are too scary. Every time he gives people a lot of pressure. He wiped the invisible sweat on his forehead. Nyo Dali looked at Holofire and the other 2 and said casually, The three of you can find a place to stay in the lion-tiger plain. Don't come to the demonic bull cave and disturb my sleep. Apart from that, restrain the beasts from leaving the lion-tiger plain. There's nothing else. After that, Nyo Dali transformed into his original body and was about to lie on the ground and continue to sleep. Seeing this scene, the corners of Holifier and the others' mouths twitched again. When a god-martial realm dared to be so presumptuous in front of a mighty figure. And they could all see that Nyo Dali really didn't seem to have any fear or scruples. They didn't know. This bull really didn't know their identities. Or he really had nothing to fear. However, Holifier and the others also understood that they were living under someone else's roof, so it was better not to cause trouble. They just looked at Nyo Dali, who was about to fall asleep. A smile that he thought was charming appeared on Holifier's beautiful face. He said, "Sect Master, why don't there seem to be many demons in this demon vein? If there aren't any, then there aren't any. How can there be so many reasons?" Nyo Dali raised his eyes with difficulty and replied weakly. Holifier resisted the urge to hang him up and beat him. He said with a smile, "I think the Yuan sect should be a sect with a long history. Why don't I sense the aura of many celestial beings? Could it be that the experts in the sect are all in other places?" Hearing this, Nyo Dali opened his eyes completely and looked at Holifier suspiciously. He said in confusion, "Who told you that the Yuan sect has been around for a long time? Hasn't it only been 4 or 5 years?" The Yuan sect had been around for a long time. It was the first time he had heard someone ask this. Anyone with a normal IQ knew that the Yuan sect had only been around for a few years. Nyo Dali also didn't understand. Why would Holifier ask such an idiotic question? Hearing this, Holifier's expression changed and he said in disbelief, "You mean to say that the Yuan sect has only been around for a few years?" "Yes, a few years." At this point, Nyo Dali was also a little melancholy. He sighed and said, "A few years ago, I was still a freebull demon. Although I'm free now, when I saw the sect master, I was subdued by his bearing. At that time, I had seen many basic realm cultivators, but it was the first time I had seen someone with the bearing of the sect master. I didn't expect that after a few years, the change would be so great." A few years ago. Basic realm? Nyo Dali's words made Holifier and the other two completely confused. After a long time, Holifier came back to his senses and said with a puzzled expression, "What basic realm? How could the sect master be a basic realm cultivator a few years ago?" Yes, he really was a basic realm cultivator a few years ago. The Yuan sect didn't exist then. Nyo Dali shook his head helplessly at the thought of being subdued. However, he was quite satisfied with his current life. Then, he looked at the three dumbfounded people and said in a bad mood, "Don't ask so many questions. Go do what you need to do. I'm going to sleep." After speaking, Nyo Dali closed his eyes. After a few breaths, heavy snoring sounds could be heard. On the spot, Holifier and the other two couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. A few years ago, Qin Shujian was a basic realm cultivator. When this news came from Nyo Dali's mouth, the three's first reaction was that he was lying to them. But on second thought, it didn't seem necessary. After all, they were all prisoners. What was the point of lying? For a moment, Holifier felt his heart pounding violently, and his thoughts were thrown into disarray. A few years. From the basic realm to the point where he could kill an emperor. This was simply a fantasy story. She didn't even know how she walked out of the demon ox cave. It wasn't until the sunlight outside shone into her eyes that she recovered from the shock. She turned her head to look. Jiju and Wushan were beside her. On the other side, after leaving the lion-tiger plain, Qin Shujian was also thinking about the attributes he just saw. The last time he saw Nyo Dali, he was at the peak of the spiritual martial realm. Now, after a few months, he had already reached the first level of the divine martial realm. One had to know. The gap from the spiritual martial realm to the divine martial realm seemed to be only a small level. But the difficulty, it was no less than cultivating from the first level of the spiritual martial realm to the 10th level of the spiritual martial realm. Just like that. Nyo Dali still broke through. If Godslayer hadn't said with certainty that he wasn't the reincarnation of a strong person, Qin Shujian wouldn't have doubted that he was the reincarnation of a strong person. If he wasn't the reincarnation of a strong person, how did he improve his strength so quickly? If he swallowed treasures of heaven and earth, the lion-tiger plane at most produced some low-level spiritual materials. How could there be treasures of heaven and earth? Thinking of this, Qin Shujian couldn't help but ask, "Senior, are you sure Nyo Dali isn't the reincarnation of a strong person?" Godslayer didn't answer, because he was also a little confused. Qin Shujian could see through Nyo Dali's real situation. Godslayer could also sense the changes in the bull demon with his perception. In a few months, he broke through from the spiritual martial realm to the divine martial realm by sleeping. Such a leap. It also surprised Godslayer. After a long time, Godslayer said, he doesn't have the aura of scattered rules on his body. It's true that he can't be the reincarnation of a strong person, but he should have some strong bloodline. Strong bloodline? That's right. The direct bloodline left behind by any strong person has different miracles. Godslayer said. Let's not talk about other things. Take you as an example. With your current strength, if you give birth to a descendant, I'm afraid he'll be in the spiritual martial realm at 3 years old and the divine martial realm at 7 years old. Even the probability of breaking through to the celestial being realm in the future will be much higher than that of other human beings. If you have the hope of breaking through to the nirvana realm in the future, or when you become an ancient true immortal, the power of your bloodline will become even stronger. At that time, the direct descendant you give birth to may be in the divine martial realm at birth. This is the effect of the strong bloodline. This explanation, Qin Shujian could also understand. Senior, are you saying that Nyo Dali is a direct descendant of some strong person? It's very possible. At the very least, his ancestor should have been a powerful existence. The power of his bloodline was already very thin, so it had always been hidden in his body. It was only by chance that this wisp of bloodline power was reactivated. This phenomenon was called atavism in ancient times. Any living creature whose bloodline has atavism will become stronger by leaps and bounds. Even if they don't need to cultivate on their own, they can slowly change themselves with the atavism bloodline. For someone like him who can break through to the divine martial realm by sleeping, his ancestor may be a true immortal. Godslayer said. His ancestor was a true immortal? Qin Shujian had never thought about this matter. However, according to Godslayer, this explanation also made sense. In this case, there was a reason why Nyo Dali's strength had grown so fast. Qin Shujian said, "Senior, can you tell what bloodline he has?" It's very difficult to tell. There have been so many true immortals since the birth of heaven and earth. If there really is a bloodline left behind, I can't see anything. And I think his bloodline hasn't been fully activated yet. If you really want to see some clues, you have to wait until the bloodline is fully activated. Hearing this, Qin Shujian didn't ask any more questions. Soon, he put the matter of Nyo Dali to the back of his mind. A demon in the divine martial realm. It wasn't enough to make Qin Shujian worry too much. With his current strength, unless there was an ancient true immortal in the world, he would be afraid. Or else, even if there was a nirvana realm cultivator in front of him, Qin Shujian wouldn't feel too much pressure. After returning to the main sect, Qin Shujian didn't go to the courtyard. Instead, he went straight to the forbidden area. In the forbidden area, the bow of heaven and earth was silently cultivating there. Qin Shujian didn't pay much attention to this longbow now. The power of the five-seal Dao artifact was not bad, but for him now, it didn't make much difference. As for knowledge, Godslayer was much better than the bow of heaven and earth. In general, Qin Shujian didn't care much about this Dao artifact anymore. It seemed that the bow of heaven and earth knew that it was being despised. So it had been working hard to swallow the spiritual energy, trying to improve its strength. After entering the forbidden area, Qin Shujian took out the heaven list from his sea of consciousness. Then, he stepped into the space of the heaven list. Behind the original imprisonment of Fire Sage and the others, there was an even bigger cage. There. It was suppressing a corpse. A corpse that emitted a terrifying pressure. Kaiju Emperor. When he killed Kaiju Emperor, Qin Shujian didn't have time to refine this corpse. As the emperor of the Kaiju clan. Although Kaiju Emperor hadn't reached the Nirvana realm, he was still an expert at the peak of the 10th level of the celestial being realm. If he refined all of it, Qin Shujian had a hunch that he could increase his strength by a lot. The red lotus of purgation ignited. Kaiju Emperor's corpse was directly engulfed by the flames. Even though he had already died. As the emperor of the Kaiju clan, Kaiju Emperor's corpse still emitted a terrifying aura that was enough to suppress ordinary celestial beings. It took a full 2 hours. Kaiju Emperor's corpse was completely refined. A huge red lotus. It lay there quietly. Qin Shujian held the red lotus with one hand, and an extremely pure energy burst out with a loud bang, converging into his body. Rumble. The star acupoints vibrated. The energy contained in a complete corpse of a 10th level celestial being was not something that 1 or 2 drops of blood essence could compare to. Before this, the most powerful treasure that Qin Shujian had devoured was the blood essence of Star Sage. In terms of a single effect, Kaiju Emperor's blood essence naturally couldn't compare to Star Sage's blood essence. But the difference was, what Qin Shujian was devouring now was the red lotus that contained all of Kaiju Emperor's energy. It wasn't just the blood essence of an emperor. The energy contained in it. It was much more powerful than Star Sage's blood essence. He suppressed it and didn't open new acupoints. Instead, he controlled this energy and kept attacking the original acupoints, expanding them to an unimaginable extent. Half a day passed. Only then did Qin Shujian completely dissipate this energy. When he looked at his acupoints again, the 13,200 acupoints had already expanded by 3/10. This wasn't a single expansion. Instead, all his acupoints had expanded by 3/10. A surge of energy had already surged from Qin Shujian's body. The next moment, he walked out of the heaven list. Inside the forbidden grounds, Qin Shujian held the heaven list in his hand and looked at the information about himself on it. The smile on his face became more and more obvious. Name, Qin Shujian. Race, human. Age, 31. Realm, celestial realm. Level 5. Combat strength, 34. 100. Talent assessment, excellent. Refining. Kaiju Emperor has increased my combat strength by more than 3,000 points. It seems that the higher the combat strength, the more difficult it is to increase it. But with a combat strength of 34,000, it's not much worse than the Emperor God. In other words, if I were to fight the Emperor God now, I might have a chance to kill him. After all, the Emperor God is now in a seriously injured state. Qin Shujian was satisfied with his strength now. Combat strength of 34,100. In the human race, other than the human Emperor, who else could compare to him? It wasn't just the human race. Even in the 4 continents, there weren't many who could compare to him. Judging from the combat strength of the Emperor God and the Demon Emperor, such a top elite, their combat strength was around 30,000. His combat strength had risen to 34,000, which was considered to be among the top few. Qin Shujian believed. In the 4 continents, other than the emperors of the big clans, there was no one who could pose a threat to him. Cultivating step by step isn't as fast as taking shortcuts. Qin Shujian shook his head. If he could kill a few more emperors like Kaiju Emperor, his strength would definitely reach the level of the Emperor God and the Demon Emperor. However, at this point, Qin Shujian had become a lot more cautious. The more important it was, the more cautious he was. Just like the zombie clan, because the zombies didn't have anything to rely on and could increase their strength by devouring flesh and blood, they were besieged by the big clans. If it were the other clans, if they knew that he could refine the elites of the other clans to increase his strength, the Demon Clan and the Immortal Clan would really attack him and swear to kill him. To this, Qin Shujian believed that the probability of this was very high. Originally, it was too reckless to expose the Red Lotus of Purgation so easily. I didn't consider this level. However, the Red Lotus of Purgation didn't use it much, so no one else should have noticed. In the future, it's better not to use it in front of others. I'll develop wretchedly and swallow a few more emperors of the other clans. When my strength reaches the level of invincibility, I won't have to hide it anymore. With this idea in mind, Qin Shujian didn't think about this anymore. No matter when. The Red Lotus of Purgation was his trump card. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at his attributes again. After killing many experts, his life force had risen to more than 80 billion. Unfortunately, more than 80 billion life force was still not enough to upgrade the Guiyuan ancestral cannon. Qin Shujian could only suppress the idea of upgrading the technique. If the Guiyuan ancestral cannon could be upgraded, his strength would definitely increase a lot. But even if it couldn't be upgraded for the time being, with his current situation, his strength was enough to deal with many things. So, Qin Shujian wasn't too anxious to upgrade to the 6th level of the celestial being realm. Anyway, he couldn't upgrade it now. There would always be a chance to upgrade it in the future. If 80 billion didn't have a chance, then 100 billion. If 100 billion didn't work, then 200 billion. Anyway, there were many disciples in the Origin sect. There were also many celestials in the 3 continents. Refining any powerful being would give him billions of life force sources. Right now, Qin Shujian felt like he was a level 1 smurf, holding a top-notch artifact and slaughtering wantonly in a level 100 monster area. The experience he harvested was enough to let his level rise. If I kill another 10 or 20 Almighties, it might be enough to upgrade, he estimated in his mind. However, it wasn't that easy to kill 10 or 20 Almighties. Although there were many experts in the 3 continents, Almighties weren't really cabbages. Killing so many Almighties these 2 times had already caused the strength of the various clans to suffer a great loss. If he really killed another 10 or 20 Almighties, some clans should cry. After leaving the Forbidden Grounds, Qin Shujian returned to his residence to rest. In less than a day, Su Zhon had already come to visit again. The difference was, this time, the other party came with 2 things. One was a fragment of the immortal list of myriad clans, and the other was a fragment of the heavenly mirror. Looking at the stone tablet in front of him and the bronze mirror, Qin Shujian clicked his tongue. The Imperial Court really has a lot of treasures. They can even take out fragments of the immortal list of myriad clans and the heavenly mirror. The human emperor didn't really rob the heavenly court, did he? The stone tablet in front of him was no smaller than the stone tablet he made into the heavenly list. As for the bronze mirror fragment, it was the same. Qin Shujian originally said that he wanted the treasure fragment, but he didn't expect Su Zhon to really bring it over. Hearing this, Su Zhon said solemnly, hearing Sect Master Qin's request, His Majesty directly took out the remaining treasure fragments of the Imperial Court. It can be seen that he has high hopes for Sect Master Qin. Elder Su, you're exaggerating. Qin Shujian smiled faintly. He didn't believe a single word Su Zhon said. Qin Shujian was now sure. The Imperial Court still had the treasure fragments in their hands. The stone tablet and bronze mirror in front of him were not all of the Great Zhao's inventory. It was just that although the treasure fragments were tempting, what really made people envious was the broken rules contained in the treasures. But on these 2 fragments, the broken rules had already dissipated. In Qin Shujian's opinion, someone should have used them. As for the person who used them, it was either the human emperor or Shi Yang. It was very difficult for there to be a third party. After withdrawing his gaze from the supreme treasure fragment, Qin Shujian looked at Su Zhon and said solemnly, Elder Su Zhon, help me pass a message to the human sovereign. If I kill another sovereign, can I exchange it for a complete supreme treasure fragment? He emphasized the word complete a little more. Su Zhon frowned and said, Sect Master Qin's words are puzzling. Since it's all fragments, how can there be a complete statement? Elder Su, you just need to pass the message to the human emperor. Qin Shujian didn't explain too much. Hearing this, Su Zhon could only nod in agreement. Killing an emperor. He felt a little ridiculous when the other party said it so casually. But considering Qin Shujian's strength, Su Zhon was silent again. There was really no comparison between the 2 of them. The other party had already said that he could kill an emperor, but he was still at the 7th level of the celestial being. Thinking of this sad thing, Su Zhong simply went straight to the point. Everything is ready. We can start to build the human race monument. No problem. P.S. Please support the original version, Chijian Chinese Network, formerly known as From Knockoff NPC to Big Boss, now renamed as I'm Really Decent. Chapter 605. Forging the Human Clan's Monument. This was a big deal. For this matter, the Imperial Court had prepared for a long time. It was different from Qin Shujian's heavenly board. The Human Clan's monument was not forged in the 100,000 miles territory. But at the same time, it was also not forged in the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain. This was because once the divine armament was forged, the power of the lightning tribulation would be extremely terrifying once its level was high. Not to mention anything else. Just the lightning tribulation that the heavenly board encountered last time, if it was in the Yuan sect. There was almost no doubt. Liang Mountain would definitely turn into ashes under the lightning tribulation. Not just Liang Mountain. Even half of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain would suffer. After all, the power of the lightning tribulation covered 10,000 miles. How big was the entire Liang Mountain Spirit Domain? At most, it was only tens of thousands of miles. In addition, the power of the lightning tribulation would overflow. To say that it covered half of the Liang Mountain Spirit Domain was an understatement. So, in order to avoid the effects of the lightning tribulation, the Human Clan's monument was finally forged in the Endless Mountain Range. In terms of vastness, the Endless Mountain Range was not much smaller than the Great Zhao territory. Moreover, in the Endless Mountain Range, other than the demon beasts, there were no civilians. Even if some cultivators entered this place to hunt demon beasts, they could directly expel them. In general, the Endless Mountain Range was the most suitable place to transcend the tribulation. On top of a slightly protruding hillside, 3 people stood there. One was Qin Shujian, the other was Su Zhong. The last one. It was the Fire Saint. Su Zhong looked at the good-looking Fire Saint and frowned. Sect Master Qin, the Human Clan's monument is of great importance. If we let a demon clan participate, will there really not be any problems? In his words, he did not hide his distrust of Fire Saint. Right now, the Human Clan and the Demon Clan had completely fallen out. Distrust was a very normal thing. Su Zhong also knew that there was still a demon vein in the Yuan sect, but it was said that the demon vein was only guarded by a weak bull demon. He didn't know either. When did Qin Shujian subdue a supreme expert-level demon saint? Finished. Su Zhong looked at Qin Shujian and continued, "It's not that I don't trust you, Master Qin. It's just that you're well aware of the enmity between the Human Clan and the Demon Clan. This matter, Pavilion Elder Su, don't worry. If you suspect someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. Since I dared to allow Holofire to participate, I can guarantee that there won't be any problems." Qin Shujian was not angry and explained. "Furthermore, Holofire has already submitted to me and is willing to leave the Fey race. We humans only have a grudge against the Fey race, but there are still many races that remain neutral or have a certain level of friendliness towards humans. If the Vermilion Bird tribe breaks away from the demon race, then there will naturally be no problem. Furthermore, the Vermilion Bird clan possesses an innate divine flame. This flame is the best flame for forging divine weapons. With the help of the innate divine flame, I might not be able to forge a 9-seal Dao artifact, but at least an 8-seal Dao artifact shouldn't be a problem. Innate divine fire. Hearing this name, Su Zhong's expression changed slightly. This was the legendary divine flame. He had also heard about it. What Su Zhong didn't know was that the innate divine fire was related to the Vermilion Bird tribe. Perhaps it was the 8-seal Dao artifact that moved him. Or perhaps it was because of his trust in Qin Shujian. Therefore, after hearing the explanation, Su Zhong nodded and said, "Since Sect Master Qin has said so, I naturally have no objections." Then, Su Zhong took out the fragments of the leaderboard of immortals, the Skyfall mirror fragment, and a bunch of other materials. Then, he took out a jade box. Inside this jade box is a drop of the former Fey Emperor's blood essence. It should be enough to forge a monument for the human race. He took the jade box. The corner of Qin Shujian's mouth twitched slightly. The blood essence of a Fey Emperor. He didn't need to think carefully to know that the Fey Emperor Su Zhon mentioned was not the current Fey Emperor of the Fey race, but the former Fey Emperor of the East Continent. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian felt a little sad about the Fey Emperor of the East Continent. How badly had he been defeated that the human emperor had extracted so much of his blood essence? It was no wonder. The Fey Emperor would be seriously injured to the point of no recovery. If so much blood essence was extracted, then it was normal for him to die. Perhaps the human emperor still had the Fey Emperor's blood essence. That might be the case. After putting away the things, Qin Shujian took out 100 spirit stones from his storage ring and threw them to Holifier. Keep these 100 spirit stones. If you can't sustain your vital essence, you can use them to recover yourself. Thank you, Sect Master. Holifier put away the spirit stones with a confused look. With her cultivation base at the 8th level of the celestial being realm, how could there be a time when she couldn't sustain her vital essence? However, the other party was about to deliver the spirit stones to her door, and Holifier had no reason to refuse. 100 spirit stones. For her, it was also a considerable amount of wealth. After all, although the spiritual qi in the 3 continents was rich, there were also many cultivators, and spirit stones were also scarce. After Holifier put away the spirit stones, Qin Shujian's expression was solemn as he shouted, "Activate the carnate divine fire and turn this place into a heaven and earth furnace." Hearing that, Holifier's expression was also solemn. Without any hesitation, she immediately transformed into the vermilion bird and opened her mouth to spit out a stream of orange flames. The flames had just appeared. A wave of scorching heat hit her in the face. The surrounding void distorted violently, and one could faintly see that it was burning. The carnate divine fire is really extraordinary. Qin Shujian and Su Zhon both had this thought in their hearts at the same time. As top blacksmiths, they could naturally perceive how magical the flames that Holifier spat out were. Immediately after, the two of them looked at each other. Qin Shujian threw the fragment of the myriad clan's immortal list into the heaven and earth furnace first. Then, his vital essence had already turned into a sledgehammer. To forge a divine weapon. The things that were used to forge the divine weapon were also particularly important. With his current strength, the sledgehammer condensed from his vital essence was already a top weapon. Elder Su Zhon, I'm the leader. You assist me from the side and keep up with the frequency of my hammering. If you and I work together, we can melt the stone tablet faster. Okay. Su Zhon also condensed the vital essence sledgehammer and nodded. In his heart, he was also a little excited. It had always been Su Zhon's dream to be able to work with Qin Shujian to forge a divine weapon. It was just that the first few times, Qin Shujian had always left him aside and completed everything by himself. This time, he finally had a chance to get involved. Immediately after, he saw Qin Shujian's hammer falling heavily on the stone tablet. The terrifying power spread. The stone tablet trembled slightly. The moment Qin Shujian retracted his hammer, Su Zhon's hammer also fell down. Coincidentally, this gap was perfectly connected. As a 7th-level celestial being, he was also a Grandmaster blacksmith. In terms of forging level, Su Zhon had also reached an extremely profound level. Although it was the first time he worked with Qin Shujian to forge a divine weapon. But after observing the previous few times, Su Zhon had already figured out some of Qin Shujian's frequencies. At this moment, when he struck, it was a perfect combination. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also felt relieved in his heart and then forged the stone tablet in front of him with all his strength. Bang! Bang! An earth-shattering sound spread in all directions with the three of them as the center. However, Qin Shujian had already set up a defensive array in the 10,000-mile area. Even if someone heard the sound, there was no possibility of entering here. On the other side, Holifier was casting the innate divine fire while paying attention to the forging of the two. As a Vermilion Bird clan's blacksmith, Holifier was also very passionate about forging. Unfortunately, the Vermilion Bird clan's inheritance was almost cut off. Even with Holifier's painstaking study, he had not been able to reach the Grandmaster level so far. He could only wander around the Master level. Now he could get close. Witnessing two Grandmaster blacksmiths forging a divine weapon together, he had a different feeling in his heart. Innate divine fire. It was very hot. It had only been 3 days, but Su Zhan was already sweating profusely in front of this heatwave. Looking at Qin Shujian's words, his face was slightly flushed, but there was no sweat on it. It was only 3 days. The stone tablet had already turned red, and there were signs of melting. Prepare to merge with the heavenly mirror. Qin Shujian shouted in a low voice and immediately threw the fragments of the heavenly mirror into the heaven and earth furnace. Compared to the stone tablet, the material of the heavenly mirror was easier to refine. This was also the reason why Qin Shujian would first refine the stone tablet and not the heavenly mirror. As the heavenly mirror merged, the two hammered even more fiercely. Terrifying power spread out, shaking the void and distorting it violently. 1 day later, Qin Shujian shouted, "Increase the firepower." Hearing this, Holifier did not dare to be negligent and immediately activated the innate divine fire with all his strength. In an instant, the flames soared, and the heat wave surged, dyeing the sky a faint red. The temperature of the flames soared. The stone tablet and the bronze mirror that were about to melt. At this moment, they quietly merged together. Rumble. Just as the two merged, thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Dark red thunderclouds. It exuded an ominous aura. In the next moment, a terrifying thunder tribulation crashed down. Crack thunder from a clear sky. The thunder tribulation shattered the void and directly bombarded the melted materials. Facing the falling thunder, the expressions of the three of them did not change at all. Holifier was still activating the innate divine fire. Qin Shujian and Su Zhan were still forging the materials in an orderly manner. The thunder tribulation struck 18 times in a row. Every half an hour, there would be a thunder tribulation. After all 18 thunder tribulations had struck, Qin Shujian began to integrate the 9th tier materials. In front of the innate divine fire. Although the 9th tier materials were extremely hard, they could not resist for long. In just half a day, the materials had already entered the melting stage. Remove the impurities, Qin Shujian said, and the strength of the forging changed from strong to vibrating. Every hammer strike. The melted materials trembled violently. Wisps of grey impurities were squeezed out from inside and then burned to ashes by the innate divine fire. On the other side, Su Zhan followed suit and used the same method to remove the impurities. Until now. 5 days had passed. In these 5 days, Holifier did not stop activating the innate divine fire for a moment. However, she was an 8th tier celestial being expert. Although activating the innate divine fire for 5 days consumed a lot of energy, it was still bearable for her foundation. As the 9th tier materials were integrated, all the melted materials finally merged together. Qin Shujian's divine will spread out and directly condense the materials as if he was not afraid of the innate divine fire. Only the melted materials could be seen rolling. They had gradually become solid. In the sky, the thunder clouds gathered again. Integrate the first innate embryo, Qin Shujian ordered. Without any hesitation, Su Zhan immediately threw an innate embryo into the heaven and earth furnace. A day later, the thunder tribulation in the sky fell. Compared to the previous lightning tribulation, this one was much more powerful and vast. Its power had reached the level of threatening a celestial being. The thunder tribulation lasted for 3 days. When the time was up, the thunder clouds disappeared. Qin Shujian did not stop and shouted, "Integrate the second innate embryo." Hearing that, Su Zhan did as he was told. Now, this elder of the Imperial Observatory had completely transformed into Qin Shujian's servant. He did whatever the elder said. He was meticulous. There was no displeasure at all. As the second innate embryo was integrated, The monument gradually took shape as if it was a square stone monument. It was just that the monument's specific appearance could not be seen. The only thing that could be seen. It was a vague shape. In less than half a day, the thunder tribulation that had just retreated suddenly came again. Boom. Boom. Qin Shujian's face was red because of the flames. He held the true essence sledgehammer in his right hand and forged the monument with all his strength, integrating the power of the falling thunder into the monument one by one. Integrate 2 innate embryos at the same time, Qin Shujian suddenly said. Su Zhan immediately integrated the 2 innate embryos. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a month, there were thunderbolts falling almost every once in a while. The duration of each thunderbolt was also increasing day by day. Until now, the monument. It was already vaguely visible in its complete form. Qin Shujian's aura was at its peak and the power of the sledgehammer did not weaken at all. Looking at Su Zhan again, his face was much paler. Although he was a mighty figure in the 7th level of the celestial being realm, the continuous high-output forging for more than half a month had seriously depleted his true essence. If it was not for his strong foundation, Su Zhan had already been unable to hold on a few days ago. However, no matter how strong his foundation was, Su Zhan had reached his limit by now. Not long after. Su Zhan's face was pale and he said loudly, Sect Master Qin, my true essence can't hold on anymore. You step back and recover. Let me do it. Qin Shujian had already expected this. Hearing that, Su Zhan immediately took a step back and then retreated 10 miles away. He sat down cross-legged to recover his true essence. Qin Shujian's aura did not diminish and the frequency of forging increased by a few degrees. When he was in the human territory, he had been forging the heaven list for a month without exhausting his true essence. Now, he was forging the human monument. First, there was Holifier to share some of the pressure, and then there was Su Zhan in front to share some of the pressure. So when it came to consumption, Qin Shujian really did not consume much true essence now. It was just that he did not consume much true essence. Holifier, who was activating the innate divine fire, gradually turned pale. Until now, Holifier finally understood why Qin Shujian gave her the spirit stones. She did not really continue to use the innate divine fire for so long. She also did not expect that the consumption would be so great. She was not pretentious. Holifier took out 10 spirit stones and crushed them. A rich spirit chi surged into her body and replenished the true essence she had consumed. Immediately, Holifier's slightly pale face became rosy again. Increase the strength of the flame a little. Qin Shujian frowned. He felt the temperature of the innate divine fire around him was gradually decreasing. If this continued, the effect of the monument forging would be much worse. Hearing that, Holifier once again activated all her true essence and increased the temperature of the innate divine fire. At this moment, there were already 5 Dao seals on the monument and the 6th Dao seal was slowly condensing. Boom! The thunderclouds in the sky condensed again. This time, the power of the thunder tribulation already made Holifier's heart palpitate. If not for the fact that Qin Shujian was still here, she would have the urge to turn around and retreat. However, Qin Shujian did not say anything and Holifier did not dare to retreat. Therefore, Holifier could only pray that the thunder tribulation would be more accurate and not engulf her. Bang! The dark red thunder tribulation turned into a violent dragon and fell. Qin Shujian waved the sledgehammer in his hand and suppressed the violent dragon of thunder tribulation. The energy that overflowed all turned into nourishment for the monument, causing the 6th Dao seal to condense at a faster speed. Bang! 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 The thunder tribulation bombarded and the sledgehammer forged. 7 days passed. The 6th Dao seal was officially formed. Immediately afterward, Qin Shujian did not order Su Zhan. Instead, he did it himself and integrated the remaining innate embryos into the monument. Buzz, a mysterious fluctuation spread out. On the monument that had just condensed the 6th Dao seal, there was suddenly endless Dao runes overflowing. In the blink of an eye, the 7th Dao seal was about to condense. After the lightning struck, the tribulation clouds above had not dissipated. They saw that the dark red tribulation clouds were dyed with a deathly black color. That destructive aura had reached a terrifying level. Sect Master, I'm afraid I can't withstand this thunder tribulation. Holifire's face was pale. She was only at the 8th level of the celestial being realm. It was true. She was only at the 8th level of the celestial being realm. The thunder tribulation condensed by the tribulation clouds above had at least reached the 10th level of the celestial being realm. In other words, it was no different from the emperors of some small clans. When the thunder tribulation fell, it was the same as the emperors releasing their power. She was so close to the monument and would definitely be affected. At the thought of this, Holifire's delicate body trembled slightly. She would die. If she was not careful, she would really die. Don't think that no one would die when forging a divine weapon. Once she encountered a powerful thunder tribulation and couldn't pass it, not only would the divine weapon be destroyed, but even the person who forged the divine weapon might be affected. She would die. That was normal. Qin Shujian didn't even look at her and said coldly, "Without my order, if you dare to take a step back, even if the thunder tribulation doesn't kill you, I'll take your life." Hearing that, Holifire's face turned pale again. She immediately gritted her teeth and activated her vital essence with all her might. If she retreated, she would definitely die. If she didn't, she might not die. The choice was already very obvious. Holofire could only bet that the thunder tribulation wouldn't affect her, or rather, it wouldn't affect too much. Before she could think much, the thunder tribulation clouds had already struck down with a loud bang. The destructive aura spread out. It covered an area with a radius of 10,000 miles. Near the center of the thunder tribulation, Holofire had goosebumps all over her body. Boom! The thick thunder tribulation bombarded the monument, and a terrifying power erupted in an instant. The overflowing thunder tribulation. It made Holofire feel a sharp pain in her body, and even her control of the innate divine fire almost became unstable. But soon, she endured the pain and maintained the stability of the innate divine fire. Boom! Boom! Thunder tribulation clouds fell one after another. In just half a day, Holofire had to crush another 10 spirit stones to replenish the vital essence in her body. Time passed little by little. Holofire had already consumed 50 to 60 spirit stones from start to finish. Until now, the 7th seal on the monument had been completely formed. When the monument was upgraded to a 7-seal Dao artifact, Qin Shujian suddenly used lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. His tens of thousands of feet tall body stood indomitable. The human monument also expanded in the wind, and the innate divine fire that covered the monument was completely destroyed by the innate divine fire. Step aside. Qin Shujian's voice sounded in her ears. Holofire felt relieved. She didn't even think about it. She had already put away her vermilion bird true form and retreated into the distance. The original hillside. Now it had been completely flattened by the power of the thunder tribulation. Qin Shujian unleashed all his power and crazily forged the monument. Boom! The long river of laws loomed. In an instant, Qin Shujian borrowed the power of laws to raise his strength to a terrifying level again. Bang! Bang! 7 days passed. The 8th seal was already condensing. This time, the destructive thunder tribulation had condensed again, and it had completely reached the level of the Nirvana realm. From afar, one could only see that the black-red lightning had turned into a lightning prison, swallowing Qin Shujian and the monument. The aura of destruction was vast and mighty. Su Zhan and Holofire both retreated thousands of miles in unison, watching the tens of thousands of feet tall giant waving his hammer as if he was fighting against heaven and earth. Too powerful. Su Zhan took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of amazement. He originally thought that after he recovered his vital essence, he would have a chance to help. However, once he retreated, there would be no chance to intervene. And now, Su Zhan could only watch from the side. He didn't have a chance to take a good look at the heaven list last time. This time, he could take a good look at it. With Su Zhan's eyesight, he could naturally see that the monument was gradually approaching perfection, and the eighth seal was condensing. As long as there were no accidents, this eight-seal Dao artifact was considered a success. In the imperial city, the human emperor looked at the sky with his hands behind his back, where the human clan's destiny was violently surging and jumping, as if something great was happening. The human clan's destiny is already increasing, and the monument is about to be completed. To be able to cause the human clan's destiny to fluctuate, it should be another eight-seal Dao artifact. The human emperor smiled faintly. Eight-seal Dao artifact. It could increase the human clan's destiny by a lot. The stronger the human clan's destiny, the more powerhouses it could give birth to. Immediately, the human emperor's gaze shifted again. It was also surging with destiny. However, the difference was that this surge of providence was slightly smaller than the providence of the human race. That was the destiny of the great Zhao dynasty. Chapter 606. On the surface, the great Zhao had already unified the human race. But that was not the case. The fate of the human race was still divided. The bigger part was the fate of the great Zhao, while the smaller part was the fate of the major sects and forces of the cultivation world. The fate of the two combined. It was the complete fate of the human race. It was not that the human emperor did not want to integrate the cultivation world, but it was not easy to do so. In the past, it was fine. Now, there was one more person in the cultivation world, Qin Shujian. If he wanted to integrate the fate of the human race, it was equivalent to making the cultivation world submit to the great Zhao. In this way, if it was not handled well, it would cause unrest in the human race. The fate of the human race. The human emperor slowly retracted his gaze and shook his head slightly. It was naturally good to integrate the human race. But now, it was impossible. If he really did that, he might break off relations with the cultivation world. At the moment, the 4 continents were not stable, and the great calamity of the demon abyss was imminent. There was no need to cause unrest in the human race at this time. In the endless mountain range, for more than a month, this place was covered by the power of the Thunder Prison. The aura of destruction could be sensed from within a radius of 100,000 miles. Monsters were born to seek fortune and avoid calamity. After sensing such a threat, they naturally fled in all directions. As for the cultivators who entered the endless mountain range, all of them tactfully avoided it. In Liangshan City, during this period of time, it had attracted many people. Qin Shujian did not deliberately hide the fact that he was forging the human race monument. Some people also knew about this news. But this time, Qin Shujian did not open up the opportunity to observe, which made some people feel regretful. But regretful was regretful. Although they could not witness it with their own eyes, it was not a bad thing to get closer and feel the power of the Thunder Tribulation. The last time Sect Master Qin forged the divine weapon, the power it emitted was as vast as this time. It seems that the human race will have another supreme treasure, an 8-seal Dao artifact. It has been many years since an 8-seal Dao artifact appeared in the human race. In such a short time, 2 8-seal Dao artifacts were born in succession. The heavens are really protecting the human race. Yes, the heavens are protecting the human race. Some experts felt the power of the Thunder Tribulation and also sighed with emotion. Now was different from the past. The 4 continents were connected. They also understood how difficult the human race's situation was. They were able to maintain the current situation. They relied on the Renhuang and a few other top powerhouses. Once something happened to these people, the human race would no longer be able to resist the other races. Regarding this, they were also very clear in their hearts. The human race was weak. This was an undeniable fact. Now that the divine weapon had been born, it would strengthen the foundation of the human race. For these people, it would also increase their confidence. In the endless mountain range, as the last Thunder Tribulation fell, a dazzling golden light dispelled the black and red tribulation clouds. Above the stone-like steely, boundless golden light burst forth. After a long time, the golden light receded. The 8 daoist seals concealed themselves and transformed into the word human, which was engraved on the topmost part of the stone tablet. Monument of the human race. Thus, the forging was successful. He retracted his lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian grabbed the stone tablet that had shrunk to about 10 feet in size. He looked at the approaching Su Zhan and said with a faint smile, "Fortunately, I didn't fail you. The human race's monument has been completed." While speaking, he had already handed the stone tablet over. This was something that belonged to the imperial court. Naturally, it had to be handed over to someone from the imperial court. Seeing this, Su Zhan excitedly took the stone tablet and immediately said sincerely, "Sect Master Qin has contributed greatly to the successful casting of the monument. This old man will definitely report this matter to His Majesty." "You're too polite." The casting of the monument was originally agreed upon in advance. Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. Immediately, he looked at Holifier and then said with a smile, "But this time I consumed 100 spirit stones. I hope the imperial court can reimburse me for this matter. Of course, when this old man returns to the central province, it won't be long before the spirit stones are delivered." "That's good." Subsequently, Su Zhan firmly grasped the stone tablet, looked at Qin Shujian and said, "The monument is of great importance. This old man needs to bring it to the central province prefecture immediately. I won't stay long. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely visit. Elder Su Zhan, take care. Goodbye." Su Zhan cupped his hands and immediately turned to leave. After Su Zhan left, only then did Holifier walk up to Qin Shujian. "Sect Master. Well, how many spirit stones do you have left?" "There are 30 spirit stones left." "Return them all." Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and said indifferently. Seeing this, Holifier was slightly taken aback. Then, he handed over all the remaining spirit stones. After putting away the spirit stones, Qin Shujian said, "You have some credit for this matter. If the imperial court rewards you, I will ask someone to bring some to you." "No need. It is my honor to be able to share the burden of the sect master. Forget it if you don't want it. Go back." Qin Shujian did not talk nonsense with Holifier. If there were benefits, he would not want it. There was obviously something wrong with the other party's brain. But in his opinion, it was best if he did not want it. He would save some. Soon, the two left the endless mountains. Holifier returned to the Lion-Tiger Plain consciously, while Qin Shujian returned to the main sect. At this time, the Yuan sect was also in full swing during this period of time. All the disciples were full of enthusiasm. There was no other reason. It was all due to the Heaven List. It had been 2 months since the Heaven List was established. During this period of time, almost every day, there were people challenging the experts on the Heaven List. There were winners and losers. The winners were naturally ecstatic, and the losers were not discouraged. In the few days after returning to the main sect, Qin Shujian was looking at the changes on the Heaven List. It was only 2 or 3 days. The rankings on the Heaven List had been rotated many times. Among them, the biggest changes were the rankings of the basic martial arts realm and the real martial arts realm. In comparison, the spiritual martial arts realm was much calmer. It is much more convenient to find talented disciples with the Heaven List. Looking at the Heaven List, Qin Shujian thought in his heart. There was a talent evaluation on the list. It wasn't difficult to find talented disciples. Unfortunately, most of the disciples were blank in the talent evaluation. What was blank? It was not that they were too strong to be evaluated, but that they were too weak to be on the list. But for these things, Qin Shujian did not tell the public. This led to a lot of people having a lot of doubts about the talent evaluation. Well, mediocre talent is not bad. Glancing at the list, Qin Shujian suddenly saw a familiar name, and then paused on it. Name, Nyingbo race, human age, 22 cultivation, 10th level of the basic martial arts realm combat strength talent evaluation, mediocre. What was mediocre? Those who could be evaluated as mediocre by the Heaven List had a high probability of breaking through to the celestial being realm in the future. Moreover, in Qin Shujian's view, Nyingbo's talent should not be as simple as mediocre. According to the criteria of talent evaluation, it is composed of age, cultivation, combat strength, and race. In this way, some people who started cultivation late will be at a disadvantage in the talent evaluation. Nyingbo started cultivation less than a year ago, so at this age, he has just reached the 10th level of the basic martial arts realm. But even so, the Heaven list still gave him a mediocre evaluation. In this case, after a long time, the gap between his cultivation and his peers will be narrowed, and this talent may transform again. Mediocre talent is very likely to transform into superior talent. Qin Shujian's mind turned. Superior talent. In the future, there was a chance to grow to the Nirvana realm. Not to mention other things. The Demon Emperor was just a superior talent. Although talent did not completely represent everything, it could also prove a lot of things. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian smiled slightly. In this case, as long as Nyingbo does not fall, the Yuan sect will have an almighty above the 7th level of the celestial being realm in the future, and even a supreme expert of the Nirvana realm. At that time, it was not wrong to accept him into the sect. This kind of cultivator with extraordinary luck, it is not strange for his talent to be strong. He paused on Nyingbo's name for a while. Qin Shujian looked at the other lists. Inside the basic martial arts realm, only Nyingbo had mediocre talent, and no one else. To this, Qin Shujian was not too regretful. The last batch of disciples had just been recruited not long ago, and there might be some people who had not shown their talent yet. If he waited for a while longer, he might be able to reap a different harvest. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at the list of the real martial arts realm. At a glance, Qin Shujian was stunned. Mediocre. Most of them were mediocre. Since when did my sect have so many future celestial beings? Qin Shujian almost thought that he had seen wrongly. After looking carefully, his expression became strange. I was wondering why there were so many disciples with the celestial being talent. It turns out that 99% of them are players. It is not doubtful that this group of cheaters can break through to the celestial being realm in the future. Could the players break through to the celestial being realm in the future? That was for sure. As a foreign cheater, Qin Shujian was 100% sure that the players would not be stuck at the shackles of the celestial being realm. As long as enough experience was given, the realm of the players could rise slowly. However, it was hard to say how much experience this would require. The Heaven list's evaluation of the players' talent is not too accurate. Judging from the growth of the players, as long as they can develop steadily, the celestial being realm will not be the end. There might even be the possibility of becoming a true immortal in the future. Even if it will take a long time, as long as there is enough time, it might not be a problem. Qin Shujian had never denied the potential of the players. This group of undying cheaters. The height of their growth was definitely beyond the expectations of others. Soon, Qin Shujian came back to his senses. In front of the Red Lotus of Purgation, the players seemed to be unable to achieve immortality. But this was not the point. The point was, the potential of the players was great. Only the local disciples can be truly evaluated by the Heaven list. As for those players, they can be ignored. Qin Shujian shook his head. In the sea of consciousness. Godslayer also saw the information on the Heaven list and couldn't help but say in surprise, "Kid, you're good. I didn't expect that the human race could still have so many future celestial beings when they are so weak. If you cultivate them well, there might be a large number of celestial beings." Godslayer had not seen much of the world after all. He didn't know much about the difference between the players and the local disciples. In his opinion, there was no difference between the players and the human race. Anyway, they all looked the same. Maybe they were of the same origin as the human race. Hearing this, Qin Shujian said, "In ancient times, did the otherworldly beings descend?" "No." Godslayer answered straightforwardly, "It's the first time I've seen the otherworldly beings." To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that they didn't have the aura of the demon abyss, I would have thought that they were of the same origin as the demons. From the current situation, the otherworldly beings may be of the same origin as the human race. After all, their appearance and bloodline are very similar. As for why the otherworldly beings can be immortal, it may involve something deeper. Something deeper? Qin Shujian looked puzzled. Godslayer said, in ancient times, the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors also thought about investigating the reason why the demons were immortal, but in the end, they didn't find anything. They just judged from it. The existence of the demonic abyss and the evil demons involved something even deeper. And the so-called deeper is the power above the rules. It was also from this that the Emperor of Heaven inferred that there should be other realms above the true immortal. If I can reach a deeper level, I might be able to truly slay the evil spirit. The god-slaying saber explained. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. Immediately, Godslayer said, "Your flame can completely kill the demons. I suspect that it involves that level. Maybe this world really gave birth to a master of that level." In his view, Qin Shujian's cultivation method must have come from the inheritance of a master. Since the cultivation method left by that master could really destroy the demons, then such an existence, like the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors said, involved a deeper level, an existence beyond the true immortal. This was not a wild guess. Originally, Godslayer didn't think too much about these things. Because millions of years had passed. Too many memories were sealed in the deepest part of his mind. Only when he saw certain things would the relevant memories be triggered. Or else. Godslayer also found it hard to remember how much he knew. The Red Lotus of Purgation is an existence above the rules. If that's the case, the Guyuan ancestral canon should be the same. No, whether it's the Guyuan ancestral canon or the Red Lotus of Purgation, they are actually products born from the system. In other words, the one who is really above the rules should be the system. Qin Shujian sat on the stone bench, holding the celestial list in his hand, but his mind had drifted to another place. Regarding the existence of the system, he had never thought too much about it. In the beginning, Qin Shujian thought that this was a game world and he was just an NPC in the game. Later, he found that this world was very real. Immediately, he overturned his original guess and thought that this should be a real world. But if it was a real world, then how would the players explain it? There were a lot of things involved, and even Qin Shujian found it difficult to find out the truth. However, the god-slaying saber's words caught Qin Shujian off guard. From the reactions of others, the system should be equivalent to the heavenly axiom of this world. But the difference is that others only have a very vague idea of the system's existence. So far, I haven't found anyone who can have a deeper connection with the system. The people here can kill other players to level up, but there is a level limit. I don't have this limit. Whether it is a low-level player or a high-level player, as long as I kill them, I can get the source of life. From this point of view, if the system is also divided into authorities, my authority should be higher than others. Qin Shujian's expression changed. These were just his own guesses. But to say why his authority was higher than others and why he came to this world, it was difficult to explain the situation. But there was one point. Qin Shujian was sure. That was, there was definitely something on him that was different from others. As for what was different, that was hard to say. Above the rules, what is that? The rules? Or the Tao? Qin Shujian used his lack of knowledge to guess what was above the rules. But soon, he banished this thought from his mind. No matter what was above the rules, it was not that important. The name. It was just a pronoun. Just like the rules, what you liked could be called the rules, and what you didn't like could be called the Tao. What really concerned Qin Shujian? It was the truth that he wanted to know. No one wanted to be confused all the time. There was only one reason why they were willing to be confused, and that was because they didn't have enough strength to find out the truth. Qin Shujian didn't have this strength now. But from the words of the Godslayer, he found this hope. If I want to find out the essence of the world, or the reason why I came here, I should be able to do it when I grow above the rules. But if the system is a product above the rules, Then how was it born? Was it born naturally, or was it opened by the strong? It can't be that Pangu really opened the sky, but it's hard to say. More importantly, if the system is above the rules, can it really raise me to the same level as myself? Qin Shujian was most concerned about this question. If the system itself had an upper limit, then even if he had the system, he would reach an upper limit in the future. After all, he was a powerful existence. It was also difficult to raise a person to the same level as himself. Take Qin Shujian for example. With his current strength and means, he could forcibly create an ordinary celestial being, but to say that he could create an expert like himself, there was no way to do it. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer saw that Qin Shujian was silent, and he didn't speak to disturb him. Zhu Bing was very clear about this. Qin Shujian also had a big secret. A secret realm that was related to the rules. Regarding this matter, the god-slaying saber was both surprised and relieved. The son of fate. It was normal for one to encounter extraordinary opportunities. Not to mention Qin Shujian. The ancient emperors and the Emperor of Heaven might have had the opportunity to touch the rules. Or else, how could they conclude that there were other things above the rules? So the exploration was just perfunctory to outsiders. There were some things that the Emperor of Heaven didn't say. Godslayer also had his own thoughts. However, he had never thought of investigating the secrets of the sovereign celestial emperors. There were many things. Don't know too much about what you shouldn't know. When you really want to know, you will naturally know. In this regard, Godslayer was very Buddhist. But it was normal. What Zhu Bing had experienced was not as simple as 1,000,000 years. From ancient times to the present, who knew how many years had passed? In the long years, it was enough to change everything. For Godslayer, he had no other thoughts now. He just wanted to follow Qin Shujian with peace of mind and revitalize the human race. As for other things, he had no other thoughts. At that time, it seemed that Emperor Xia said that he wanted me to revitalize the human race after the great calamity. Godslayer was suddenly a little confused. After trying hard to recall, he was sure who had said those words to him. Then who was the last person who told me to revitalize the human race? Godslayer was in a mess. Then, he expelled this messy thought again. I don't want to think about it. It's so troublesome. No, I have to ask this kid to give me something to do when he's about to die. Otherwise, I'll be bored to death. Sigh, how lonely it is to have no goals in life. Godslayer sighed to himself. On the other side, Qin Shujian also recovered from his contemplation. It was useless to think so much now. With his cultivation level of the 5th level of the celestial being, it was pointless to think about the so-called rules. Soon, he withdrew from this state and set his eyes on the heaven list again. The difference was, Qin Shujian had already memorized the words above the rules. There would be a chance in the future. He would definitely find out the truth. However, just when Qin Shujian was about to check the heaven list, he noticed that the Godslayer in his Sea of Consciousness was a little different. It seemed, it had a little more vicissitude. Qin Shujian found it a little ridiculous to see the vicissitudes of life on a stone knife. But Zhu Bing was different after all. To a certain extent, Zhu Bing was similar to a living creature. Then, with a stir of his mind, Qin Shujian released the Godslayer from his Sea of Consciousness. In the courtyard, the stone knife seemed to be startled by the sudden change. The knife trembled slightly. Why did you release me out of nowhere? I saw that you were bored in the Sea of Consciousness, so I let you out to breathe some fresh air. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Godslayer was speechless. If you want to mock me, just say it. You let a stone knife breathe fresh air. Do you want to fight? Qin Shujian was also speechless. It was just a casual sentence, but the Godslayer wanted to find fault with it. If it weren't for the pity of the other party just now, he didn't bother to pay attention to it. But since he had released it, it wasn't good to take it back without saying a word. Besides, the other party was just a stone knife. There was no need to be angry with a stone. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Qin Shujian showed a faint smile on his face and immediately said, I wonder if you have heard of a person's name?
Who?
Pangu. P.S. I recommend a book, Invincible Master of the Fort. This is a brother of the Haifeng's Hai. The fierce man is wandering in Jianghu. Chapter 607. After that, the stone saber trembled violently. At this moment, Qin Shujian even saw fear in the Godslayer. Boy, what did you just say? The Godslayer's voice trembled a little. Qin Shujian was about to say, Pan, don't say it, don't say it. The Godslayer hurriedly stopped the latter word. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression was both suspicious and pleasantly surprised. Senior, have you heard of this name? The name Pan Jiyu. He had said it to many people. However, no one had any reaction when they heard this name. Just like the Godslayer, it was the first time that Qin Shujian had seen it. At this moment, the stone saber trembled and transformed into the appearance of a young man. The Godslayer had not transformed many times. The last time was when he saw the fragment of the list of immortals of myriad clans. This was the second time. Seeing the Godslayer's transformation, Qin Shujian was also stunned for a moment. Senior. The Godslayer did not answer. Instead, he came to Qin Shujian and sat down in front of Qin Shujian. His handsome face was extremely dignified. At first, I doubted whether you had really come into contact with the existence above the rules, but now I have no doubts. What you just said should be the name of a supreme expert. Qin Shujian nodded and said, Senior, have you heard of it? No, what you said can't be heard or heard. I can't hear what you said clearly, but the two words you said have already frightened my body. The Godslayer shook his head and said, but his face was as dignified as ever. With an honorific name. It made Zhu Bing's body tremble. Such a power. It made the Godslayer instantly associate it with the rules. Although I have never come into contact with the existence above the rules, only the existence above the rules can make Zhu Bing unable to hear or hear. Pan, I've said those two words to many people, but none of them reacted as strongly as Senior. Qin Shujian wanted to say Pangu, but when he saw the frightened look on Godslayer's face, he changed his mind. Originally, Qin Shujian thought that Godslayer knew something. In the end, the other party didn't know anything either. But he didn't know. Godslayer's reaction was too strong. Godslayer's expression became strange when he heard that. He said gloomily, you won't feel anything until you reach a certain level of cultivation. Only when you truly grasp the laws will you truly understand how terrifying they are. Just what you said just now is enough to shake the rules. Tremor of the laws. Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Senior, are you saying that those two words are enough to shake the laws? Why didn't he know that the two words Pangu had such power? Godslayer said, of course. Grasping the rules and not grasping the rules are two different concepts. Your two words are enough to shake the rules for an existence who has grasped the rules. In that case, if I shout at a true immortal, won't he be distracted? Something like that. The god-slaying saber nodded. Then, he saw Qin Shujian's smiling face and warned him solemnly. Don't think that this is a method to deal with a true immortal. Let me tell you, even if a true immortal is distracted for a moment, with your current strength, you may not be able to kill him. And that existence above the rules may not necessarily fall. A true immortal's lifespan is 129,600 years, but no one can be sure whether the existence above the rules has reached the level of immortality. Every time you call out the name of such an existence, the other party will sense it. If you use it too many times, such an existence may be directly attracted to you. It's good if it's a friend and not an enemy, but if it's an enemy and not a friend, haha. In the end, the god-slaying saber chuckled. His meaning was clear. If Pangu was one of his own people, attracting him would naturally bring great benefits. But if it was an enemy, then it would be suicidal. Such an unknown powerhouse. Godslayer didn't dare to take the risk. He didn't want Qin Shujian to take the risk either. If he really did provoke an existence above the rules, perhaps the entire human race would be wiped out by the other party. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also fell silent. After a moment, he said, "Senior, can you be sure that he's not dead yet?" "I don't know." Godslayer shook his head and said, "He may or may not be dead, but regardless of whether he's dead or not, you don't have to take the risk. But I'll ask you one more thing. Does the inheritance you have come from that existence? If so, you and he can be considered to have a master-disciple inheritance. Even if you lure him here, there's a high probability that he won't attack you." "No." Qin Shujian shook his head. What did the system have to do with Pangu? However, maybe it was really related. But the word Pangu was just casually mentioned by him. There was no such thing as inheritance at all. Just as Godslayer said. If Pangu was one of their own, it would be fine. If he was an enemy, all the powerhouses of the human race would have to kneel when he called him over. He would have to kneel. Even the human emperor would have to kneel. Above the rules, killing a true immortal would be as easy as eating and drinking. So, Qin Shujian himself didn't dare to take the risk. Godslayer said, "In that case, you don't have to take the risk. And you won't think that what I said is false. In fact, there's no need for an existence above the rules. Just the mere mention of a true immortal expert's name would cause them to feel something. Just like your current realm, if someone secretly wants to scheme against you, you will also feel it in your heart. The more powerful the existence, the sharper the perception. Even a true immortal can do this. The existence above the rules will only be more terrifying. Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Qin Shujian took a deep breath and cupped his hands solemnly. He finally understood. The word Pangu could only be used as a trump card. When did it become a trump card? This ability could only be used when facing an unstoppable enemy or when the human race was at a critical moment of life and death. When that time came, even if Pangu was lured over, there would be no problem. No big deal. Everyone would die together. However, in Qin Shujian's view, Pangu might have existed, but he might have died. Above the rules. Could one live forever? He wasn't sure. After suppressing this thought, Qin Shujian decided not to think too much about it. On the other side, Godslayer also cancelled the young man he transformed into and returned to the appearance of a stone saber. It seemed that he was more used to his current appearance. Seeing this, Qin Shujian didn't say anything but focused his attention on the heaven list. There was nothing to see in the basic realm. Only Nyingbo could be seen. As for the players, there were no basic realm players. They were all in the real martial realm. However, in the real martial realm list, apart from the players, Qin Shujian also saw two names with mediocre ratings. One was Lin Jie. The other was Lin Daozhen. He didn't have any impression of Lin Jie, but the name Lin Daozhen reminded Qin Shujian of something. He seems to be a former disciple of the Coiling Stone sect. As the leader of the Coiling Stone sect to surrender, he was extremely loyal. Qin Shujian wouldn't forget him easily. However, he didn't expect that. Lin Daozhen's talent would be so high. Mediocre talent. He was almost at the top of the human race. Looking at the names on the list, Qin Shujian smiled faintly. If the Coiling Stone sect doesn't alienate the other party and doesn't provoke me, this sect might give birth to a heaven-being expert in the future. Then, it will rise from a true Dominion sect to a top-notch sect. Unfortunately, he was one step behind. The Coiling Stone sect couldn't enjoy such good fortune. It could be seen that the Coiling Stone sect's providence was too shallow and didn't qualify to have such a genius. Only the Origin sect's providence was at its peak. Only then could it accept all the rivers and recruit all the heroes in the world. After memorizing these two names, Qin Shujian looked at the list of the spirit martial realm. At this moment, the people on the list of the spirit martial realm were all mediocre. Qin Shujian didn't find it too strange. It was still the same sentence. The evaluation of talent was based on the comprehensive data from all aspects. The players were needless to say. Mediocre talent was for sure. As for the other spirit martial realm people in the Origin sect, to be honest, they had all been promoted by the sect and their realms had directly increased. This way, as a result, Many people were young, but their cultivation was not bad at all. The evaluation of mediocre talent was created just like that. This kind of talent evaluation was very fake. Perhaps many of them didn't have the chance to step into the heaven-man realm. Therefore, the specific situation, it still depended on their future growth. Qin Shujian looked away from the list of the spirit martial realm and landed on the list of the god martial realm. The list of the god martial realm was the same as the heaven-man list. There were very few people on it. After all, there were only 3 people on it. Of the 3 people, 2 had a mediocre evaluation. One was Gong Mingzi. The other was Xiong Haogan. Those who could grow to the god martial realm, as long as their lifespan was not exhausted, would have a chance to step into the heaven-man realm in the future. In addition, Xiong Haogan and Gong Mingzi were not very old. It was natural for them to get a mediocre evaluation. In the end, Qin Shujian saw the heaven-man list. Mu Yang's talent evaluation also appeared in front of him. Genius. Qin Shujian nodded in satisfaction. As expected, Mu Yang, who had the heart of the half-immortal wood spirit, had an extremely high talent evaluation in front of the heaven list. Moreover, there was no problem with this evaluation. He had obtained the heart of the half-immortal wood spirit. Mu Yang's foundation was very strong. In the future, it was 100% certain that he would reach the 7th level of the heaven-man realm. Even the 10th level of the heaven-man realm or even the nirvana realm had a high probability. Even becoming an immortal was not impossible. The reason why the half-immortal of the Eldar condensed the heart of the wood spirit was because he had no hope of becoming an immortal. When he was about to die, he gathered all his blessings for his descendants, hoping that one of the Eldar could carry the heart of the wood spirit and reach the peak of the realm that no one had ever set foot on before. Therefore, to a certain extent, the heart of the wood spirit could be considered a treasure that could change one's aptitude. After looking through the heaven leaderboard in its entirety, Qin Shujian put it away. The previous period of time when he was forging the 8-seal Dao artifact had consumed a lot of his energy. In addition to the time when he was casting the monument, he had some insights in forging. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Shujian simply went into a short seclusion to digest it. Main sect. Where the outer sect disciples were. Compared to the previous time when almost the entire outer sect was packed, there were very few disciples left in the outer sect. Because most of the disciples had been transferred to various branches. Those who could still stay in the main sect now had connections behind them. Similarly, with fewer outer sect disciples, the duty hall was also much more free. He had successfully broken through to Bai Chang and was leisurely sitting in the inner hall drinking tea. During this period of time, the spirit energy in the main sect had increased a lot. Even if he occasionally cultivated, it was much better than before. TSK, fortunately, I was smart and spent a lot of contribution points in exchange for a place to stay in the sect. Otherwise, if I were to be transferred to other branches like the other fools, how could I have the leisure now? Bai Chang shook his head as he thought about the people who worked with him. They were currently living a miserable life in the other branch factions. Bai Chang wore a relaxed expression on his face. One had to be smarter. Whether it was in terms of dealing with people or cultivation. Too stupid. After all, it was not a good thing. All of a sudden, Bai Chang's smile faded a little. He put down the teacup in his hand and turned his head to look outside the inner hall. There was a young man walking over. "Greetings, Deacon Bai. Nyingbo, why are you free today?" Bai Chang raised his eyebrows. He had always thought highly of Nyingbo. Later, Nyingbo was on the heaven list. Bai Chang had never thought that Nyingbo's talent would be mediocre. Even if he was like the others and didn't show his talent, it was still a bit unsightly to show his mediocre talent. However, he had already invested in Nyingbo. In addition, the other party was personally arranged by Qin Shujian. Even if he didn't believe in his own judgment, Bai Chang also believed in the sect master's judgment. It was also because of this. Although he felt sorry for Nyingbo, his attitude towards him was still the same. Nyingbo cupped his hands and said, Deacon Bai should also know that in less than a month, it will be the sect disciple competition. Whether I can get the first place depends on this. You are now the first in the basic realm. There shouldn't be a problem. Bai Chang took a sip of tea and motioned him to sit down before saying with a faint smile. Speaking of which, although Nyingbo's talent was mediocre, his strength was not bad. After the heaven list appeared, he directly appeared in the first place in the basic realm. After sitting down, hearing Bai Chang's words, Nyingbo shook his head and said with a sigh, "So what if I'm the first in the basic realm on the heaven list? It's just because I'm in the main sect that others didn't have a chance to challenge me." Before the heaven list also appeared, even the first in the real martial realm and the first in the spiritual martial realm were beaten down. In the past, Nyingbo still had a lot of confidence. However, after seeing his own talent, to be honest, Nyingbo also suffered a big blow. He couldn't believe it. He was just a mediocre talent. Nyingbo didn't know why others didn't believe in talent. But he didn't care about these things. What really made Nyingbo care? Only his own change. Therefore, he could only be regarded as mediocre on the heaven list. This was a big blow. Fortunately, Nyingbo had a good temperament. He didn't collapse because of this setback. Or else, if it were others, they might have lost their minds and stopped advancing. In the past, you had a lot of confidence and vitality, but now you lack some flavor. Bai Chang looked at him and said calmly, "Is it because of your talent that you're in such a state?" Nyingbo wanted to shake his head and deny it. But looking at Bai Chang's eyes, he finally nodded and admitted, "Yes." Sure enough. Bai Chang understood and then said with disappointment, "You have to understand that talent is nothing. No matter how strong the heaven list is, it's just a Taoist instrument. The only one who really understands oneself is yourself. You only spent less than a year to reach the limit of the basic realm from an ordinary person who didn't touch on cultivation. How can your talent be ordinary? In my opinion, there's a big probability that the heaven list is wrong. Many people on it don't even show their talent. Maybe they can't even be mediocre. That's not necessarily the case. Moreover, talent can't decide everything. Since the sect leader promised you that as long as you can get first place in the competition and reach the real martial arts realm within a year, he will take you as his disciple. This is your chance. So what if your talent is strong? So what if your talent is poor? As long as you can become the sect leader's disciple, you will definitely soar. And since the sect leader is willing to give you this chance, he must have taken a fancy to your talent. Why do you have to doubt yourself? In order to restore Nyingbo's confidence. Bai Chang was just spouting nonsense. He didn't believe these words at all, but in order to make Nyingbo believe, he still pretended to be serious. Nyingbo was deep in thought. He also felt that Bai Chang's words made a lot of sense. Instead of believing in the heaven list, it was better to believe in himself and the sect leader. Since the sect leader was willing to give him a chance to become his disciple when he saw him, there must be a reason for his talent. More importantly, he reached the limit of the basic realm in a short time. If it wasn't for the fact that he suppressed his realm, he might have broken through to the real martial arts realm. There was no reason for his talent to be bad. Of course, Nyingbo also guessed. The reason why his realm improved so fast might be because he hadn't completely refined the efficacy of the marrow cleansing elixir. But this matter, he didn't bother to think about it. Even if his talent was poor, if he could become the sect leader's disciple, with the personal guidance of the second strongest man of the human clan, his achievements in the future would not be worse than those geniuses. After figuring out the key points, Nyingbo's eyes regained their vigor. Immediately, he stood up and bowed deeply to Bai Chang. "Thank you for your guidance, Deacon Bai. You have allowed me to see the moon. If I succeed in the future, I will not forget your kindness. I'm just stating facts. You don't have to take it too seriously," Bai Chang said modestly with a big smile on his face. Then, the two chatted for a while. Nyingbo got up and left. Looking at his back, Bai Chang sighed and said to himself, "I hope you can work hard and really become the sect leader's disciple. Not to mention becoming a celestial being in the future." Even if you become a great practitioner of the god martial arts realm, it will make my life more comfortable. To be honest, he didn't have much confidence in Nyingbo. Although he was comforting him, he was comforting him. But seriously, Bai Chang was not optimistic about it. However, during this period, he had invested a lot in Nyingbo. All kinds of cultivation resources, including the guidance of martial arts, were paid for by himself. If Nyingbo failed, Bai Chang himself would be heartbroken for a long time. So in his view, he still hoped that Nyingbo would work hard and not let him lose everything. Time went by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, as soon as Qin Shujian withdrew from the state of cultivation, Zheng Fang had already come to the door. Sect leader, first elder, why are you free today? Qin Shujian skillfully poured 2 cups of spirit tea, then waved his hand and a cup of spirit tea fell in front of Zheng Fang. He said with a faint smile, "Or, did something happen in the sect that made the first elder unable to make a decision?" Looking at the spirit tea in front of him, Zheng Fang was not careless at all. He picked up the spirit tea and drank it all, allowing the surging spirit energy to explode in his body, and the cultivation method had already begun to operate on its own. A moment later, he let out a sigh of relief. Unknowingly, his cultivation base had increased by another point. This kind of spirit tea is really a rare treasure, Zheng Fang sighed. He also knew that this spirit tea came from Mu Yang. Although he was the first elder, he was not qualified to have a treasure of this level. He could only eat it occasionally when he came to Qin Shujian's place. After digesting the spirit tea, Zheng Fang said with a smile, "Sect leader, did you forget that in about 10 days, it should be the day of the sect competition?" Sect competition, I remember now. There have been too many things during this period of time and I almost forgot. Qin Shujian suddenly realized. If Zheng Fang hadn't mentioned it, he would have really forgotten about the sect grand competition. After all, the sect competition was for Qin Shujian. It was just a small matter. It was nothing more than some disciples fighting. At most, there would be 1 or 2 god martial realm cultivators participating. There might not even be any god martial realm cultivators. The highest level would be some spirit martial realm cultivators fighting. For Qin Shujian. During this period of time, the opponents he had killed were all at least at the 7th level of the celestial being realm. He didn't even take ordinary celestial beings seriously, let alone some spirit martial realm cultivators and even some cultivators below the spirit martial realm. Yes, small cultivators. In Qin Shujian's view, these were all just small cultivators. Even if they were in the god martial realm. In his mind, they were not great cultivators. Zheng Fang said, originally, according to the sect master's intention, the competition was to be held in the main sect. However, we had to first select a portion from the various branches, and then the final competition would be held in the form of the winner. But now that we have the heaven list, I would like to ask the sect leader's opinion. There's no need to go through so much trouble. When the time comes, only the disciples on the heaven list will participate in the competition in the main sect. As for those who are not on the heaven list, they are not qualified to participate in the competition. Qin Shujian said. Being on the heaven list was the best selection, which saved time and effort. Hearing this, Zheng Fang nodded in agreement. Sect leader is right. Then the competition will be held in this way. P.S. Since yesterday, Chijian has been working on anti-piracy. Some of the popular books have been implemented. It should be implemented soon. By then, friends who are still reading pirated books are welcome to download Chijian Reading and find I'm really decent to read the original. Chapter 608. The sect grand competition only took the list on the heaven list. After this news spread out, the competition on the heaven list was even more intense. The heaven list ranking was important. It was even more important to be able to participate in the sect grand competition. Anyone with a discerning eye could see. The sect grand competition was based on the heaven list ranking, so such a competition would definitely be even more intense. Similarly, the competition would definitely be intense and the rewards would definitely be very generous. For those disciples. How could they miss such a good thing? The book collection pavilion. Because there were a lot fewer disciples, there were also a lot fewer people in the main sect's book collection pavilion. Some of the books inside. They also made a copy and distributed it to the various branches. It could be said that, after obtaining these books, the library in the branches was actually not much different from the main sect. If there was a difference, it was probably the problem of the divine connection technique. The divine connection technique. In the hands of any top sect, it was a supreme technique that could determine the foundation of the sect. For Yuan Zhong, the divine connection technique was also equally important. At this stage, there were not many divine connection techniques in the human race. When Yuan Pavilion was established, a large part of the reason why it was so powerful was because of the techniques. The rogue cultivators in the world. Those who went to Yuan Pavilion to register were mostly aiming for the divine connection technique. Even if they had now opened up the other 3 continents, the divine connection technique was still in the hands of those top forces. No matter who it was, they were not easily leaked out. Therefore, Yuan Zhong was also very strict on the path to becoming a diviner. All the divine connection techniques were placed on the 5th floor of the main sect's book collection pavilion. All the branches. They were also not qualified to make a copy. At this moment, the book collection pavilion, which was originally sparsely populated, welcomed a sudden person. On the 4th floor of the book collection pavilion, Wang Taizhu was sitting cross-legged there with his eyes closed. After sensing someone approaching, he also opened his eyes. Elder Shi, why are you free to come to the book collection pavilion today? Are you here to study martial arts? As for Test Jian Feng, Wang Taizhu was also quite familiar with him. Although he didn't meet him much, he had dealt with him a few times. This outer sect elder was very strong. This was Wang Taizhu's biggest impression of Test Jian Feng. Test Jian Feng's expression was cold as he looked at Wang Taizhu and said, I came to the book collection pavilion this time, not for anything else, but for Elder Wang. Me? Wang Taizhu was puzzled. Test Jianfeng said, Elder Wang is ranked first on the spiritual martial ranking list. I want to learn from Elder Wang and verify my knowledge. First place on the spiritual martial ranking is just a random ranking from the sky ranking. Elder Test, why do you care? The heaven list can't be wrong. Xiao Jianfeng shook his head slightly, then cupped his hands and said, Elder Wang, please enlighten me. Hearing this, Wang Taizhu sighed and said, I am under the orders of the sect master to guard the library. Without orders, I am not allowed to leave at will. And there is no suitable place to fight in the library. I think we should forget about it. Test Jian Feng frowned. He had never thought about this problem. All of a sudden, a person appeared between the two and said with a faint smile, as long as there are no problems with the library, Elder Wang can leave at any time. Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Leader. Seeing the person who appeared, Wang Taizhu and Test Jianfeng cupped their hands in greeting. Shortly after, Wang Taizhu had a helpless look on his face. Originally, this excuse was enough to block Test Jianfeng. Now Qin Shujian had appeared. Instead, it caused him to fail. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, since you have entered the heaven list, it is reasonable to be challenged. How can you cultivate behind closed doors? You must know that cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. You are right, sect leader. Wang Taizhu lowered his head and said, Go. Qin Shujian waved his hand and said, Elder Wang wants to challenge you. Don't give him a chance. If you defeat him, at least in the future, he will not harass you. On the contrary, if you are not as powerful as him, it will be difficult to convince the others if you occupy the first place of the spiritual martial list. Sect leader is right. Wang Taizhu felt helpless. Was the first place of the spiritual martial list something he wanted to be? It was an automatic ranking on the heaven list. However, Wang Taizhu also knew the benefits of being the first place of the spiritual martial force. Not to mention other things, just the time he was on the list, his cultivation speed was much faster than before. And he had a feeling in his heart. If he had guessed correctly, This was the benefit of the sect's luck. Since Qin Shujian had already said this, Wang Taizhu had no reason to back down. Then, he looked at the testing sword peak and said, "I wonder where Elder Wang wants to compete." "Elder Wang, you can choose." "No need to choose. Let's compete in the martial arts practice field. Let the disciples of the main sect see what stage the strength of the sect elders are at." Qin Shujian interrupted the conversation between the two. "To compete? Of course, to compete in the martial arts practice field. Or else, it would be meaningless to set up the martial arts practice field." Wang Taizhu had no way of refuting Qin Shujian, who liked to watch a good show. Then, the three of them left the book collection pavilion and headed to the martial arts practice field. At the same time, the news of the testing sword peak challenging Wang Taizhu also spread in the main sect. As for Wang Taizhu, most of the disciples left in the main sect had never heard of this name. Not to mention them. Even many of the elders and deacons in the sect had forgotten this name. There was nothing they could do about it. Since Wang Taizhu became the elder of the book collection pavilion, he had been cultivating silently in the book collection pavilion as if he was invisible. As a result, Wang Taizhu did not show his strength. He did not even have much fame. Compared to the other inner sect elders like Zheng Fang and Niu Feng, his sense of existence was really low. However, what no one had expected was that it was this elder who had no sense of existence that suddenly sat on the throne of the spiritual martial arts list. One must know, there were too many cultivators in the spiritual martial arts realm in the Yuan sect. There were even many experts at the peak of the spiritual martial arts realm. Among these people, there was no lack of experts who could compete with the divine martial arts realm. But even so, he was still ranked below Wang Taizhu. Suddenly, this elder of the book collection pavilion entered everyone's line of sight. However, Wang Taizhu stayed in the book collection pavilion all year round and basically would not take a step out. Even if someone wanted to test the other party's depth, they could not find any opportunity. After all, there were only a few people who were as direct as testing sword peak. It was an open and above-board challenge. If they were not careful, they might provoke him. At this moment, in the martial arts practice field, Qin Shujian was already sitting on the top while testing sword peak and Wang Taizhu were standing below. "Sect leader, can we start?" Wang Taizhu tilted his head and said. Qin Shujian said, "No rush, wait a little longer. Now that they are not here yet, why are we in such a hurry to start?" "Okay." Wang Taizhu could only nod in agreement. Not long after, thus, many elders came forth. Not only that, some disciples who had received the news also rushed over. There were at most 200 people in the main sect. And among these 200 people, not counting those who were cultivating in seclusion, all of them had gathered here. TSK, I haven't seen Elder Wang fight for many years. He really hid his strength well. If it were not for the heaven list, no one would know that Elder Wang was the number one in the spiritual martial arts realm in the Yuan sect. Xu Yuanming stood on the side and looked at Wang Taizhu in the field. His face was full of surprise. To be honest, he had thought that the number one on the spiritual martial arts ranking could be Zheng Fang, Niu Feng, Zheng Hong, or someone else. Only Wang Taizhu, Xu Yuanming had never thought about it. Zheng Fang was not worth mentioning. As the head elder, he had always thought that he had many secrets. Although he rarely fought, but the few times he had fought, his results were very good. He had fought against grand cultivators of the divine martial arts realm. As for Niu Feng, Zheng Hong and the others, they were not weak either. Xu Yuanming asked himself. His strength should be in the top 5 in the spiritual martial arts realm. However, when the heaven list came out, Xu Yuanming almost choked. Number 10 on the spiritual martial arts ranking, he almost fell out of the top 10. Therefore, he also had some resentment towards Wang Taizhu's number 1. Hearing this, Zhong Tianyu shook his head and said, maybe it's because he spent more time cultivating, so he's stronger. Xu Yuanming rolled his eyes at him. After saying this, Zhong Tianyu did not believe it himself. Then, Xu Yuanming said, in Elder Zhong's opinion, who has a higher chance of winning this battle? Elder Wang is number 1 on the spiritual martial arts ranking, and Elder Shi is number 4 on the spiritual martial arts ranking. The difference is not big. Moreover, after the establishment of the Heaven List, it's not like no one has been replaced by the number 1. In my opinion, Elder Shi should have a higher chance of winning. Zhong Tianyu analyzed calmly. After Test Jian Feng re-entered the spiritual martial arts realm, he had stepped into the airborne realm in a short time. He was not far from the illustrious divine realm. Purely in terms of realm, Test Jian Feng was not as good as Wang Taizhu. But when the human clan was fighting with the other clans, Test Jian Feng risked his life to kill a demon clan of the divine martial arts realm. That kind of strength. It was not something that could be measured by realm. Once the 7 kills of gods and demons were used, it was not an easy task to block it. At least, Zhong Tianyu himself was not confident that he could take it. Therefore, although Test Jian Feng was only number 4, if it was a life and death battle, Wang Taizhu might not be his opponent. Hearing this, Xu Yuanming nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it's a life and death battle, no one can beat Elder Shi's strength, except for those guest elders of the divine martial arts realm. Otherwise, no one in the spiritual martial arts realm would be able to stop him. It's just that the competition is not a life and death battle. Some methods may not be suitable. Therefore, in my opinion, Elder Wang has a higher chance of winning. Elder Xu wants to make a bet. Zhong Tianyu said with a faint smile. Xu Yuanming raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "How does Elder Zhong want to bet?" "I have a piece of fiery solar jade in my hand. It's a level 8 material. If it is given to the forging hall, it might be able to make a powerful upper-grade spiritual weapon." Fiery solar jade. Xu Yuanming's expression slightly changed. Soon after, he said with a smile, "All right, then I will make a bet with Elder Zhong. However, I don't have any level 8 materials, but I do have a long saber that is a middle-rank spirit weapon. How about I use this sword to exchange for your fiery solar jade?" "Deal." Zhong Tianyu smiled. Although the fiery solar jade was a level 8 material, it could be made into an upper-grade spiritual weapon. However, a material was still a material. Also, it was not possible to only rely on a piece of fiery solar jade to make an upper-grade spiritual weapon. Most importantly, there was a risk of failure in making a spiritual weapon. In comparison, a mid-grade spiritual weapon for a material that could be made into an upper-grade spiritual weapon had the same value. If Elder Shi wins, the mid-grade spiritual weapon is mine. If Elder Wang wins, the fiery solar jade will be given to you. Okay. Then it's a deal. Zhong Tianyu's smile was also very bright. He felt good that he had received a mid-grade spiritual weapon after coming out to watch for a while. Although he and Wang Taizhu could be considered colleagues. However, to be honest, Zhong Tianyu did not have much confidence in Wang Taizhu's strength. The other party was number 1 on the spiritual martial arts ranking list. However, cultivation did not necessarily represent one's strength. There were many elite warriors that could challenge those of a higher level. In terms of realm, many people in the sect could beat Jian Feng. However, in terms of strength, there were not many that dared to say that they were stronger than Jian Feng. On the contrary, Wang Taizhu only focused on cultivation and did not have much battle experience with elite warriors. As for the little bit of combat experience he had back in the Cold Mountain Stockade, it was completely insignificant now. Then, Xu Yuanming tilted his head and looked at Zheng Fang and Niu Feng. He said with a light smile, "How about it, do you two elders want to play together? I'll bet on Elder Shi to win, 1 mid-grade spiritual weapon." Zheng Fang looked calm as he looked at the two in the field and said slowly, "I'll also bet on Elder Shi to win, 1 mid-grade spiritual weapon." Niu Feng followed up and looked at Xu Yuanming. He said with a light smile, "This way, if Elder Shi wins, Elder Xu will not only lose 1 mid-grade spiritual weapon. Do you think you can catch this plate? It's just a few spiritual weapons, what can't I take?" Xu Yuanming squinted his eyes and smiled. Soon, a small bet was formed. However, among the onlookers, only a few people paid attention to the two of them. Most of them looked at Qin Shujian, who was sitting at the referee's table. In the eyes of the people of the Yuan sect, Qin Shujian was like a god. Many people who joined the sect did not have the chance to see this sect master. Now they had the chance. Naturally, they could not help but look at him. Seeing that everyone had their Dao weapons, Qin Shujian looked at the field and said loudly, "This competition will only determine the winner, not the life and death. If anyone dares to deliberately kill or even seriously injure someone, he will be severely punished." Hearing this, Xu Yuanming's smile was obvious. As for Zhong Tianyu and the others, they looked indifferent. After that, Qin Shujian changed the topic and said, "However, I'll personally act as the judge this time. All of you can feel free to utilize whatever ability you have. There's no need to be too worried." As soon as he said this, Zhong Tianyu and the others smiled brightly. Xu Yuanming's smile stiffened. He had forgotten. This competition was hosted by Qin Shujian. Although they were not allowed to kill or seriously injure someone, with the sect master here, who dared to injure someone in front of him? At that time, it would be no matter how many means they had. Although Xu Yuanming bet on Wang Taizhu to win, the premise was that Test Jianfeng would not use that move that could shock the world. Or else, Wang Taizhu would most likely be defeated. Thinking that he might lose 3 middle-grade spiritual weapons, Xu Yuanming's heart twitched slightly. 3 middle-grade spiritual weapons. It was not a small price to pay. Even with his identity as an inner elder and the benefits from the Sundry Hall, he would feel the pain to take out 3 middle-grade spiritual weapons at once. However, since he had already said it, it was impossible to go back on his words. Now, Xu Yuanming could only pray that Wang Taizhu could do better. No matter what. His opponent was number 1 on the spiritual martial roll, he should have some means. However, thinking that Wang Taizhu did not go out of the library pavilion, he sighed again. But it's hard to say. At this moment, Qin Shujian waved his hand and a defensive formation fell, covering more than half of the martial arts practice field. Everyone within the range of the formation. Except for Wang Taizhu and Test Jianfeng, everyone else was forced out. I've already set up the formation. Even a heavenly being would not be able to break it. Just do whatever you want. After doing all this, Qin Shujian sat comfortably on the judge's seat. In the past few days, he was also a bit bored. Now, among the 4 continents, except for the eastern continent, the other 3 continents were full of undercurrents. Plus, a group of experts had died not long ago. To some clans, it had caused a lot of turmoil. And now he was in the limelight. If he walked out of the human territory, he would definitely attract a lot of attention. Therefore, thus, Qin Shujian stayed in the sect with peace of mind and took the opportunity to rest. But rest was just rest. He would still be bored. Therefore, when Test Jianfeng wanted to challenge Wang Taizhu, he came to join in the fun. Wang Taizhu could be number 1 on the spiritual martial roll. To be honest, not only were the others surprised, even Qin Shujian himself was surprised. He was clear about Test Jianfeng's strength. But Wang Taizhu, Qin Shujian did not know much. When he was at the Cold Mountain Stockade, there was nothing to talk about. His opponent was just a small warrior at the basic realm. Later, after the Yuan sect was established, Wang Taizhu had stayed in the library pavilion and did not come out. After so many years, Qin Shujian did not pay much attention to this elder of the library pavilion. But now it seemed, Wang Taizhu still hid a lot of his strength. Could it be because of the red lotus of purgation? But that can't be right. Although there are not many people who cultivate the red lotus of purgation, there are still a dozen or so. How could Wang Taizhu get the number 1 position? It's good to have a competition. As the sect leader, if I don't know the strength of the people in the sect, I'm not qualified. Qin Shujian was thinking. His line of sight remained on the 2 of them. Without a doubt, Wang Taizhu's cultivation was firmly at the peak of the spiritual martial realm. As for Test Jianfeng, he was at the 6th level of the spiritual martial realm. In terms of cultivation, there was a difference of 4 levels. But Test Gen Feng had destroyed his own cultivation and had a strong foundation. He could almost close the gap. In the field, after the formation was set up, Test Gen Feng said calmly, "Elder Wang, please enlighten me, please." Wang Taizhu slightly cupped his hands and signaled him to make the first move. For this, Test Gen Feng did not decline modestly. He took a step forward and sword chi appeared under his feet. A sword lotus bloomed in the air and the long sword on his back was suddenly unsheathed. Half of the long sword left the scabbard and the accumulated sword chi shot out. Rip! The sword chi cut through the air and caused an ear-piercing sound. Wang Tieju's face suddenly became serious. His normal skin had a faint golden color and 2 rows of shallow footprints were left on the field. Then, he punched out and the air exploded. Boom! A terrifying power swept out like a shockwave, forcibly destroying the sword chi. Immediately after, Wang Taizhu threw out a palm with true essence attached to it. Like an angry King Kong, the heavy aura caused the air to condense. Test Gen Feng's eyes lit up and the long sword was completely unsheathed. The frosty white sword light gave people a bone-chilling feeling under the hot sun. In the next moment, the long sword broke through the air and the sword chi tore the sky and split the earth. Wang Taizhu did not dodge. The palm that was originally made of flesh and blood seemed to have turned into metal and collided with the sword chi. Boom! 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 It was fine if the two did not make a move, but once they made a move, it was earth-shattering. The formation only blocked the leaked power of the two. But it did not include the aura. The onlooking disciples all changed their expressions when they felt the vast aura. "I know Elder Test's strength. I heard that he once killed a great cultivator of the god martial realm. I just didn't expect Elder Wang's strength to be so terrifying. Of course, he has his reasons for being first on the spiritual martial realm. It's worth the trip. We're all in the spiritual martial realm. The gap is too big." Many disciples let out gasps of surprise. Many of them had not really experienced any great battle. Only a very small number of people were able to maintain a calm expression. These people, they were all disciples who had participated in the great battle between the human race and the other races but luckily survived. They had even witnessed the battle between the celestial being and the emperors of the other races. Compared to them, the battle in front of them was only in the spiritual martial realm. No matter how great the battle was, it could not cause too much of a stir in their hearts. On the other side, the faces of Xu Yuanming and the others turned solemn. From the battle until now, both sides were not at a disadvantage. Testing Genfeng was still fine, but when it came to Wang Tieju's words, they all had the same thought in their minds: hidden depth. Thinking of this, Xu Yuanming said with a smile, "Elder Wang is able to be first on the spiritual martial realm. His strength is really amazing. If this continues, Elder Test may not win. This is nothing. Let's talk about it after he can withstand the 7 killings of gods and ghosts." Niu Feng glanced at him and said with a sneer. The battle had just begun and he already thought that he would not lose. Why were they afraid of Test Sword? Was it because of the strength that he had just displayed? Of course, that was impossible. What they were really afraid of was the shocking sword move that could kill a warrior of the god martial realm. Hearing that, Xu Yuanming's smile also faded a little. Indeed, it was too early to talk about winning or losing. Although the battle was fierce, no one had used their true strength. Everything was still to come. Chapter 609. Guiyuan Ancestral Code. On the judge's seat, Qin Shujian saw through Wang Tieju's technique. Guiyuan Ancestral Code. But it was not the current version of the Guiyuan Ancestral Code, but the previous version. That version. There was a complete cultivation method in the sect. Also, from beginning to end, the Guiyuan Ancestral Code had the means of refining the body. The Lingwu chapter was the immortal body of the Wisdom King. The Shunwu chapter was the ancient immortal body. Judging from the Guiyuan Ancestral Code that Wang Taizhu was using, it should be at the immortal body of the Wisdom King. Not only the immortal body of the Wisdom King, he also cultivated another body-refining technique. The divine light of his body is restrained, but his qi and blood are vast. He has great achievements in body refining. Qin Shujian observed carefully and could already see through most of Wang Tieju's trump cards. With his current realm, it was not a problem to see through a spiritual martial force. Originally, Qin Shujian thought that Wang Taizhu might not be a match for Test Jianfeng. But now, it seemed that it was not the case. Test Jianfeng's strength was in his indomitable sword principle. 7 killing gods and ghosts against the stars. It was a murderous sword technique. But if this move didn't work, then Test the sword's greatest reliance would be useless. Exactly so. A sufficiently strong physical body was the nemesis of this sword technique. However, it would depend on how far Wang Taizhu had cultivated. If he only relied on the immortal body of the Wisdom King, it was still not enough. The immortal body of the Wisdom King. It was immortal. Once the body was injured, it could recover in a very short time. But in terms of pure defensive power, it was not as good as many martial arts techniques. In the field, Wang Taizhu opened and closed. His moves were like Vajra subduing demons. Although he was bare-handed, each attack was powerful and heavy. It made people feel like they were facing a mountain range. Compared to it, Test Jianfeng's attacks were also unusually fierce. The messy sword qi. It occupied more than half of the formation area. If it was an ordinary peak spiritual martial force cultivator, it would not be easy to protect himself. But in front of Wang Taizhu, there was no problem at all. Because his main focus was body refinement. In terms of the toughness of his physical body, it had already reached the level of a spiritual weapon. No matter how sharp the sword qi was, it was not an easy task to break through Wang Tieju's defense. On the contrary, although Test Jianfeng's attacks were fierce, his physical defense was weak. If he took Wang Tieju's attack, he might be defeated on the spot. At this moment, Wang Taizhu stood in the center of the field with his feet planted on the ground. Pale golden gang qi spread out from his body. Although the speed of his attack was not fast, he was prepared to intercept the attack. And around him, it was Test Jianfeng's ghostly figure. Sword lotuses bloomed one after another. The cold sword light covered the black sword energy, and a terrifying killing intent spread out. Boom! All of a sudden, the phantom dissipated and turned into a sword energy that slashed down. Wang Taizhu suddenly turned around and struck out with his palm. The powerful force directly shattered the sword aura. Moreover, the attack didn't stop. He rushed towards Test Jianfeng. Bang! The testing sword edge seemed to be unable to withstand this power, and its body suddenly collapsed. In the next moment, the collapsed body turned into dozens of afterimages. Everyone seemed to be Test Jianfeng himself, but also seemed to be different. Wang Tieju's face was serious. With a low roar, the gang qi broke out of his body and turned into a condensed shield, firmly protecting him inside. Immediately after, the terrifying attack had arrived. The crisscrossing sword qi in the sky bombarded down. However, it only made the shield ripple slightly, and there was no sign of it breaking. Subsequently, dozens of afterimages rushed forward. The long sword emitted a cold light, and instantly destroyed the shield. The blade of the sword fell on Wang Tieju's body, and in an instant, dazzling sparks burst out. Ding! Ding! No matter how the long sword slashed, Wang Taizhu did not move. His golden skin seemed to be made of gold, and it had reached an indestructible level. The 7 killing gods and demons against the stars sword technique was divided into 2 parts. In fact, just like this, there were endless afterimages. Although they were afterimages, in fact, the power of each afterimage was not much weaker than the real body. It was not easy to accurately find the real body. Wang Taizhu also knew the ingenuity of this move, and he knew how to deal with it. Attack with defense. This was the most appropriate way to do it. All of a sudden, scratches appeared on the golden skin, and the moment blood splattered, Wang Taizhu instantly attacked one of the afterimages. His physical body was comparable to a spiritual weapon, and it was indestructible. It could break the defense of the physical body. Only the spiritual weapon in Test Gen Feng's hand could. So, at the moment when the defense was broken, Wang Taizhu found the real body of Test Gen Feng. In an instant, the after-image retreated. In the next second, the sword qi in the sky gathered together and turned into a shocking sword. Like a black rainbow piercing the sun, it pierced towards Wang Taizhu. Ha! Wang Taizhu stood upright, and a layer of solid gang qi spread out from his body, turning the 3 feet around him into an absolute domain. At the same time, a shocking sword intent rushed towards his spiritual deity. However, the spiritual spirit in Wang Taizhu's mind sat cross-legged, unshakable like a Buddha. The shocking sword intent rushed over. Instead, the spiritual spirit opened his eyes and let out an earth-shattering roar, break. A simple word. But it resounded throughout the entire main sect. Just as the others' minds were swaying, the black rainbow had already broken the Gangqi shield and accurately fell on Wang Taizhu's body. The long sword entered his body. Wang Taizhu's physical body suddenly tightened, and his muscles firmly clamped the sword like an iron clamp. Then, he completely ignored the injuries on his body and punched Test Gen Feng's shoulder. A terrifying power erupted. Test Gen Feng's shoulder bones were shattered, and his body flew out horizontally. Just as he was flying out, the long sword had already been taken away. A spray of blood. The scene suddenly became silent. Looking at the 2 people in the field, there was a sword wound on Wang Taizhu's chest, and the sword qi was raging, trying to prevent his body from recovering, causing the wound to heal slowly, and blood instantly flowed out of the wound. On the other side, Test Gen Feng's left shoulder blade was broken, and blood dyed half of his sleeve red, causing him to barely hold the sword. Who won? Who lost? For a moment, the disciples watching the battle were all confused. Xu Yuanming took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, "The 2 elders are extremely powerful, and Elder Test's 7 killing moves against the stars is still unparalleled. What a pity." Speaking of this, he turned his head to look at Zhong Tianyu and the others who also looked serious, and said with a chuckle, "Unfortunately, Elder Wang is still slightly better. Elders, you should accept your loss." The others couldn't see it. How could Xu Yuanming not see that Test Gen Feng had already lost? Although the wound on Wang Taizhu's chest was serious, it was not fatal, nor was it enough to make him lose his combat ability. But Test Gen Feng was different. Now, his opponent only had a sword in one hand, and his left shoulder was severely injured, so he couldn't fight anymore. If it was a life-and-death battle, now that Wang Taizhu attacked, Test Gen Feng would definitely not be able to resist. Therefore, Wang Taizhu had won this battle. Number 1 on the spiritual martial ranking list, he lives up to his name. Zheng Fang took out a long spiritual weapon sword from his storage ring, gave it to Xu Yuanming, and then turned to leave. There was no need to watch the battle anymore. As for the strength of the 2, Zheng Fang's mind also fluctuated quite a bit. He couldn't block Test Gen Feng's sword. He couldn't break Wang Taizhu's defense. If it was a life-and-death battle, he would have a great chance of losing. As the head elder, his strength was not as good as the 2 ordinary elders. For Zheng Fang, it was a bit of a blow. But it wasn't a big blow. As for the other side, Niu Feng and Zhong Tianyu also handed over their bets with a depressed face. They didn't expect Wang Taizhu was really that powerful. Its powerful defense had already reached the level of a high-rank spiritual artifact. Or else, how could he block Test Gen Feng's sword? After all, the long sword in his hand was already an upper-grade spiritual weapon. With its sharpness, it could easily kill a cultivator in the spiritual martial realm. Together with that shocking sword, the strength of the attack had reached a level that could make the ordinary divine martial realm change color. But even so, it was still taken by Wang Taizhu. That powerful defensive strength had already reached a level that caused one to feel despair. At the referee's table, Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, "Elder Wang has won this battle. Both of you can go to the alchemy hall to get some healing pills. If there are other disciples who want to challenge the heaven leaderboard, they can do so now." The next thing will be supervised by Elder Shu. Yes, Sect Master. Shu Yuanming was at a loss at first, but he quickly reacted. He knew. He definitely didn't hide the fact that he set up a private bet from the other party. Letting him preside at this time was obviously to punish him. For this, Shu Yuanming could only nod and accept his fate. Soon after, Qin Shujian drifted away. Perhaps it was because the battle between Test Jianfeng and Wang Taizhu made some disciples' blood boil. After Qin Shujian left, suddenly, a disciple walked out and threatened to challenge someone on the heaven list. Not long after, in the martial arts practice field, there was another fierce battle. It was just that this battle wasn't as fierce as before. When the battle was unfolding, Qin Shujian had already returned to his residence. The battle that he presided over just now didn't cause too much waves in his heart. It was just the strength that Wang Taizhu showed. It made Qin Shujian look slightly. There are many books in the library pavilion, as well as the martial arts of various sects. As an elder of the library pavilion, if Wang Taizhu wants to read the martial arts, there are no restrictions. It seems that he didn't waste any time these few years. Qin Shujian was quite satisfied with this matter. He had always wanted to cultivate a strong enough powerhouse in the library pavilion. Now that he saw Wang Taizhu, it gave him some ideas. In the next few days, Qin Shujian didn't move his butt much. Ever since he made a breakthrough in the rules, he would often enter the mother stream of the rules to swim. For ordinary people, entering the mother stream of the rules would consume a lot of spiritual power. If it was maintained for too long, the spiritual power would not be able to support it. Only for heavenly human powerhouses, the combination of spiritual power and physical body, the power of spiritual power was like the power of the physical body. And Qin Shujian's physical strength, it was already comparable to a nirvana powerhouse. Therefore, the power of spiritual power was also incomparably vigorous. In addition to the superposition of the star manifestation body and the nine tribulations immortal body, it allowed his physical strength to recover to a very terrifying level. As a result, Qin Shujian's spiritual power, although not to the point of inexhaustible, it was not an easy thing to exhaust it. In the mother stream of the rules, Qin Shujian was wandering in it. He wanted to find the power rule that he was compatible with, and also take this opportunity to observe the other rules in the mother stream of the rules. The mother stream of the rules seems to have no end, and there are more than thousands of rules contained in it. But among so many rules, there are only 365 rules that are easy to master. Then, what is the reason for the other rules that make it difficult for people to master? Qin Shujian suddenly stopped and looked at one of the rules that was 100 feet wide. This rule. It was similar to the power rule that he was compatible with, but to be honest, it should be bigger than the power rule. In other words, the rule in front of him was stronger than the power rule. Unlike the other rules, the rule in front of him emitted a deathly aura. After Qin Shujian hesitated for a moment, he directly changed direction and went towards this rule. Boom! A powerful force erupted, causing him to crash into the long river of rules. Just as he entered the long river of rules, a sense of loneliness surged in Qin Shujian's heart. Immediately after, it was a boundless deathly stillness that surrounded him. In the next moment, Qin Shujian saw his spiritual power incarnation decaying at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, the spiritual power incarnation had completely withered. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His closed eyes opened, and a deathly aura lingered in them. But soon, the 13,200 star acupoints in his body vibrated at the same time. A vast map of the Milky Way appeared. He forcibly suppressed the deathly stillness of the energy. You went to touch other rules without permission? In his sea of consciousness, Godslayer said in a deep voice. Qin Shujian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His head was still in a splitting pain because of the disappearance of his spiritual power. After a long time, he calmed down, nodded, and said, "When I was wandering in the mother stream of rules, I accidentally saw a rule. Although I broke in to take a look, I didn't expect to die so quickly. Recalling the scene that seemed to have encountered in the long river of rules, Qin Shujian still had lingering fear. He had seen a lot of rule power. But there had never been a rule power that was as terrifying as the long river of rules just now. If such a rule was mastered by someone, then such a person, how terrifying would his strength be? Godslayer said, "There are countless rules in the mother stream of rules. Some of them are very weak, some of them are extremely powerful, and some of them are filled with fatal dangers. If you are not compatible with the power rule, you can still wander in these long rivers of rules at will. But you are compatible with the power rule. Under such circumstances, if you barge into one of the long rivers of rules without permission, you will definitely be seen as a rule invasion by the other long rivers of rules, and there will be a strong counterattack. With your current strength, if you encounter a counterattack by the rules, there is absolutely no possibility of resisting. It is fortunate that I destroyed your spiritual power. If the power of the rules pursues your physical body, you might die on the spot." Pursues the physical body. Qin Shujian thought of the deathly power that was suppressed by the galaxy map just now. If he guessed correctly, it was the power that extended from that rule. It was just that he suppressed it by force. Although that deathly power was not a threat to him, it was not weak at all. If it was placed on other cultivators in the 5th level of the celestial human realm, they would be crippled even if they did not die. Thinking of this, Qin Shujian could not help but ask, "Senior, there are countless rules in the mother stream of rules. Among so many rules, why is it that only 365 rules are the easiest to be compatible with?" He had only just thought of this question. Godslayer did not answer but asked instead, "When you entered the power rule, did you encounter any danger? There was once an expert's phantom that descended and stopped me from moving forward." "That's it," Godslayer said faintly. "Although there are countless rules in the mother stream of rules, no one can be sure how many experts have been born in the world until now. No matter how many rules there are, it is not enough for so many experts to prove their Tao. When a law was validated by too many powerhouses, the obstructive force of that law would be much stronger than other laws. Therefore, if later generations want to prove their Tao through this rule, the difficulty level will be increased by several times. At the beginning of the world, most of the rules could be easily grasped by living beings. However, as time passed, in ancient times, there were only 365 rules left, which were easier for people to grasp. Perhaps there are not as many as 365 rules now. After a few million years, there may only be 100 or so rules left. This possibility is also very high. In addition to these rules, there are some rules that are naturally difficult to control, such as life and death, space-time, and other supreme rules. They are all existences that are difficult to grasp. If you are not careful, you may pay the price with your life. Following Godslayer's explanation, Qin Shujian finally understood what was going on. If that's the case, once someone masters these rules, won't they be very powerful? Yes and no. The god-slaying saber gave an ambiguous answer. Qin Shujian frowned and said, "Senior, what do you mean? I once heard the Emperor of Heaven say that what determines one's strength is not the strength of the rules, but the cultivator himself." Godslayer rummaged through his dusty memories and slowly said, "Any rule can be strong or weak. If you master a strong rule, then the cultivator's strength will indeed be stronger than ordinary people in the beginning. However, the end of all the rules is actually the same. In other words, strictly speaking, no rule is worse than another. When you walk to the extreme, they are all the same. All roads lead to Rome." Qin Shujian thought of a sentence from his previous life. The starting point of mastering the rules is different, but when you walk to the end, then the rules will be on an equal footing. Godslayer said, "You should have seen many long rivers of rules in the mother stream of rules. Some of them are very wide, while others are very narrow." "Indeed." Qin Shujian thought for a moment and replied. Godslayer said, "In fact, the size of the long river of rules is not fixed. Just like the rule of power that you have mastered. Perhaps in your opinion now, the rule of power may not be the strongest rule of sin. However, as long as you grow to an extremely strong level, then your power will feed back the long river of rules. At that time, the rule of power will expand and surpass the other long rivers of rules. So seriously speaking, the strength of a cultivator is not determined by the rules, but the strength of the rules depends on the cultivator. Do you understand now? This junior understand. Qin Shujian addressed the god-slaying saber as a junior, which was one of the rare occasions that he did so. The strength of a cultivator is not determined by the rules. Instead, the strength of the rules depends on the cultivator himself. These things. If Godslayer didn't say it, he would have entered a misunderstanding. At this moment, after hearing the other party's words, he finally understood some things. Subsequently, Qin Shujian closed his eyes and healed. Just now, a strand of divine sense was destroyed by the long river of rules. That strand of divine sense could be considered a permanent loss. Fortunately, it was. He didn't use all of his divine sense's power to enter. Otherwise, when it was destroyed by the long river of rules, he would have completely fallen. It wasn't an easy task to restore a spiritual deity that had been slain. It took a full 3 days. Only then did Qin Shujian restore the spirit deity that had been destroyed. Immediately after, he once again entered the mother stream of rules. In the mother stream of rules, countless long rivers of rules flowed tightly, presenting a peaceful scene. However, Qin Shujian knew. Although the mother stream seemed calm on the surface, there were many hidden dangers within. If one dared to barge into each long river of rules, they would suffer a devastating blow. At this moment, Qin Shujian stood still in the mother stream of rules. He raised his head and looked up. There were still countless long rivers of rules crisscrossing there. He had no idea how long the entire mother stream of rules was, or even how deep it was. Even the part where he was in the mother stream of rules. It was at the bottom of the river. It was near the surface of the river. He didn't have any clue. What is above the rules? Since this place is called the mother stream of rules, it should be similar to a long river. If there is a river surface, then jumping out of the mother stream of rules river surface, can I touch the existence above the rules? Qin Shujian remembered what Godslayer said about above the rules. How to reach above the rules? He didn't know at all. And he was sure that Godslayer definitely didn't know either. In ancient times, even the Emperor of Heaven shouldn't have reached the level above the rules. Or else, he wouldn't have been forced into a corner by the demonic abyss. As a result, above the rules, there were some mysteries. As his thoughts turned, Qin Shujian suddenly changed his direction. He no longer wandered in front, but swam upwards with all his might. And when he swam upwards, he found another problem. That was, the consumption of spiritual power upstream was higher than swimming forward by himself. It was just this consumption. It was still within the range that Qin Shujian could bear. In the mother stream of rules, he could only see a strand of spiritual power swimming desperately towards the river surface like a fish. Along the way, many rivers of rules passed by Qin Shujian. For this, Qin Shujian had to deliberately avoid these rivers of rules to avoid accidentally bumping into them. If that was really the case, perhaps this strand of spiritual power would also be gone. Although it was a strand of spiritual power that entered the mother stream of rules, in fact, this strand of spiritual power still had a close connection with the physical body, so it could continuously draw power from the physical body. He didn't know how long he had been wandering. Qin Shujian didn't see the river surface. With my swimming speed, even if the resistance of the mother stream of rules is great, after such a long time, I'm afraid I've swam the distance of 2 or 3 prefectures. But even so, I still can't see the river surface. The mother stream of rules, it's a bit too vast. Qin Shujian's face turned black. He didn't even know where he was right now. As for the connection with the rules of power, it had reached an extremely weak level. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still in the mother stream of rules, he almost lost his connection with the rules of power. This also explained it indirectly. Qin Shujian was now very far away from where the rules of power were. At this moment, he also stopped swimming. Instead, he observed the changes in his surroundings. Speaking of which, after entering the mother stream of rules for so long, I don't think I've encountered any cultivator's spiritual power. But then again, the mother stream of rules is so vast, there are only a few powerhouses who can enter here. With so many people in the mother stream of rules, it's no different from a drop in the ocean. Qin Shujian looked at the mother stream of rules flowing around him and then retreated from it. He had to retreat. If he really wanted to find where the rules of power were from his current position, it would take too much time. It was better to retreat and then re-enter. Anyway, it was compatible with the rules of power. Every time he entered, he wouldn't be too far away from the rules of power. The next moment, Qin Shujian, who had his eyes closed in the courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes. Senior, how long has it been? 4 days. Millimeter. Qin Shujian nodded. 4 days didn't pass by that long. It was just that in the mother stream of rules, it was difficult to sense the passage of time, so Qin Shujian didn't have much sense of it. Very soon, he closed his eyes again, separated a strand of spiritual power and entered the mother stream of rules. This time, as soon as he entered the mother stream of rules, Qin Shujian noticed the existence of the rules of power. This connection was very strong. It was as if the mother stream of rules was not far away from him. Sure enough, it's better to retreat and then enter again. Qin Shujian smiled and then swam towards the rules of power. But not long after, he stopped. The river in front of him was surging, and a familiar and powerful aura appeared not far away. A familiar aura. Could it be that it's a powerhouse I know, a human or a foreign race? Qin Shujian's expression was uncertain. He didn't expect his luck to be so bad. The mother stream of rules was so big, and he still encountered a cultivator who entered here. Qin Shujian was certain. He noticed the other party's presence, and the other party must have noticed him too. However, the two of them were very far apart. With the mother stream of rules blocking, he couldn't sense much information. At this moment, the aura paused for a moment, then rushed over here. Such confidence. Qin Shujian's expression was slightly cold. The other party had just rushed over so brazenly, it was obvious that he was very confident in his own strength. To this, Qin Shujian wouldn't show any weakness. Bang! The mother stream of rules surged, and the spiritual power incarnation suddenly pushed aside the river and rushed forward. Half an hour later, the auras of both parties were getting closer and closer. Immediately after, a familiar figure appeared in front of Qin Shujian. Ancient Buddha Emperor. Seeing the stone man in front of him, Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows. In fact, when he approached earlier, he had already guessed the identity of the person who came. After all, this was near the rules of power. To be able to appear here, there was a high probability that they were powerhouses who had comprehended the rules of power. Therefore, it wasn't that Qin Shujian didn't think that it might be the ancient Buddha Emperor. But now it seemed that the person who came was indeed the ancient Buddha Emperor. On the other side, the ancient Buddha Emperor also saw Qin Shujian's presence, and he looked surprised. Qin Shujian of the human race. Among the human race, there were two people who left a deep impression on him. One was the human emperor. The other was Qin Shujian. The former caused him to be seriously injured. As for the latter, although they hadn't fought, the title of the second strongest person of the human race, and his dazzling performance on the battlefield were unforgettable for the ancient Buddha Emperor. Very soon, the ancient Buddha Emperor thought of the mysterious powerhouse who had fought with him in the long river of rules. Suddenly, there was a burst of light in his eyes. It's you. It turns out that the mysterious powerhouse who appeared in the long river of rules is you. If it was during normal times, the ancient Buddha Emperor wouldn't dare to be so sure. But at this moment, in the mother stream of rules, that aura that he couldn't forget was already compatible with Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian looked at the ancient Buddha Emperor, and said with a faint smile, "Ancient Buddha Emperor, you're not recuperating in the ancient Buddha secret realm. Why are you wandering in the mother stream of rules? Could it be that your injuries have healed?" He was ridiculed. The ancient Buddha Emperor wasn't angry, and the shock on his face disappeared, and he became calm. "Lord Qin is the same. What surprised Ben Huang is that you are compatible with the power law. Last time in the long river of rules, the one who triggered Benhuang's power imprint should be you. It's me. Qin Shujian admitted frankly. If he hadn't really entered the power law, he would never have met the ancient Buddha emperor. But now, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. The ancient Buddha emperor was strong, but he wasn't weak either. For such a top expert, Qin Shujian had always wanted to fight. Moreover, the ancient Buddha emperor was injured, and it wouldn't be easy for him to recover so quickly. In this way, the ancient Buddha emperor's spirit power was definitely not at its peak. In this situation, Qin Shujian had no reason to be afraid. The ancient Buddha emperor said, "Any law can only have one Tao. Benhuang has been on this path for tens of thousands of years. Why do you want to compete with me for the power law? With your talent, you can choose another path, and you will have more hope of becoming an immortal." Why didn't the ancient Buddha emperor change to another path and give me the power law path? Qin Shujian said calmly. Change the path? That would be a joke. He had already reached this level, who would change the path? Moreover, if he changed the path because of the ancient Buddha emperor's threat, it would be impossible to go far in the other long river of rules in the future. Cowardly people. How could they be qualified to control the rules? So, there was no possibility of agreeing to the ancient Buddha emperor's words. Hearing this, the ancient Buddha emperor seemed to have expected this. He looked at Qin Shujian and said regretfully, "Benhuang really doesn't want to fight with you, but the battle of the rules is the battle of Tao. There is no way to avoid it. Since that's the case, I'll have to kill you first to protect my path." What a coincidence. It just so happens that I also want to experience just how strong the ancient Buddha clan's sovereign is. If I can destroy this wisp of your divine sense, then your injuries should worsen a bit. Qin Shujian looked calm, but there was coldness in his eyes. Suddenly, the scene became solemn. Although the mother stream of rules was flowing, but the murderous aura had already filled the air. The ancient Buddha emperor and Qin Shujian were 100 feet apart. Neither of them made the first move, as if they were waiting for an opportunity. No one knew how long had passed. The two of them suddenly moved. Boom! The mother stream of rules rippled, and the two terrifying bodies collided with each other. There weren't any fancy moves. There were no divine weapons to help. The battle between the two was the purest collision of physical bodies. Every punch, every kick. They were all exerting their ultimate strength. When it came to physical bodies, Qin Shujian cultivated the star manifestation body, which focused on opening 129,600 acupoints. Naturally, the strength of his physical body was terrifying. And the ancient Buddha emperor was a stone man incarnation. The strength of his physical body was also extremely tyrannical. Although in the mother stream of rules, the two did not enter with their real bodies, and only their spirit incarnations were fighting. But as the comprehenders of the rules of strength, in fact, the path that they took was the same. Therefore, the battle between the two. It was more like they met their match. The battle had just started and it had already reached its peak. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power, with the two as the center, spread in all directions. Compared to the vast mother stream of rules, the range of the aftermath could only be said to be insignificant. Not to mention other things, even the aftermath power, when it came into contact with the other long rivers of rules, was quietly annihilated. Boom! After taking the ancient Buddha emperor's punch head-on, Qin Shujian's body was torn apart, and he threw out a punch of his own. Instantly, the ancient Buddha emperor was also forced to retreat. Because he did not enter with his real body. Therefore, the seemingly collapsing physical bodies of the two were actually exhausting the power of their divine thoughts. And the moment these powers were exhausted, they were immediately replenished from the physical body outside. As long as the divine thoughts were not exhausted, the two of them had no possibility of stopping the battle. Because of this battle, it was considered the first battle of the rules. It was a collision of the paths that they took. If they lost this time, it was not to say that they would withdraw from the rules of strength, but at least when they met the other party in the future, their chances of winning would be reduced by 1 point. 1 point was not a lot of chances of winning. But sometimes, 1 point was the difference between success and failure. P.S. I recommend a book picking up a husky. Chapter 610. Boom. Boom. The battle between the two was still ongoing. As the emperor of the ancient Buddha clan, the ancient Buddha emperor's strength had reached the level of a top omnipotent. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, even if the ancient Buddha emperor's combat strength was not as good as the demon emperor, it was similar to the divine emperor. In other words, the other party's combat strength should be above 35,000. His combat power, on the other hand, was 34,100. Seriously speaking, there was a gap between the two, but it was definitely not big. And now they were in the mother stream of laws. Without entering the mother stream of laws, no one could borrow the power of laws. As a result, the battle was between the cultivators themselves. It's said that you're the second strongest person of the human clan and your strength is comparable to the emperor of a clan. Now it seems that I've underestimated you. After destroying Qin Shujian's body, the ancient Buddha emperor did not relax at all. The other party's strength. It made him feel a lot of pressure. Although the ancient Buddha emperor knew that Qin Shujian had killed Kaiju emperor with one slash. However, when the other party killed Kaiju emperor, he used the 8-seal Dao artifact and borrowed the power of Zhu Bing. It was unexpected. It was not hard to accept that Kaiju emperor was killed. So, even after knowing about this matter, the ancient Buddha emperor did not think that Qin Shujian would be his opponent. In the mother stream of laws, he could not borrow the power of any divine weapon. The real confrontation was his own strength. But now, the ancient Buddha emperor had overturned his thoughts. Qin Shujian's strength was very strong. Although there was a gap between them, the gap was not so big that it could not be made up for. From this, it could be seen. The other party's strength had already stepped into the Nirvana realm. If it was in the outside world, Qin Shujian had Zhu Bing's help and the 8-seal Dao artifact in hand. He might not be able to defeat the other party. Thinking of this, the ancient Buddha emperor's heart sank. Originally, the human emperor of the human clan was enough of a headache. Now there was another Qin Shujian. And Qin Shujian's strength had reached the level of a top omnipotent. Once this news spread, the human race could become the #1 force among all the races in the 4 great continents. This was not a joke. Although there were very few human mighty figures. However, what truly determined the strength and status of a race was not the number of powerful beings, but the most powerful beings who were above the powerful beings. Why were the demons so strong? Why were the gods so strong? Why were these races able to run amok in a continent? There was almost no power that could fight against them alone. As for the reason, that was because the demon emperor and godly emperor's battle prowess was exceedingly high. Relying on themselves, it was enough to suppress a race and a continent. The strength of the human sovereign realm was already ridiculously strong. Now, with the addition of Qin Shujian, the strength of the human clan was even stronger. However, what the ancient Buddha emperor really cared about was not how strong the human race was, but how strong Qin Shujian was. The stronger the opponent was, in the future, it would be even more troublesome to fight for the power of the precepts. At this moment, the ancient Buddha emperor was already regretting his decision. He regretted not killing Qin Shujian the first time he met him. At that time, Qin Shujian was strong. But it was definitely not at this level. Or else, at the beginning, he would not be suppressed by the high priest of the god race. Boom. Boom. The two fought fiercely. Qin Shujian laughed arrogantly. The ancient Buddha emperor's strength is only SOSO. If you can only exert this level, I think you are not qualified enough to make me give up the strength rule. As long as I am here, you will not have the chance to achieve the Tao. If you are willing to change your Tao, I may let you go. If you insist on following the strength rule, you are digging your own grave. As he spoke, his attacks did not stop. Qin Shujian was now basically certain that the ancient Buddha emperor's combat strength was at most about 37,000 to 38,000. This gap was not big. After all, Both of them were now in units of 10,000. 3 to 4,000 combat strength was still a range that could be compensated. If it was in the case of thousands of units, then, a difference of 3 to 4,000 combat strength was almost double the difference. If they met, they could only wait for death. However, in the outside world, the ancient Buddha Emperor could still borrow the strength rule, and the other party's comprehension of the rule was much deeper than his. In this way, this gap in combat strength would be widened by a lot. If I rely on Zhu Bing, I don't know if I can shorten this gap. But with my current strength, after one slash, I don't have much vital essence left. I may not be able to defeat the ancient Buddha Emperor. But if I use the heaven list together, the probability is still very high. While fighting, Qin Shujian secretly calculated the gap in strength between the two sides. After getting the result, he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. There was a gap. But the gap was not big. In other words, if he really met the ancient Buddha Emperor, the other party could not do anything to him. On the contrary, if the ancient Buddha Emperor did not pay attention, he might be killed by him. He had a plan in mind. Qin Shujian was more confident. Facing the ancient Buddha Emperor, he was even more unbridled and mocking. However, the ancient Buddha Emperor was the emperor of the ancient Buddha clan. He had been famous for no less than 10,000 years. How could he be angry over such a small matter? No matter how Qin Shujian mocked him, his face was as calm as ever. Your strength is indeed not bad, but Ben Huang comprehended the rules of strength 10,000 years earlier than you. You will have a chance to stop me. You are destined to lose this battle. After 10,000 years, you still haven't mastered the rules of strength. You are indeed trash. If it were me, I would be embarrassed to say this. I didn't expect that I would feel proud of you. Qin Shujian sneered and mocked him mercilessly. Do you know how long I have comprehended the rules of strength? It hasn't even been a year. What face do you have to compete with me? Impossible. The ancient Buddha Emperor's face changed, and he shouted in a deep voice. 1 year's time, it was absolutely impossible to comprehend the rules of strength to the extent of triggering his imprint. After hearing this sentence, the ancient Buddha Emperor's first reaction was that Qin Shujian was fooling him. Hearing this, Qin Shujian sneered and said, "You really don't know whether it is possible or not, or you can't see my age. To be honest, if you give me 10,000 years, I would have become a true immortal. Maybe I would have reached the end of the 9th level of immortal. In the end, you spent 10,000 years and didn't even reach the immortal realm. You didn't even touch the threshold of Tao. It really disappointed me. Originally, I thought of you as an opponent, but now it seems that I thought too much. A trash like you doesn't have the qualifications to be my opponent. Ancient Buddha Emperor, if I were you, I would obediently withdraw from the rules of strength now, so as not to let these rules of strength be tarnished, or even close the ancient Buddha secret realm. If I don't become an immortal, I would be embarrassed to come out." Every word Qin Shujian said was like a knife, stabbing the ancient Buddha Emperor's heart. If it was something else, it was not enough to shake the emperor's mind. But Qin Shujian's achievements in the rules of strength made the ancient Buddha Emperor feel crushed. At the same time, he also felt a huge threat. If Qin Shujian was not wrong, then with the other party's talent, wouldn't it not take long for him to surpass him and touch the threshold of Tao first? It was really like this. No matter what, the ancient Buddha Emperor could not accept this fact. His mind was distracted. The ancient Buddha Emperor's attack also showed a slight flaw. Suddenly, Qin Shujian found the opportunity to take a few punches in succession, causing his physical body to explode 3 or 4 times. Soon, the ancient Buddha Emperor reacted. "Ben Huang, seeing that you have already turned into a demon, why don't you come to my ancient Buddha secret realm to cultivate for a period of time and purify the demon in your heart?" After saying this, he had already brazenly counterattacked. His mind calmed down again. But in the ancient Buddha Emperor's heart, there was already a great desire to kill Qin Shujian. Such a threat. He had to find a chance to eradicate it. Seeing this, Qin Shujian felt a sense of regret. He still wanted to take advantage of the ancient Buddha Emperor's chaotic state of mind to kill the other party in one blow. From the battle until now, everyone had consumed a lot of energy. In this case, if the ancient Buddha Emperor's divine consciousness was killed, it would definitely cause the other party to be severely injured. Combined with the previous injuries, the ancient Buddha Emperor would need to cultivate for at least a few months. It was also at this time the ancient Buddha Emperor's face suddenly changed, and he did not know why, but he stopped his attack. Seeing this opportunity, Qin Shujian did not have time to think too much and immediately launched an attack. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power poured out, and the ancient Buddha Emperor fell into a passive situation. The mother stream of rules surged. Vast aftershocks spread out. Every punch caused his body to shatter. But the power that was constantly gathering from afar repaired the collapsed physical body at an extremely fast speed. The storm-like attacks. The ancient Buddha Emperor directly fell into a state of confusion. Qin Shujian, Benhuang will remember you, and I will definitely kill you in the future. In the end, the ancient Buddha Emperor did not fight back. He just looked at him coldly, and his body collapsed on its own. At the same time, the fist fell, but Qin Shujian hit empty air. He ran away. Looking at the ancient Buddha Emperor who retreated on his own, his face was also shocked. Qin Shujian did not expect this. The ancient Buddha Emperor would run away at this time. Could it be that he knows that he can't beat me, so he simply ran away shamelessly? In Qin Shujian's mind, there was a sudden thought. But very soon, he banished this unrealistic conjecture from his mind. The idea was quite good. But the reality was often cruel. After fighting for so long, to be honest, Qin Shujian still knew that he was at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he would not use words to disturb the ancient Buddha Emperor, and then take this opportunity to pull back some of the disadvantages. In this situation, the ancient Buddha Emperor had no possibility of escaping. Very soon, Qin Shujian thought of something. Could it be that something happened in the ancient Buddha secret realm that forced the ancient Buddha Emperor to run away? This was possible. This was the only explanation. But what Qin Shujian did not understand was which clan attacked the ancient Buddha secret realm and forced the ancient Buddha Emperor to retreat. One had to know. Although the ancient Buddha clan was not as powerful as the monster clan, the divine clan and other top clans, it was not much worse. Looking at the current situation of the human clan walking out of the eastern continent. Other forces that had the confidence to provoke the ancient Buddha clan would not choose to do so at this time. Suddenly, Qin Shujian stood in the mother stream of the rule and fell into deep thought. Not long after, he also retreated from here. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian opened his eyes, and an unprecedented weakness welled up in his heart. When he looked inside his body again, out of the 13,200 star acupoints, more than half of them had already dimmed. This was a sign of energy consumption. Kid, what happened to you inside? Why is your energy consumption so serious? Sensing Qin Shujian's return, Godslayer asked with concern. He had to be concerned. In his opinion, the other party was the only hope for the human clan. As the Zhu Bing of the human clan, he still had to show some concern and greeting to this hope. Let Qin Shujian feel, well, as warm as the spring breeze. Facing Godslayer's question, Qin Shujian did not answer immediately, but asked back, how long did it take for me to enter the mother stream of the rule to come out? It's been 10 days. 10 days. Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. It had been 10 days. In other words, he and the ancient Buddha Emperor had been fighting in the mother stream of the rule for 10 whole days. No wonder his energy consumption was so high. It was just that in the mother stream of the rule, he could not feel the passage of time at all. No wonder his energy consumption had reached such a serious point. If the ancient Buddha Emperor did not escape, if he delayed for another 10 days to half a month, he would be the first to be unable to hold on and lose. Soon, Qin Shujian realized another thing. That was, he had been in the mother stream of the rule for half a month. If that was the case, the sect grand competition seemed to have begun. No. It was about to end. Qin Shujian spread out his spiritual sense and found that there were indeed many more disciples in the main sect. The martial arts practice field was also divided into different areas where disciples were competing in pairs. So it's not over yet. Qin Shujian was slightly surprised. But after thinking about it, it made sense. The higher one's cultivation was, the more time it would take to finish a battle. Hundreds of disciples fighting. Even if one battle only took 1 or 2 hours, and considering that the area was divided into 4 areas. But if one really calculated, it would take many days for the competition to be completed. Not to mention, there was still the process of advancing and repeating the competition. In this way, things could be explained. Qin Shujian said, "How many days has it been since the sect grand competition started?" He was asking about Godslayer. Although the other party stayed in his sea of consciousness, it was almost impossible for Yuan Zhong to hide this matter from Zhu Bing. It's been 2 days, a group of true spiritual martial artists fighting there. It's quite boring. Godslayer said unhappily. In his opinion, such a competition was useless. True spiritual martial artists. He could crush thousands or tens of thousands of such small cultivators with a single hand. So what if they won first place? They would still be ants. Godslayer said, "In my opinion, there's no need for you to set up this sect grand competition. Any cultivator who hasn't reached the celestial being realm has no value in nurturing. It's better to let them cultivate on their own. When they break through to the celestial being realm, then nurture them and pick a few suitable seedlings. Otherwise, you can focus on nurturing those with average talent and above. As for those who are not even average, you can give up. Senior, times have changed," Qin Shujian said with a heavy heart. "The ancient times have already passed. It's been millions of years since then. Celestial beings were common in the ancient times, but now the human race is weak and celestial beings are the top. These cultivators that you don't care about are the backbone of the human race. Each of these cultivators may become the pillars of the human race in the future. How can you give them up so easily? Moreover, the spiritual qi in the ancient times was rich. The human race was born as a true martial artist. Now that the spiritual qi is scarce, the human race is just an ordinary person. They only start cultivating from the basic martial artist and then the true martial artist. It's already not easy for them to reach this stage at this age. Even if they can't become celestial beings in the future, it's not bad if they can break through to the divine martial realm. Moreover, as you said, talent doesn't decide everything. Even if these people don't even have average talent, it doesn't mean they don't have a chance to break through to the celestial being realm. Even if the probability is small, it's still there. When these people break through to the celestial being realm, their talent will also change. Talent is a congenital factor that determines a cultivator, but what really determines how far a cultivator can go is still the cultivator himself. It's not like there aren't people who can change their talent with the power of heaven in the future. Qin Shujian realized. Godslayer often lived in the dream of the ancient times. As the new inheritor of this ancestral armament, he was the new inheritor of this ancestral armament. He had the obligation to wake the other party up. The ancient times were dead. What was the use of staying here and reminiscing about the glory of the past? Could reminiscing about the ancient times make the human race stronger? It couldn't. Remembering the glory of the past could spur the human race to move forward. But being completely immersed in the glory of the past would only make people lose the motivation to move forward. Although Zhu Bing didn't seem to have anything to move forward. But some things still had to be said. After 1,000,000 years, he was educated for the first time. Godslayer was also silent for a long time. After a while, he sighed and said, "You're right. Talent can't decide everything. But I still say the same thing. If you don't become a celestial being, you can't change anything. I naturally know this. In fact, the sect competition is not only to test their cultivation progress, but also to pick out a few suitable seedlings and focus on nurturing them." Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. How could he not know what the god-slaying saber meant? But how could a celestial being be achieved? The human race was so big. At most, there were only a few celestial beings. In the past, there were hundreds of millions of cultivators in the cultivation world, but there were only a dozen celestial beings. Such a probability was really too low. Of course, there were sects that controlled the God-connecting cultivation methods, causing many people to have no way forward. But it couldn't be denied that it was difficult to break through to the celestial being realm. As for letting these people break through to the celestial being realm on their own, they would focus on nurturing them in the future. Qin Shujian was worried that he might not be able to see it until the day he died. Although he was having a good time scolding Godslayer earlier. But regarding the talent of these disciples, Qin Shujian was also worried. Immediately after, Godslayer didn't say much on this topic and directly asked, "You still haven't told me what happened after you entered the mother stream for so long." "I met the ancient Buddha Emperor." Qin Shujian didn't hide it. Godslayer was surprised. "The ancient Buddha Emperor, you two fought? If we didn't fight, why would I not come out for so long? He also walked the law of strength, and I also walked the law of strength. It's inevitable that we would meet and fight. You won." "Of course. If I didn't win, how could I be in my current state?" Qin Shujian smiled proudly. In his thought see. Godslayer coldly replied, "With your strength, you shouldn't be a match for the ancient Buddha Emperor. How did you win? Senior doesn't trust me that much." Qin Shujian's expression was dark. "What did he mean? You didn't even see it, and you dare to conclude that I'm not a match for him?" The god-slaughtering saber said indifferently, "Do not doubt the insight of an ancestral armament. I have existed for countless years. The amount of things I know is much more than you can imagine. Although you've reached the Nirvana realm, the ancient Buddha Emperor has obviously gone further in the Nirvana realm. Although his strength hasn't touched the threshold of immortal ascension, it's almost there. With your strength, without Zhu Bing, it's difficult to win against the ancient Buddha Emperor." Qin Shujian really wanted to prove to Godslayer that he could beat the ancient Buddha Emperor. But he only thought about it. He gave up on the idea. Yes. Without Godslayer, he really wasn't a match for the ancient Buddha Emperor. "We haven't fought to the end, and I'm not sure if I'm a match for the ancient Buddha Emperor." Qin Shujian didn't admit too much. Instead, he sneered. "But it's true that the ancient Buddha Emperor escaped. Something must have happened in the ancient Buddha secret realm, so he suddenly escaped. If there's a chance, think of a way to kill the ancient Buddha Emperor. Otherwise, he'll be an obstacle to your path of enlightenment." "Senior, what do you mean? The ancient Buddha Emperor's comprehension of the rules of strength is above yours. If you want to surpass him in the rules of strength, you'll definitely encounter his obstruction. If it's a competition of rules of strength, you're not necessarily a match for him. But in reality, you have Zhu Bing, so you have a chance to kill him." Godslayer explained. "And I'm basically sure that as long as you kill the ancient Buddha Emperor, there shouldn't be any obstacles to your path of enlightenment in the future. Because the ancient Buddha Emperor also walks the path of the rules of strength. With his strength, if he notices that someone is snatching his path, he'll definitely eliminate the threat. There shouldn't be anyone in the 3 major continents who can stop him. If there are people who walk the rules of strength and haven't been killed, then there's a high probability that they won't be a threat. It can be said that the ancient Buddha Emperor has already cleared the path for you. You just need to get rid of the ancient Buddha Emperor, and there won't be any obstacles to your path of enlightenment. And the ancient Buddha Emperor knows of your existence and will definitely find a chance to kill you. He's your obstacle, and you're his obstacle. Even if you don't kill him, he'll find trouble with you sooner or later." In the end, Godslayer added one more sentence. But he didn't emphasize it too much. Because Godslayer knew Qin Shujian's character. He was the kind of person who was ruthless and merciless. After understanding the threat of the ancient Buddha Emperor, even if he didn't say anything, he might find a way to kill the other party. For such a person, the god-slaying saber was someone he admired. In this era, the human race didn't need a powerhouse who cared about the world. What they needed was someone like Qin Shujian, ruthless and merciless executioners who showed no mercy to other races. Only by killing the other races would they be afraid. killing until they didn't dare to have any thoughts. Only then could they really help the human race open up a place for survival. Qin Shujian nodded and said, "Senior, don't worry. Next time, if there's a chance, I'll kill the ancient Buddha Emperor." He didn't say anything about winning or losing in the rules. There was no need for that. As long as he killed the ancient Buddha Emperor in reality, everything would save time and effort. There was no need to compete in the rules. If there was someone who wanted to snatch the path from him, that was the same. He'd just kill him. If he couldn't win in the rules, then he'd take action in reality. With Zhu Bing in hand. With his own strength, Qin Shujian felt that other than the Demon Emperor and a few other powerhouses, he should be able to kill the other powerhouses. So even if Godslayer didn't say anything, Qin Shujian was determined to kill the ancient Buddha Emperor. After the conversation, Qin Shujian got up and walked outside. At this time, he also didn't have the intention to re-enter the mother stream. There was no other reason. The consumption was too great. During this time, Qin Shujian needed to rest and recuperate. When he was fully recovered, it would be the time to enter again. This time, he encountered the ancient Buddha Emperor. It also made Qin Shujian understand that in the mother stream, even if he didn't trespass into other rivers of laws, he might not be 100% safe. Because in the mother stream, there was also the possibility of encountering other cultivators. Although the probability was very small, it was still possible. Now that the sect's grand competition was in progress, Qin Shujian could go and take a look. In the martial arts practice field, the huge field was divided into 4 rings. 1 ring was for the basic realm. 1 ring was for the real martial realm. 2 rings were for the spirit martial realm. The reason for this division was because the cultivators of the spirit martial realm fought for a longer time and there were quite a number of people. So they simply used 2 rings. As for the god martial realm, there was no ginseng competition at all. After all, the sect's grand competition came and went, and there were only a few guest elders. There wasn't a single extra disciple, so the competition was meaningless. But these elders didn't compete. But they all came to observe, and in their hearts, they also had the idea of choosing a few suitable disciples. That disciple is Nyingbo, the first on the martial arts list. His strength is really not bad, and his foundation is also very solid. Although his talent is average, in my opinion, his future achievements will not be low. Xiong Haogan said with a smile. Beside him was Gong Mingze, who had a strange expression on his face. He really wanted to say, Nyingbo should have been his disciple, but he was intercepted by Qin Shujian midway. But Gong Mingze only thought about it in his heart, and did not dare to say it out loud. Who knew if these words would reach Qin Shujian's ears? For that level of expert, Gong Mingze still had a lot of vigilance. So, Gong Mingze's words had already turned into another way of saying, of course, Nyingbo was brought to the sect by me in the past. At that time, I had already seen that he was extraordinary. Although the Heaven List's talent is average, cultivators are not bound by talent. With his strong foundation, his future achievements will definitely not be low. So this person was brought here by Elder Gong. Xiong Haogan's face was full of surprise. He had heard about Nyingbo. After all, when he entered the sect, there was a rumor that Qin Shujian wanted to take him as a disciple. Some news. And it also reached Xiong Haogan's ears. But it was the first time he heard about Gong Mingze's relationship with him. At this moment, the other elders were also chatting with their close friends, and gave a certain evaluation of the many disciples below. Those who were qualified to sit on the judges' table. They were at least experts at the peak of the spiritual martial force. Those who were below this level were not qualified to sit there. Because among the disciples below, there were many in the spiritual martial force. If they did not have the strength to suppress the disciples, how could they be qualified to be judges? Suddenly, a person flew in the air. Immediately, all the elders on the judges' table stood up at the same time, and immediately bowed and said, "Welcome, sect leader. Rise." "Thank you, sect leader," all the elders said in unison. Zheng Fang, who was sitting on the main seat, had already left his seat, and said, "Sect leader is here, please take a seat." "Okay." Qin Shujian did not decline and directly sat down on the main seat. As for Zheng Fang, he sat next to Qin Shujian. When the two sat down, only then did the other elders who were still standing return to their seats. Zheng Fang said, "Sect leader, how come you have time to come today? As the sect leader, how can I not come to the sect disciple competition? Just let me see how much progress these disciples have made over the years." Qin Shujian said with a faint smile. Hearing that, Zheng Fang was relieved. When Qin Shujian arrived, most of the disciples who were watching the competition focused their attention on him. Even the disciples who were competing seemed to be a bit more aggressive, wanting to show off in front of the sect leader. It could be said that, with the appearance of Qin Shujian, even if he did not say anything, the atmosphere was stirred up. North Continent. In the territory of the ancient Buddha clan, the crimson cloud covered the sky of the ancient Buddha clan's territory within 100,000 miles. The entire ancient Buddha clan's territory was in a state of massacre. Even the crimson cloud seeped into the ancient Buddha secret realm. Boundless slaughter. It was happening all the time. In the face of such an attack, the experts of the ancient Buddha clan also took action. However, in the crimson cloud, there were also a few experts who appeared. Each of their strength had reached the almighty level, and they were fighting fiercely with the experts of the ancient Buddha clan. "I said I would be back. You can't escape." The evil voice in his ear made Shi Jing's face turn ugly. He could tell that it was Sai Hanhai's voice. The other party had attacked the ancient Buddha clan previously. He had fought with Sai Hanhai and was trapped in the crimson cloud. If it were not for the ancient Buddha emperor, he might have been defeated and killed. Shi Jing originally thought that Sai Hanhai would not dare to attack the ancient Buddha clan for a while after being scared away by the ancient Buddha emperor. In the end, only a few months had passed. Sai Hanhai came to the ancient Buddha clan to cause trouble again. Compared to the previous time, Sai Hanhai's strength had become even more terrifying. Not only that, Sai Hanhai had used some unknown method to subdue a few almighty experts and brought them to attack the ancient Buddha clan. Kill. Shi Jing did not dare to hesitate and immediately attacked Sai Hanhai. Whatever he said now was fake. Only by killing Sai Hanhai could he resolve the crisis in front of him. Just as Shi Jing attacked, another ancient Buddha almighty also attacked at the same time. The two almighty experts attacked from the front and back. Sai Hanhai was instantly in danger. "Are you bullying me with numbers? The ancient Buddha clan is such a hypocrite," Sai Hanhai said with a smile that was neither a smile nor a cry. Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying attack had already bombarded. Boom! The void shattered. Sai Hanhai's body suddenly exploded and turned into a bloody mist that scattered all over the sky. "He's dead." Shi Jing's face was solemn. Although Sai Hanhai did not even have a corpse left, he did not dare to let his guard down. After all, this person was too strange. What if he had a backup plan? It was something that could happen. Just then, the bloody mist fell and quietly attached to their bodies. Not good. Shi Jing's face changed drastically. Without thinking, he activated his true origin to resist. Then, just as his true origin emerged, it was immediately eroded by the bloody mist. In just a few breaths, Shi Jing felt an evil force corroding more than half of his physical body. Even the other ancient Buddha mighty figure was the same. "He, the ancient Buddha clan is miserable. Why don't you merge with me? Don't resist. It's useless. He. A cold and evil voice appeared out of nowhere and directly appeared in their minds. At the same time, the murderous intent that was hidden in their hearts was also triggered by the voice. Suddenly, Shi Jing and the other ancient Buddha Almighty's eyes turned red. But very soon, the red disappeared and their eyes regained their original color. However, not long after, it was taken over by the red color again. From afar, Shi Jing and the other ancient Buddha Almighty stood still in the void. No one knew what they were doing, but only they knew how dangerous their situation was. Half an hour passed. Shi Jing and the other ancient Buddha Almighty finally could not take it anymore. The divine light in their eyes gradually disappeared. Their originally petrified skin. Now, it was completely soaked in blood. Then, as if it was weathered, it drifted in the void. Rumble. 2 Almighties fell and the ancient Buddha secret realm shook. In the ancient Buddha hall, a shocking aura burst out. The surging anger made the entire ancient Buddha secret realm tremble. Even the living beings in the ancient Buddha territory felt boundless pressure, waking them up instantly. You should die for messing with the ancient Buddha clan. A cold voice was heard. A palm shattered the void and directly pinched an Almighty who was fighting with an ancient Buddha Almighty. In the next second, the Almighty exploded and his body and soul were destroyed. Then, a stone man stepped out from the ancient Buddha mystic realm and struck out with his palm again, shattering another Almighty into pieces. His divine soul was destroyed as well. Ancient Buddha Emperor. Sai-Han-Hai looked at the stone man and smiled evilly. Then, he tore open the void and escaped without looking back. The moment he escaped, the blood cloud dissipated. The remaining 2 Almighties also fled as if they had a tacit understanding. Trying to escape. Humph. The ancient Buddha Emperor was filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and a terrifying power suppressed the void. The 2 Almighties were imprisoned. Then, he slapped out and the 2 Almighties died instantly. Next, the ancient Buddha Emperor tore open the void and chased after Sai-Han-Hai. He let him escape last time. This time, he wanted to eliminate all future troubles. Half a day later, the ancient Buddha Emperor tore open the void and returned to the ancient Buddha secret realm with a gloomy face. After returning to the ancient Buddha secret realm, the ancient Buddha Emperor issued another order. As long as there were experts from all races who could kill Sai-Han-Hai, the ancient Buddha secret realm would give 3 drops of Nirvana realm experts' blood essence. When this news came out, the 3 continents were shocked. P.S. Support the original, Chidian Chinese networks. I am upright. Chapter 611. The Ancient Buddha Mystic Realm. The ancient Buddha Emperor was furious. If Sai-Han-Hai hadn't escaped fast enough, he would have dismembered him at all costs. The last time the other party attacked the ancient Buddha clan, it wasn't easy to kill a mighty figure. How long had it been? A few months. Sai-Han-Hai was already able to kill 2 mighty figures, and he had subdued 4 mighty figures through some unknown method. Such potential for improvement. The ancient Buddha Emperor was furious, but he was also a little shocked. If he was really so strong, in that case, in another year's time, would the other party not become a ruler? Give him another 2 or 3 years. Would he become a Nirvana realm powerhouse? Are all humans so monstrous? In ancient times, when the human race was at its peak, there weren't so many monsters, not to mention now that the human race is at its weakest. Could it be that the human race is really going to rise? The ancient Buddha Emperor muttered to himself. He thought of Qin Shujian in the Mother Stream. He also thought of the human emperor. He also thought of the current Sai-Han-Hai. No. There was also Marquis Baiyun. After all, Marquis Baiyun's strength was also very strong. He was also a mighty figure, but he was able to fight against more than a dozen mighty figures and kill half of them. Such strength was also shocking. As for Sai-Han-Hai, he had established himself as a demon and left the human race. But in the ancient Buddha Emperor's eyes, he was still a human and not a demon. He didn't know before, but after calculating, he was shocked. It turned out that unknowingly, the human race already had 4 monstrous powerhouses. The human emperor was still okay. Although the other party hid it very well, the ancient Buddha Emperor still felt the aura of old age from him. Yes. The human emperor was old. The other party was already old. If he couldn't break through, he wouldn't have many years to live. With the growth speed of the human race, to reach such terrifying strength at such an age, although it was a little shocking, it was still barely understandable. But the ancient Buddha Emperor didn't feel the slightest bit of old age from Qin Shujian and the other 2. And it seemed to be surging with vitality. They didn't seem old. Such powerhouses were even more threatening. All of a sudden, the ancient Buddha emperor's mind shook, and pale golden blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. In the main hall, many ancient Buddha powerhouses' expressions changed. Your Majesty, what happened? The ancient Buddha emperor was injured. How did he get hurt? These ancient Buddhas instantly thought of Sai Hanhai. The ancient Buddha emperor had gone to chase after the other party and then returned. Only now did he vomit blood. Didn't that mean the ancient Buddha emperor was actually injured by Sai Hanhai? He thought of this possibility. The ancient Buddha clan expert's expression changed again. To be able to injure the ancient Buddha emperor, Sai Hanhai's strength was too terrifying. Such an expert. If they attacked the ancient Buddha mystic realm every day, no one would be able to endure it. He understood the concerns of these people. The ancient Buddha emperor wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said faintly, "Don't worry, it's just that something happened in the mother stream. If it weren't for the fall of Shijing and the others, I wouldn't have forced myself out. During this period of time, the ancient Buddha clan's forces will be concentrated in the ancient Buddha secret territory. As for your main mission, it is to find Sai Hanhai for Ben Huang. Even if you can't kill him, at least Ben Huang needs to know his whereabouts. This time, 2 elders have fallen in his hands. If we don't take revenge, the other forces will inevitably look down on our ancient Buddha clan." Originally, the ancient Buddha emperor did not want to explain. But looking at the situation now, if he did not explain, the ancient Buddha clan's almighties would probably be scared out of their wits by Sai Hanhai. Although the other party's methods were strange, when it came to strength, Sai Hanhai was still far from it. If the other party had not escaped fast enough, the ancient Buddha emperor was confident that killing him would not be much harder than killing the other almighties. In front of the top immortals, ordinary almighties could not be killed with a wave of the hand, but they were close. After all, a combat power of tens of thousands. Compared to a combat power of 30 to 40,000, the difference was huge. "Yes, my emperor." The ancient Buddha clan experts bowed and accepted the order. After that, the ancient Buddha emperor waved his hand and dismissed these people. "Wait, my emperor, is there anything else? Don't split up. Sai Hanhai's strength is a little unusual. You guys should work together to avoid being defeated one by one." Yes. Only then did the ancient Buddha clan experts completely leave. On the lotus platform, the ancient Buddha emperor felt helpless. Since when would the ancient Buddha clan be forced to such an extent by an almighty? If Ban Huang's injuries had not healed, what can an almighty do? The ancient Buddha emperor's killing intent surged. The last time he attacked, he was still in a severely injured state. That was why Sai Hanhai escaped. This time, he attacked. It was also under the premise of a huge loss. The Battle of the Rule Mother Stream. Qin Shujian had consumed a lot of energy. He had also consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, his divine telekinesis was also damaged. It could be said that the ancient Buddha emperor was not in his best condition when he attacked Sai Hanhai twice. Or else, he was confident that he could kill the other party. But now, the ancient Buddha emperor could not attack again. The injury that the human emperor gave him had not healed. Now, he was injured again by Qin Shujian. The two overlapped. It caused the ancient Buddha emperor to be seriously injured again. For now, let's recover from the injury first. We'll talk about other things later. Sai Hanhai is not a big problem. No matter how monstrous a figure was in the ancient times, no one could advance from the 7th level of the sky human realm to the nirvana realm in just 1 or 2 years. His current increase in strength should be due to some secret technique. It will definitely not last long. After the anger, the ancient Buddha emperor calmed down. He looked at it twice. Although Sai Hanhai's strength had changed a lot. But there were rules in the world. How could anyone break the rules of the rules? No matter how strong Sai Hanhai was. Cultivation also had to be done gradually. To reach the level of threatening an almighty in a short time, it was still far from enough. Therefore, the one that the ancient Buddha emperor was really afraid of was not Sai Hanhai, but Qin Shujian. He was destined to attain Tao through the rule of strength. And Qin Shujian also walked the rule of strength path. Sooner or later, both of them would have won. Either when he attained Tao, or when the other party attained Tao. With Qin Shujian's strength, furthermore, he had terrifying potential. The ancient Buddha emperor felt a huge threat. Qin Shujian was not Sai Han Hai. The other party's strength was even more terrifying. Even if it was a face-to-face battle, the ancient Buddha emperor was not 100% confident that he could take down the other party. After a long time, the ancient Buddha emperor abandoned the distracting thoughts in his mind and sat cross-legged on the lotus platform. He had already entered the stage of healing. On the other side, the ancient Buddha clan's arrest warrant had also spread across the 4 continents. Except for the East continent, there was no movement. Many clans in the other 3 continents were already shocked. The blood essence of a nirvana realm, for any expert, it was an irresistible temptation. Because the blood essence of such an expert, every drop could be called a treasure. Even if it was used to refine and swallow, it could also increase one's strength by a lot. Moreover, the effect of the blood essence was not only that. This time, the ancient Buddha clan had offered a reward of 3 drops of Nirvana realm blood essence, which had already moved these forces. The blood essence of a Nirvana realm. In the blood spirit secret realm, Zhu Yu's eyes burst with light. He had also received the news that Sai Han Hai had attacked the ancient Buddha clan. This was a very normal thing. In the North Continent, the Blood Eldar was still the most powerful clan on the surface. Even the ancient Buddha clan had to step back in front of them. During this period, many clans in the North Continent have been attacked by Sai Han Hai, and even a few almighties have died because of this. Moreover, we know that his strength is increasing by the moment. Although he has not attacked the Blood Eldar so far, it is undeniable that he is a malignant tumor in the North Continent. We still have to find a way to get rid of him. Blood Eldar Elder Zhong Ren said coldly. The Blood Eldar was a big clan in the North Continent. If the North Continent was in chaos, it would not be good for the Blood Eldar. Hearing this, immediately, a Blood Spirit Almighty said, although Sai Han Hai has established the Demon Clan, I suspect that this is a trick of the Human Clan. They deliberately created a Demon Clan to attack us. Why don't we put pressure on the Human Clan and force them to hand Sai Han Hai over? Or else, our clans will join forces and attack the Human Clan's territory again. His idea was simple. He would use the various clans to put pressure on the Human Clan and force them to abandon the Rook to protect the general. Zhu Yu glanced at him and said indifferently, we will discuss this matter in the future. There is no evidence to prove that the Human Clan has anything to do with Sai Han Hai. Moreover, the clans that Sai Han Hai is attacking now are the clans that attacked the Human Clan in the past. As for the other neutral clans, they have not harassed us so far. If we want to join forces to force the Human Clan to abdicate, we have to at least join forces stronger than the last time. Now that my emperor is in seclusion and preparing to break through to the true immortal realm, it is not appropriate for the Blood Eldar to stir up too much trouble in the short term. However, we can send people to fight for the reward of the ancient Buddha clan. After all, 3 drops of Nirvana realm blood essence are treasures that cannot be ignored for us. Elder Zhu Yu is right. Zhong Ren nodded slightly. Not to mention the North Continent, the other major continents were now striving for stability. There was no need to talk about the middle and low-level clans. Those large clans that possessed Nirvana stage powerhouses all maintained their silence. This was because the laws of heaven and earth had been perfected. Nirvana realm powerhouses were destined to be unable to maintain their transcendent status for too long. Only by breaking through to the true immortal realm. They were the ones who truly determined the fate of a clan. Ordinary emperors were fine. Powerhouses who could reach the Nirvana realm were those who had taken a step above the 10th level of the celestial realm before the heaven and earth laws were perfected. They were existences who had truly reached the limits of heaven and earth. Such powerhouses. Every one of them had terrifying talent and potential. They also had great hopes of breaking through to the true immortal realm. Not to mention anything else. That was Bloodling Huang's plan now. And Zhong Ren was sure that the other powerhouses had the same plan. The current situation seemed to be much calmer. In fact, there were undercurrents surging. Whoever would be the first to break through to the true immortal realm would break the balance. Bloodling Huang was in seclusion now. The ones who were truly in charge of the overall situation were Zhu Yu and the other elders. After receiving the reward from the ancient Buddha Emperor, the Blood Spirit clan had also sent some experts to search for Sai Hanhai's whereabouts. Not only that, the Demon Clan, the God Clan, and other top clans also participated in the encirclement. The Human Clan's territory of 100,000 miles. East City. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Sai Hanhai caused a huge commotion. His strength increased extremely quickly. In a short period of time, he killed so many mighty figures. Unfortunately, he left the Human Clan. After receiving the ancient Buddha clan's bounty, Dan Hao shook his head, his face full of regret. He was truly regretful. If Sai Hanhai did not leave, the Human Clan would have another top powerhouse. However, the other party had left. Moreover, he had left the Human Clan and established himself as the Devil Clan. To be honest, Dan Hao was not too sure what the Devil Clan was. The only thing he knew was that Sai Hanhai was no longer a powerhouse of the Human Clan. If he was allowed to continue developing, perhaps he would be like the God Clan, a great enemy of the Human Clan. This worry. Not only did Dan Hao have this thought, but even many human powerhouses had this thought. But until now, Sai Hanhai had not attacked the Human Clan, nor had he hurt a human cultivator. So, although they were worried, they did not take any action. The East City Lord, who was sitting on the side, heard this and said calmly, "It's good that Sai Hanhai left the Human Clan. At least what he did has nothing to do with the Human Clan. Now he has lost his mind. If he only attacked those hostile clans, it's nothing. But if he provoked the neutral clans, the pressure on the Human Clan will increase greatly. Now, although many clans and forces have not been attacked, they are already afraid." Different from Dan Hao, the East City Lord saw more comprehensive things. Although Sai Hanhai left the Human Clan, causing the Human Clan to lose a powerhouse. However, it also reduced a lot of pressure on the Human Clan. Now that Sai Hanhai attacked the various clans, most of the forces were attracted to the other party. In a short period of time, the pressure on the Human Clan's side was also greatly reduced. Now, the East City Lord only hoped that Sai Hanhai could hold on a little longer and not be killed by the various clans so quickly. Or else, the effect would not be so great. In the East City Lord's view, if one Sai Hanhai could exchange for a long period of peace for the Human Clan, it was also a good deal. Dan Hao looked at him coldly and said, "Why? Do you, Huazhan, want to help kill Sai Hanhai? It's not that I look down on you, but with your strength, if you leave the Human Clan's territory, it won't take Sai Hanhai much effort to kill you." Brother Dan has a big prejudice against me. The East City Lord shook his head and laughed. Although Sai Hanhai left the Human Clan, what he did was beneficial to the Human Clan. How could I, Huazhan, do such a treacherous thing? But what Brother Dan needs to understand is that if Sai Hanhai keeps going against those hostile clans, it's fine. But if he loses his mind and kills randomly, it will do more harm than good to the Human Clan. You have to know that the other party is from the Human Clan. Some relationships are not so easy to cut off. TMPH, what does the Human Clan have to fear? Dan Hao snorted coldly. He was not worried about this at all. When had the Human Clan ever been afraid of battle? In his opinion, Huazhan had been at ease for too long and did not have the hot blood of the Hua family's ancestors. He was different from Huazhan. Dan Hao had fought for the great Zhao Empire and had never been afraid of battle. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he would still wave the long spear in his hand. It was because of this. The reason why Dan Hao could be the head of the 5 great generals. He was brave and good at fighting. That was it. Hearing this, the East City Lord also shook his head. He was too lazy to argue with the other party. In his opinion, Dan Hao was a hot-blooded brute who did not consider the gains and losses of a matter at all. If it was based on sacrificing many humans, then even if he killed happily, what was the use? Just as the two of them were talking, 300,000 miles away from the human clan's territory, a great battle was breaking out. On one side was a huge black crow, and on the other was a huge flood dragon. The two were fighting in the void. Their auras leaked out, shaking the void and shattering it. Black Crow Taoist, you really want to fight to the death with the demon clan. A piece of flesh was torn off the flood dragon's body by the black crow. The intense pain caused the dark flood dragon to roar angrily. He had never thought that he would meet Black Crow Taoist in this place. As early as when Black Crow Taoist helped the human clan to besiege Tianhong, the other party had already been wanted by the demon clan. In this situation, not only did Black Crow Taoist not escape, but he was hiding in the western province. Not only that, the other party dared to attack him. This was something that the Dark Flood Dragon did not expect. Black Crow Taoist heard this and sneered. Your demon clan destroyed my Black Crow clan and we have long been fighting to the death. Last time, Tianhong was rescued by that old dog, the Demon Emperor. Today, I will kill you first and then deal with the other demon clans. I want to see if the Demon Emperor can still sit still. While talking, Black Crow Taoist had already attacked the Dark Flood Dragon until he was covered in wounds. This time, in order to find traces of Sai Han Hai, the demon clan had also sent out many experts. The Dark Flood Dragon was one of them. Originally, the Dark Flood Dragon wanted to wander around the human clan's territory and see if he could meet Sai Han Hai. After all, the other party was from the human clan. Perhaps Sai Han Hai would return to the human clan's territory. Therefore, the Dark Flood Dragon was waiting here. Unfortunately, Sai Han Hai did not squat. Instead, he was squatted by Black Crow Taoist. In terms of strength, the Dark Flood Dragon was also a powerhouse at the 8th level of the Celestial Being Realm, but Black Crow Taoist was stronger. He had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Celestial Being Realm and was only one step away from the 10th level of the Celestial Being Realm. He was comparable to the Emperor of a clan. As a result, the Dark Flood Dragon was naturally at a disadvantage. No, not only was he at a disadvantage, but he was completely in a passive situation. The Dark Flood Dragon wanted to escape, but Black Crow Taoist's speed was strange and did not give him a chance to escape. Boom. Boom. The void collapsed. The Black Crow scattered thousands of feathers, cutting the void into pieces. Although the scales on the Flood Dragon's body were hard, in front of the feathers, they were still shattered inch by inch. In an instant, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The Dark Flood Dragon let out a shrill scream and then roared, I've already sent a message to the Demon Clan. It won't be long before powerhouses arrive. Black Crow Taoist, you're dead meat. The Flood Dragon's body was tyrannical. Although it seemed to have suffered serious injuries, they were all superficial wounds and did not hurt its foundation at all. According to the Dark Flood Dragon's estimation, it won't be long before the powerhouses of the Demon Clan arrive. Black Crow Taoist sneered and said, so what if the powerhouses of the Demon Clan come? How long do you think you can hold on? Today, I'm going to skin you and pull out your bones. It's just the right material for my divine weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Crow suddenly shattered the void, and his attacks became even fiercer. The Dark Flood Dragon resisted. Half an hour later, Black Crow's pair of sharp claws firmly grasped the Flood Dragon's body. The dragon's body was broken, and blood spilled from the wound into the sky. Regardless of the Dark Flood Dragon's struggle, Black Crow firmly controlled the other party, and then his sharp beak pierced the Flood Dragon's head. The hard skull also cracked. Roar! Roar! The Dark Flood Dragon let out a miserable howl. Not long after, he was already dead. Seeing this, Black Crow Taoist immediately grabbed the Dark Flood Dragon's body and flew away. A few minutes later, 3 powerhouses of the Demon Clan arrived. Looking at the scattered blood corroding deep pits on the ground, and then looking at the power in the void that had not completely calmed down, everyone's face was gloomy to the extreme. The Dark Flood Dragon is dead. The person who attacked is Black Crow Taoist. The fluctuations here haven't calmed down yet. Black Crow Taoist can't escape far. Let's chase. This time, we must kill him. A few powerhouses of the demon clan communicated briefly and chased in the direction where the aura disappeared. The Dark Flood Dragon had fallen. This was a big deal, because the Flood Dragon clan was a top clan among the demon clan. It was rumored that the Demon Emperor was a powerhouse born from the Flood Dragon clan. It was only when his cultivation reached the peak that he shed his Flood Dragon body and turned into a real dragon body. But even so, the Demon Emperor was also considered a powerhouse of the Flood Dragon clan. As for the Dark Flood Dragon, he was also a genius of the Flood Dragon clan. In just a few thousand years, he had already reached the 8th level of the Celestial Being realm. In the future, he had a chance to advance to the Emperor realm. But such a genius. He was killed by Black Crow Taoist. If they did not kill him, when they returned to the Demon Clan, they would also have to bear the wrath of the Flood Dragon clan. Although a powerhouse who could reach the level of a mighty figure, no matter how powerful the Flood Dragon clan was, it was impossible for them to really punish him. But there was no need to anger the Flood Dragon clan for this. 100,000 miles of the human clan's territory. A huge black crow holding the corpse of a flood dragon tore through the air and entered the human clan's territory in the blink of an eye. He sensed the fluctuation of the aura. The East City Lord took a step into the air and looked at Black Crow Taoist and the flood dragon under his claws. He frowned and asked, "Your Excellency Black Crow, why did you suddenly barge into the human clan's territory?" "I'm here to complete the Yuan sect's mission. I've killed a mighty figure of the Demon Clan and want to go to the East City Yuan Pavilion. I hope that the East City Lord will let me through," Black Crow Taoist said in a deep voice. Behind him, a few powerhouses of the Demon Clan were approaching. Black Crow Taoist could feel it. The East City Lord could also sense it. He shifted his gaze away from Black Crow Taoist and looked behind him. The aura there was soaring into the sky. Immediately after, the East City Lord retracted his gaze and said faintly, "Since you're here to complete the Yuan sect's mission, of course you can enter the East City. However, the East City is small and can't accommodate your real body. If you want to enter the East City, please withdraw your real body. In addition, this flood dragon, if you can, you'd better put it away. If you can't, please leave it outside the city for the time being. I can guarantee that no one will touch it. Thank you." Black Crow Taoist simply dropped the flood dragon's body and withdrew his Black Crow real body. He transformed into his original Taoist appearance and entered the East City. At the same time, the East City Lord looked forward and shouted coldly, "This is the human clan's territory. Trespassing will be regarded as a declaration of war. Come if you're not afraid of death." His voice was not loud, but it exploded in the void. A powerful aura rose from the East City Lord. It faintly merged with the East City and transformed into a huge Dharma form. Seeing this, the three powerhouses of the Demon Clan all stopped without warning. The leader of the Demon Clan shouted, "The Demon Clan has no intention of waging war with the Human Clan. This time, we're only here to kill the rebels. Please make it convenient for us. Non-human beings are not allowed to enter," the East City Lord said lightly. The monster race expert's face was filled with anger. He said in a deep voice, "Black Crow Taoist is not a human, why can he go in? Do you humans really want to declare war against us? Now, there are not many powerful human beings in the human race. If you want to declare war, you better think about the consequences. It's very simple. Black Crow Taoist killed a Demon Clan celestial being, so he's a friend of the Human Clan. If you want to enter, it's very simple. You just have to show the Demon Clan's corpse around you as proof of your allegiance. Then, I'll welcome you." The East City Lord smiled slightly, but then his face turned cold. "As for threats, don't waste your breath. If the Demon Clan has the guts to attack, I'd like to see if the Demon Clan can conquer the Human Clan or if the Human Clan can wipe out the Demon Clan. If I remember correctly, the old Demon Emperor is still licking his wounds in the Demon Clan's secret realm. This time, you might as well ask him to come together and see if he's as lucky as last time." facing 3 powerful powerhouses. The East City Lord was not afraid at all. At this moment, the other 3 cities also erupted with a terrifying aura. The 4 auras connected. The 3 demon clan powerhouses were so shocked that their expressions changed. With their strength, naturally, they would not be afraid of the East City Lord and the others. After all, they were real powerful powerhouses. They were not like the East City Lord, who relied on arrays and Tao artifacts to have the battle strength of a 7th-level celestial being. However, these demon clan powerhouses were not afraid of the East City Lord, but they were also afraid of the human clan's territory. Because there was a human emperor who had severely injured the 4 emperors in the human clan. There was also Qin Shujian, who had killed Emperor Kaiju in seconds. If they stepped into the human clan's territory, they might attract the attention of these 2 powerhouses. No matter which of the 2 made a move. If he wanted to kill them, it would be an easy task. The demon clan will remember this matter. The human clan of the Western state had better be careful. Don't get killed. After the leading demon clan powerhouse left a threatening sentence, he left with his men. It was impossible to break into the human clan's territory. Not much. Did they want to stay and embarrass themselves? Therefore, the 3 demon clan powerhouses left very quickly. And when they retreated, the 4 city lords also restrained their auras at the same time. East City. That shocking aura also alarmed all the cultivators in the city. Just when they thought that another battle was about to break out, the aura disappeared. In this regard, some people were on tenterhooks, but they also inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the thousands of feet-long flood dragon corpse outside the East City also attracted the attention of many human clan cultivators. Damn, is this a real dragon or a flood dragon? It should be a flood dragon. This aura is really powerful. Even if it's dead, it makes people tremble. I heard that the flood dragon blood is the best divine medicine to build one's foundation. If one can bathe in it, I'm afraid one will fly. If you really bathe in the flood dragon blood, I'm not sure if you can fly, but you will definitely fly. Some cultivators and players looked at the flood dragon corpse in front of them and discussed. Although the dark flood dragon had already fallen. As a powerful powerhouse at the 8th level of the celestial being realm, the indestructible pressure was still strong. Ordinary spirit martial realm cultivators were not even qualified to get close. They could only watch from afar. The effect of the flood dragon. Some people were still clear. It could be said that this corpse was a treasure from the beginning to the end. Unfortunately, no one dared to make a move. Not to mention whether the corpse had an owner or not, just the pressure alone prevented others from approaching. The flood dragon blood is really good to build a foundation. In the City Lord mansion, the East City Lord touched his chin and muttered. Flood dragon blood to build a body. It could greatly increase the potential of the human clan. His Hua family also had a few good geniuses in this generation. If they could have the flood dragon blood, they would definitely be able to go further. But the flood dragon blood was overbearing. The flood dragon blood of the 8th level of the celestial being realm was even more terrifying. If an expert below the celestial being realm bathed in the flood dragon blood of this level without permission, there would only be one result. Their bones and flesh would melt and their bodies would explode. But if it was diluted, it would be a treasure that could be used. Immediately, the East City Lord had already made up his mind to find a way to get some flood dragon blood from Black Crow Daoist. After all, he helped him block the pursuit of the demon clan. In this way, it was not too much to ask for some flood dragon blood. Give me some while you're at it, Dan Hao suddenly said. If an expert of Brother Dan's level wants to bathe in the flood dragon blood, I'm afraid the entire flood dragon will be dried up. I'm afraid Black Crow Daoist won't agree. The East City Lord was surprised. He thought Dan Hao wanted to use this to break through to the mighty realm. Dan Hao snorted and said, What do you mean? Only your Hua family has a descendant, but my Dan family can't. Brother Dan, don't misunderstand. The East City Lord smiled bitterly. Since the last time he said that he would let the various clans enter the East Continent, Dan Hao had a lot of opinions about him. Until now. No matter what he said, he had to argue with him. Fortunately, the East City Lord gradually got used to it and was too lazy to argue with him about this. Now, he had to keep an eye on Black Crow Daoist's movements. Letting the foreign clans into the city was not a trivial matter. Especially a top expert like this Daoist, it was even more extraordinary. If the other party caused trouble in the city, it would definitely set off endless slaughter. At that time, as the City Lord of the East City, he would not be able to escape the blame. However, the East City Lord did not think Black Crow Daoist would do so. It was just a precaution. He still chose to keep an eye on him. On the other side, Black Crow Daoist had already entered the city. Naturally, he could feel the faint divine consciousness around him. For this, Black Crow Daoist did not care too much. To put it bluntly, he was still a foreign clansman. The East City was an important place for the human clan, so it was normal for the human clan's experts to be worried. The current Black Crow Daoist. He was already standing in front of a mansion's attic. The words Yuan Pavilion were written on it. Immediately after, Black Crow Daoist walked in. Liang Mountain Spirit Territory, Yuan Sect. When the North Continent and the human territory were having an incident, Qin Shujian served as the referee of the grand competition, observing the potential of each disciple. Although he had the heaven list in hand, everyone's potential was clear at a glance. However, how could the true potential be completely revealed by a list? At least until now. Qin Shujian also found a few good seedlings. These seedlings were not even qualified to show their talent on the heaven list. At this moment, the two people were already standing opposite each other in the arena. Qin Shujian's gaze also fell on the arena. That was the competition arena for the basic realm. One was Nyingbo, the other was also a disciple recruited in this grand competition. Qin Shujian did not remember the other party's name. A basic realm. It was not worth remembering. At this moment, as the grand competition began, Nyingbo held the scabbard in his hand and said calmly, "Senior brother, please advise me. Be careful." The disciple did not decline and suddenly unsheathed his long saber. The saber aura seemed to tear the air, with a tiger's roar. In just an instant, it was already in front of Nyingbo. Nyingbo stood still, calmly watching the long saber coming. The next second, the thumb holding the scabbard pushed forward, and the sword was an inch away from the scabbard. Immediately after, the terrifying sword aura roared like a gust of wind, sweeping toward the disciple. The sword aura broke through the air. The momentum was great. The disciple felt a terrifying warning in his heart. Without thinking, he pulled back his saber to defend. The next moment, the sword aura bombarded him, knocking him out of the arena. When the disciple landed on the ground, the 1-inch sword had already returned to its scabbard. Nyingbo said with his hands folded, "Thank you for letting me win." Below the arena, the disciple's face was absent-minded. Looking at the cracked palm and the long saber that fell to the ground, he could not believe that he would be defeated so quickly. The opponent did not seem to have moved his body. It was just a sword. No, it could only be considered half a sword. Being defeated by a cultivator of the same level with half a sword, such a blow to him was extremely heavy. This sword should be the legacy of the heavens in the library. Others could not see the depth of Nyingbo, but how could Qin Shujian not know? From the sword aura that was just revealed, Nyingbo should have obtained a powerful swordsmanship. However, it did not matter whether the swordsmanship was powerful or not. What really made Qin Shujian satisfied was that Nyingbo had really mastered a lot. In the basic martial realm, to be able to grasp the surface of the techniques of the heavens was already a shocking figure. This was talent. An innate talent. It was not something that could be created. If there is no accident, Nyingbo should be the first in this competition of the basic martial realm. Looking at the strong foundation in his body, it should be easy for him to break through to the true martial realm. If that is the case, should I keep my promise? Qin Shujian pondered for a moment. The matter of taking in a disciple, before, was just a slip of the tongue. He took a fancy to the rich luck of the other party, so he had this idea. After he finished speaking, Qin Shujian put this matter aside. But now that he saw Ningbo, his heart was also somewhat hesitant. But Qin Shujian did not hesitate for too long. Forget it, words are like water that has been spilled, it can't be taken back. Anyway, taking in a disciple is good. If he really has potential, he will be a good help in the future. If he really doesn't care about the results, then just send him away, it won't waste much time. Qin Shujian made up his mind. Then, he looked at the other arenas. The basic martial realm was nothing to see. Ningbo was basically going to win. On the other hand, the competition in the other arenas was a bit more intense. It could be considered as adding some fun when he was bored. After a day, the competition had basically reached the final stage. Also at this time, Qin Shujian felt the storage ring slightly vibrate. Then his divine sense fell and saw the communication jade talisman stored inside. Immediately, he had already read the message. A moment later, the smile on Qin Shujian's face became a bit more obvious. P.S. 27,000 words for today's third update, begging for monthly vote. Chapter 612. Black Crow Taoist had killed a powerful figure of the demon clan. This news. Yuan Pavilion had already sent a message over at the first moment. After receiving the news, Qin Shujian also had to say that it was awesome. The Flood Dragon was equivalent to the current royal family of the Great Zhao Empire in the Demon Clan and had a great status. A Flood Dragon at the 8th level of the Heaven-Human realm. Its status among the dragons was definitely not low. Now that it had been killed by Black Crow Taoist, the Demon Clan would be heartbroken for a long time. This time, Yuan sect sent a message. It was because Black Crow Taoist had come to submit the task. Soon, Qin Shujian sent the message back. Now that the sect competition was about to end, he had no intention of leaving immediately. So Qin Shujian simply asked Black Crow Taoist to wait in the East City. After the matter here was dealt with, it would not be too late for him to go there. Soon. 4 days passed quietly. The sect competition was finally completely over. As the first sect competition, the rewards were also very generous. In addition to the rewards that were originally set, Qin Shujian also gave out other rewards. The first place in the basic realm was rewarded with a middle-grade spiritual weapon, a bottle of 5th-grade elixir, and an upper-grade truth-rank martial art. The first place in the real martial realm was rewarded with an upper-grade spiritual weapon, a bottle of 6th-grade elixir, and an upper-grade spirit-rank martial art. The first place in the spiritual martial realm was rewarded with 2 upper-grade spiritual weapons, a bottle of 7th-grade elixir, and an upper-grade god-rank martial art. As for the top 10, they were also rewarded with a lot of things. The reason for doing so, Qin Shujian also wanted to spur these disciples, so that they would not slack off. After the rewards were given, the disciples who got the rewards were naturally ecstatic. The disciples who did not get the rewards were so envious that their eyes turned red. This was not a sect competition. It was clearly a robbery of contribution points. Among other things, the elixir alone was enough to make everyone jealous. A bottle of elixir was not as simple as one pill. It could be called a bottle. There were at least 10 elixirs in it. And these elixirs directly increased one's strength and were even more useful. If the rewards that were originally set were included, it could be said that the first place in this sect competition had already earned a lot. In the courtyard, Qin Shujian sat there unperturbed. Standing in front of him was Ningbo, who was ranked first on the martial entry roll. At this moment, he stood in front of Qin Shujian. Ningbo's heart was beating rapidly. He was very clear. He had obtained first place in the martial entry list's large competition, so why had Qin Shujian suddenly summoned him? What was the reason for this? He looked at Ningbo, who was forcing himself to calm down. Qin Shujian asked, Are you suppressing your cultivation state by force? Yes. For the sake of obtaining first place in this year's martial entry tournament? Yes. Ningbo answered Qin Shujian's questions seriously. Qin Shujian glanced at him. Soon after, he lightly smiled and said, I gave you a year's time, but right now you are only in the basic martial realm and have not broken through to the true martial realm. One of the criteria for me to accept you as my disciple is to break through to the true martial realm. A year's time hasn't passed yet. Ningbo took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Yes. A year's time hadn't passed yet. He had calculated according to the time. There were still 2 days before the 1 year's time limit. In the remaining 2 days, Ningbo had news that he had broken through to the true martial realm. Qin Shujian knew what he was thinking. He waved his hand and replied, then you can go back. I will only wait 2 days for you. If you can break through to the true martial realm in 2 days, you can come here to find me. If you can't break through, you can also choose one of the many elders to be your disciple. I believe that your potential is clear for all to see. If you want to be my disciple, no one will refuse. This disciple only wishes to serve the sect master. That depends on whether you have the opportunity. This disciple will take his leave first. Ningbo bowed and left. After Ningbo left, the Godslayer's voice sounded, you really want to accept him as your disciple? Senior, what do you think? Qin Shujian didn't answer but asked a question. The Godslayer said, your talent is average. You are destined to become a true immortal in the future. If you accept a disciple with average talent, it won't be a good thing for you. The human race is declining now, but there must be a lot of geniuses. You can definitely choose 1 or 2 with better talent. Accepting a disciple was a serious matter. There were a lot of things that were involved later on. Sometimes, karma was not so easy to explain. In the Godslayer's opinion, Ningbo's talent was really average. His future achievements would stop at the mighty figure level. For others, to be able to cultivate a disciple with the mighty figure level was already a pie in the sky. However, Qin Shujian was destined to become an immortal. How could the first disciple of a true immortal stop at the mighty figure level? If word got out, it would be a joke. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, Senior, have you noticed anything other than talent? What do you mean? The Godslayer was stunned. Senior, haven't you noticed that his luck is very strong? Luck? The Godslayer was stunned. He really didn't pay attention to this matter. To be honest, it was generally difficult to see whether a person's luck was strong or not. Only at the level of Qin Shujian and the human emperor, the Godslayer could sense it. Ningbo's luck was strong. But it hadn't reached this point. So, the Godslayer didn't notice it much. Yes, luck. Qin Shujian said calmly, his luck is very strong. Although it's not as good as mine and the human emperor's, as long as he doesn't die, he will have great achievements in the future. It determined a person's growth. In addition to talent, luck was also very important. People with good luck could turn misfortune into blessings. When they encountered bottlenecks, they could have an epiphany and breakthrough. It could be said that, with strong luck, the path of cultivation would be smoother. Compared to the last time he saw Ningbo. This time, the other party's luck was even stronger. It was just that this kind of concentration hadn't reached the point of transforming into blue. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, maybe if the other party got some more opportunities, there would be a chance for him to transform into blue luck. But before that, the rich yellow providence was actually enough. Taking in a disciple was a big deal. If the disciple's luck was strong, and his own luck was also strong, they could complement each other. Of course, if a person's luck was low, but he took in a person with strong luck as his disciple, then there would be 2 results. One was to be restrained by the other party's luck and die a violent death. The other was to be nourished by the other party's luck, and thus become prosperous. Qin Shujian was very confident in his own luck. Although Ningbo's luck was strong, it couldn't threaten him. In this case, taking the other party as a disciple would only nourish his own luck. Hearing that, the Godslayer didn't say more. Qin Shujian had a lot of secrets, and it was even more extraordinary to be able to see through his luck. He didn't ask anything. After all, the other party's inheritance came from the existence above the rules. It seemed to be understandable that he had so many means. After returning to the residence of the outer disciples, Nyingbo immediately went into closed-door training. With his foundation, it wasn't difficult to break through to the real martial arts realm. Almost in less than a day, Nyingbo had broken the shackles from the basic martial arts realm to the real martial arts realm and successfully promoted to the real martial arts realm. After the breakthrough, he didn't immediately go to Qin Shujian. Instead, he swallowed a 5th-level elixir and completely consolidated his cultivation at the peak of the 1st level of the real martial arts realm. The next day, in the courtyard, Nyingbo had come again. You swallowed the elixir? Yes, I consolidated my realm. Nyingbo nodded. Qin Shujian said, don't take too many elixirs. Focus on your own cultivation. Taking too many elixirs can easily cause elixir toxicity and lead to a weak foundation, which is not good for your future growth. I understand. Nyingbo looked solemn and nodded. Then, Qin Shujian looked at him again and said, but if you're at a bottleneck, it's not impossible to break through by taking elixirs. You should know how to be flexible in everything. Nyingbo was silent. Then, Qin Shujian said, since you've broken through to the real martial arts realm and won the 1st place in the competition, I'll officially accept you as my disciple according to my promise. Speaking of this, he suddenly looked solemn and shouted coldly, Nyingbo, are you willing to worship me as your teacher? I'm willing. Nyingbo immediately knelt down and said ecstatically, there are not many rules in my sect. Only deceiving your teacher and killing your ancestors is intolerable. If you dare to violate them in the future, I'll personally clean up the sect. I understand. In this case, you're my first disciple. I kowtow to you, master. Nyingbo solemnly kowtowed several times. Qin Shujian also sat still. After that, he said faintly, get up. Thank you, master. Nyingbo stood up with a respectful look. In this way, the apprenticeship ceremony was completed. Originally, with Qin Shujian's identity, if he wanted to accept a disciple, it would definitely not be so simple. It was just that he had always been afraid of cumbersome things. So he simply didn't make such a big fuss. Moreover, Nyingbo's strength was not strong now. If it was publicized too much, it would not do him any good. Accepting a disciple was not about the form. The other party's kowtows just now were already connected with his own luck. Looking at Nyingbo in front of him, Qin Shujian said, give me your identity token. Yes. Nyingbo consciously took his identity token and handed it over respectfully. Qin Shujian's divine thought fell. That was to change the other party's identity from an outer disciple to a personal disciple. Then, he returned the identity token back. With this token, you can freely enter the first 4 floors of the book pavilion. Every 3 months, you have a chance to enter the secret realm to cultivate for 7 days. In addition, every month, you have a chance to enter the spirit vein to cultivate for 7 days. A few simple words. It made Nyingbo's heart beat wildly. Freely entering the first 4 floors of the book pavilion could save a lot of contribution points. As for the chance to enter the secret realm, needless to say, although he had not really entered the secret realm, now the function of the secret realm had already been spread in the sect. As for the spirit vein, Nyingbo did not know much. But he was not worried. Qin Shujian would tell him about these things sooner or later. Immediately, Qin Shujian pointed out. Nyingbo suddenly stood still. A huge memory surged in his mind. At that moment, Nyingbo thought that his head was going to explode. After an unknown period of time, Nyingbo completely digested that memory. What I pass to you is the foundation of our sect, the Guyuan ancestral canon. Among them, the basic martial arts to the divine martial arts have all been given to you. But the divine access chapter is on the 5th floor of the book pavilion. If you have the chance in the future, you can find it yourself. Seeing that he had woken up, Qin Shujian said faintly. The Guyuan ancestral canon that he passed to Nyingbo was also an emasculated version. There was no way to cultivate the red lotus of purgation. However, except for the red lotus of purgation, Qin Shujian had passed on the rest. And in order to fit the other party's cultivation, he also made a little change. With Qin Shujian's current realm, it was not difficult to modify the cultivation methods below the celestial being level. Even if the Guyuan ancestral canon was deduced by the system, it was the same. The cultivation methods of the world would not really reach a perfect level. The Guyuan ancestral canon was the same. There were some flaws in it that Qin Shujian could not see in the past, but now he could see clearly. Of course, these so-called flaws were only relative. Everyone's physique was different. If Qin Shujian cultivated it himself, there would naturally be no flaws. But if it was Nyingbo who cultivated it, there would be flaws. In the end, the deduction of the Guyuan ancestral canon was also based on Qin Shujian himself. Everyone's talent and aptitude were different. Therefore, even when cultivating the same cultivation method, one would encounter different difficulties. In addition, I have temporarily sealed the spiritual martial arts chapter and the divine access chapter. When you reach the peak of the real martial arts, you will naturally unlock the next level of cultivation method. Thank you for teaching me, Master. Nyingbo bowed solemnly. He did not have much knowledge, but the Guyuan ancestral canon in his mind, which only had the cultivation method of the real martial arts realm, already made him feel boundless. Just flipping through it a little, it made Nyingbo feel dizzy. Qin Shujian said, cultivation methods are the foundation, martial arts are the means to fight the enemy. I saw that you mainly used palm techniques in the competition, but you did not draw your long sword. Do you prefer palm techniques or sword techniques? I prefer sword techniques. Nyingbo answered truthfully, it's just that the sword technique I cultivated is a bit powerful. If I really use it, I will either die or be injured, so I dare not use it easily. Show it to me with all your strength. Let me see. Qin Shujian said calmly. Hearing that, Nyingbo was stunned, but quickly reacted. He took 2 steps back and said in a deep voice, Master, please give me some pointers. I have offended you. He was not pretentious. He cultivated this sword technique, although he thought that it was powerful. But this was only relative. Nyingbo was very clear about his own strength. It was impossible for him to injure his master with this swordsmanship. After that, Nyingbo immediately calmed down. He looked at Qin Shujian and held the sword hilt with his left hand. At that moment, his aura changed completely. It was originally neutral and peaceful, but at this moment, it was like a magic weapon that had been sealed for a long time and was about to be unsheathed. Vaguely, a sword intent was quietly born. Good. Seeing this, Qin Shujian nodded slightly. He had just broken through to the real martial arts realm and was about to give birth to sword intent. This was partly due to the swordsmanship, but it was also due to the other party's talent. However, this sword intent was too weak and had not fully formed. In Qin Shujian's view, it was like a candle in the wind, which would be extinguished at any time. Qin Shujian did not care too much about this. Not to mention this sword intent that was not fully formed. Even the sword intent that was at the great achievement level was not of much use to him. At this moment, Nyingbo's mind was completely calm. A sense of enlightenment surged from his heart. Then he held the sword hilt and pulled hard. Whoosh! A sharp and harsh sound of the sword rang through the courtyard. Then, a frosty sword light seemed to cut through the air and came in front of Qin Shujian in a flash. This sword was very fast. It was so fast that it could kill a real martial arts realm warrior instantly. And at the moment when the long sword was unsheathed, Ning Yu's originally weak sword essence also became stronger as she slashed out with her long sword. This sword, it gathered the peak of his essence, qi, and spirit. However, Qin Shujian simply stretched out a finger. The next second, all the sword light and sword sound disappeared without a trace. The tip of the sword stopped on the tip of his finger and could no longer move forward. Seeing this scene, Nyingbo was shocked. He had known that his sword could not hurt his opponent. But like now, he was caught so easily. It still surprised him. But after the surprise, Nyingbo sensibly put the sword back into the sheath, then bowed and said, "I was rude. I hope Master won't blame me. You don't have to be so polite in front of me." Qin Shujian slowly withdrew his hand and then thought for a while. "If I'm not wrong, your sword technique should be based on storing the sword intent in the long sword. It's usually sharp and reserved. Only when it's out of the sheath can it be earth-shattering. Your sword strike is quite similar to Test Gen Feng's 7 kills of gods and demons against the stars. They are both extremely powerful sword arts. But if this strike doesn't work, it will be difficult to continue." Nyingbo stood aside, silently listening to Qin Shujian's words. These things. He didn't know much about it. Because when he got this sword technique from the book pavilion, he only saw the action of drawing the sword. Then, with Bai Chang's guidance, he figured out this sword technique. But compared with the 7 kills of gods and demons of Test Gen Feng, your sword technique is more extreme. If the sword is not out of the sheath, there is room to maneuver. But if the sword is out of the sheath, it must be a life and death battle. Your sword technique not only cuts the body, but also the spirit. The sword cuts the body, the intent cuts the spirit. This is the path that your sword technique should take. If that's the case, I have a martial art that is suitable for you. If you can apply it to your sword technique, its power will definitely reach a new level. The martial art that Qin Shujian was talking about was undoubtedly the spirit-severing martial art. The divinity martial art of the Heavenly Corpse sect was a move that specialized in attacking the spirit. Thinking about it this way, Qin Shujian couldn't help but wonder about one thing. That was, did the Heavenly Corpse sect really get the legacy of the heavenly being that Nyingbo got? There were so many books in the book pavilion. 99% of them were seized from various sects. Qin Shujian couldn't be sure which sect the heavenly being's legacy came from. But now that he thought about it carefully, that sword technique just happened to be compatible with the spirit-severing martial art. Maybe it was something left behind by the ancestors of the Heavenly Corpse sect. However, Qin Shujian didn't think too much about it. It didn't matter whether it was or not. Anyway, the Heavenly Corpse sect had already been destroyed. All the martial arts were the inheritance of the Origin sect. In front of Nyingbo, Qin Shujian took out a piece of spiritual paper and spread it flat on the stone table. Using his hand as a brush and the spiritual tea as ink, he started to write on it. After a few breaths, the light cyan spiritual paper had already transformed into a pure cyan color. The word severing. It was vivid on the paper. Qin Shujian folded the spiritual paper and then used a sealing technique on it. Then he handed it to the other party. Seeing this, Nyingbo took it with both hands. "You can take this back and study it carefully. But don't easily damage the seal on it. If you encounter a life-threatening situation in the future, you can use your true essence to remove the seal on it. It will save your life. But if you do that, the spiritual paper will be completely destroyed. As for how you use it, it's up to you." Qin Shujian said. The seal on it was very subtle. It could be removed with a true essence impact. He didn't dare to set up a seal that was too difficult. Otherwise, a small practitioner in the real martial arts realm wouldn't be able to remove the seal even if he used all his strength. Hearing this, Nyingbo solemnly put the spiritual paper into his arms and said gratefully, "Master, I will never forget the treasure you gave me. Go. Don't bother me if there's nothing important." Qin Shujian waved his hand to drive him away. Hearing this, Nyingbo respectfully retreated. As for teaching disciples, to tell the truth, Qin Shujian didn't have much experience. So when he met Nyingbo, he just taught him everything he could. As for how much he could comprehend and how far he could go, it depended on his own luck. Qin Shujian didn't have the idea to change his mind. Anyway, he had given the benefits that should be given. The back door that should be opened was also opened. The rest was up to him. Qin Shujian wouldn't give him cultivation resources and elixirs for free. After all, being able to enter the secret realm to cultivate was already a great benefit. As for the rest, it was up to Nyingbo to fight for it himself. In the Sea of Consciousness, Godslayer said faintly, "Is this how you teach your disciples? Otherwise, what else can I do?" Qin Shujian's rhetorical question made Godslayer choke. After a long time, Godslayer said, "When the strong take in disciples, they always bring their disciples with them to guide their cultivation. They will give appropriate guidance on how to take every step so that their disciples won't take any detours. But for someone like you, to be honest, it's really the first time I've seen someone like you. People like you shouldn't take in disciples so easily in the future. After all, geniuses are rare. Don't harm them casually." These words. The god-slaying saber spoke earnestly. Qin Shujian's face was as dark as ink. What did he mean? Don't harm them. Was Sect Master Qin's method of teaching disciples so bad? Qin Shujian thought carefully. He didn't find anything wrong with him. He gave him the cultivation method. He gave him the martial arts. He had given him the authority to access the secret realm and the library. Except for the lack of elixirs for his 3 meals a day, he didn't seem to have missed anything when he went out with bodyguards. Wait. Bodyguards? Qin Shujian suddenly understood and said, "I know what's wrong. Protectors. That's right. As my disciple, how can he not have a protector? What a mistake." If Godslayer hadn't spoken, he would have almost forgotten about this matter. His disciple. He still had to have the necessary cards. Protectors. Qin Shujian thought for a while and finally took out a communication jade token. Seeing this, Godslayer didn't bother to say anything. After doing these things, Qin Shujian also got up and went to the 100,000 miles territory of the human race. The things that Yuan Zhong needed to deal with now were almost done. Even if there were still some things that hadn't been resolved, they could be handed over to the other elders to deal with. There was no need to stay in the sect anymore. Moreover, Black Crow Taoist had gone to the East City for a few days. Black Crow Taoist was a powerful expert after all. It was a little rude to let him wait like this. After 2 or 3 months. At the entrance of the passage, the guard had been replaced by another person. As for that celestial being, Qin Shujian was a little unfamiliar. He had only seen him once during the war, but he didn't know who he was. He was a 4th-tier celestial being Saint Realm cultivator. There was no need for him to take him to heart. Looking at the sky-reaching mirror, Qin Shujian suddenly stopped and said, "Senior, is there a way to block the detection of the sky-reaching mirror? I don't need to block all information. I just need to block some combat strength." "Yes, the heaven list in your Sea of Consciousness can do this," Godslayer said lightly. The sky-reaching mirror was not the complete sky-reaching mirror. If it was the complete top true treasure, no one could hide in front of the sky-reaching mirror. But now the sky-reaching mirror was broken. No matter how amazing the power of the fragment was, it would be reduced after all. After receiving the Godslayer's reply, Qin Shujian immediately tried to connect to the heaven list. Then a mysterious force covered his body. Standing in front of the sky-reaching mirror, his attributes were all blank. Seeing this, Qin Shujian secretly removed part of the blocking force. Suddenly, his life and race were all exposed. The celestial being guarding the entrance of the passage saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. He had been guarding here for 2 months. Countless cultivators came in and out. Even the Saint Realm cultivators passed by. But even so, he didn't see anyone who could block the detection of the sky-reaching mirror. In the end, Qin Shujian did it. Sect leader Qin, just as the celestial being was about to speak, he had already seen Qin Shujian walk into the passage. He could only shut his mouth helplessly. If it were anyone else, if they dared to block information in front of the sky-reaching mirror, he would have intercepted them. But Qin Shujian didn't dare. Or rather, in the human race, except for the human emperor, probably no one dared to offend him. The news of Emperor Kaiju being killed instantly. It had already spread throughout the eastern continent. Therefore, Qin Shujian's strength was also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. On the other side, Qin Shujian had officially entered the human race's 100,000 miles territory. In the eyes of ordinary people, 100,000 miles of territory was vast and boundless. But in front of those celestial being experts, 100,000 miles of territory could be traversed in the blink of an eye. He took a few steps forward. Qin Shujian had already shortened the 100,000 miles of territory to a foot. Not long after, he appeared at the eastern city gate. Flood dragon? His footsteps paused slightly. Not far from the city gate, the corpse of a flood dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long lay there. Blood was still slowly seeping out of the injuries on its body, as if it would never stop. A powerful pressure spread out from there. He only took a few glances. Qin Shujian walked into the eastern city. Although this was the first time he had seen a flood dragon, he had seen a true dragon several times. The Star Saint of Heavenly Pattern Island. The Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan. Both were considered true dragon bodies. It was hard to say who was stronger between the two, but Qin Shujian still leaned towards the Demon Emperor. Although the Star Saint had lived for a long time, but after so many years, it had long been crippled. Compared to the Demon Emperor, it was a completely different concept. Soon, Qin Shujian entered the Yuan Pavilion, and then walked to the inner hall under the guidance of the deacon. Black Crow Taoist priest was sitting right there. In the past few days, he had not left the place at all, sitting still like a wooden man, which made the people of Yuan Pavilion feel helpless. Noticing Qin Shujian's arrival, Black Crow Taoist opened his closed eyes, then stood up, cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Emperor Qin." "Emperor Qin?" Qin Shujian looked puzzled. Black Crow Taoist said with a smile, "Emperor Qin already has the strength of an emperor of a clan, and is also the strongest of a top clan. Naturally, he is qualified to be called an emperor, but there is only one emperor in a clan. The human clan already has an emperor, so it is not appropriate to call him that. So, I boldly call him Emperor Qin. I hope Emperor Qin doesn't mind." "Haha, what's wrong with what you said?" After Qin Shujian understood, he suddenly felt happy. Emperor Qin, good lord, he had never thought that he would have this title one day. But thinking about it carefully, Black Crow Taoist seemed to be right. He had the strength comparable to an emperor, and it was enough to be compared with the strongest of a top clan. Then, it seemed that there was no problem to call himself an emperor. Emperor Qin, this title sounded better than sect leader Qin. Qin Shujian was worried that this title would be too arrogant, but soon found that his worries were completely unnecessary. Emperor Qin. Then, he would call him Emperor Qin. As for sect leader Qin, well, it didn't matter if he called him that in the Eastern continent. But in front of the foreigners, if he still called him sect leader Qin, it didn't seem very domineering. Without the two words Emperor Qin, it would be more intimidating. "Brother Black Crow, please sit down." After Qin Shujian sat down on the main seat, he looked at Black Crow Taoist, who was still standing there, and said enthusiastically, "Thank you, Emperor Qin." Black Crow Taoist was a little flattered by Qin Shujian's enthusiasm, and he sat down again after saying thanks. At this time, in the Yuan Pavilion, Luo Xing, the pavilion master, had served the two spiritual tea as a servant. He was sitting here. Needless to say, Qin Shujian, Black Crow Taoist, was also a famous top powerful figure. Luo Xing's status was not low, but in front of the two, he was dispensable. So, he consciously played the role of a servant. Qin Shujian picked up the spiritual tea and said with a faint smile, "Some things happened in the sect a few days ago, so I came a few times late. Brother Black Crow, sorry to have kept you waiting." "Don't mention it, Emperor Qin. It's only a few days. It's enough to be received by Emperor Qin." Black Crow Taoist was respectful. Compared to the last time, this time, his attitude was completely different. Qin Shujian said, "Brother, have you collected all the materials needed to cast a magic weapon this time?" "Yes." Black Crow Taoist nodded and said, "These days, I went to various places to collect materials, and I have got some of them. In addition, The flood dragon's body outside the East City is also one of the materials. I wonder what grade of spirit weapon can be forged with this material. While talking, his eyes were a little hot. To kill the dark flood dragon. On the one hand, he wanted to take revenge on the demon clan, and on the other hand, he wanted to use its body as a material to cast a magic weapon. The flood dragon was naturally different from the ordinary demon clan. The things he possessed were all extremely precious. Qin Shujian said, if the complete flood dragon's body is used as a material, it can at least be cast into a top spiritual weapon comparable to a six-seal Taoist weapon. A top spiritual weapon comparable to a six-seal Taoist weapon. The smile on Black Crow Taoist's face was even more obvious. A magic weapon of this level. Except for the fact that it couldn't suppress fate, it was no different from a six-seal Taoist weapon. As for suppressing fate, Black Crow Taoist didn't need such a thing. The Black Crow clan was long gone. Although he called himself Black Crow Taoist, it was just to pay tribute to the former Black Crow clan. As long as he died, the Black Crow clan would be completely destroyed. Suppressing fate. There was no way to say it. While the two were talking, Luo Xing stood aside quietly. But when he heard Black Crow Taoist call Emperor Qin, he couldn't help but feel excited. Not long after, a deacon came in from outside. Master, Cabinet Master, didn't I tell you not to disturb us unless it's urgent? Luo Xing frowned and said unhappily. The deacon bowed and said, Huazhon, the Lord of the East City, is here, hoping to see you and Master Black Crow. This, Luo Xing hesitated and looked sideways at Qin Shujian on the main seat, waiting for him to make a decision. Qin Shujian said, Lord of the East City is here. Ask him to come in. Yes. The deacon left respectfully. Qin Shujian was a little confused about Huazhon's purpose of coming here at this time. More strangely, Huazhon even asked to see Black Crow Taoist by name. When he looked at Black Crow Taoist, Qin Shujian also saw the confusion on his face. Obviously, Black Crow Taoist didn't know the situation either. In less than 15 minutes, Lord of the East City came in from outside. When he saw Qin Shujian, he cupped his hands and said with a smile, Master Qin, Lord of the East City, please sit down. Thank you, Master Qin. After Lord of the East City sat down, Qin Shujian said, Lord of the East City, what brings you here? He didn't beat around the bush. Hearing this, Lord of the East City said with a smile, I heard that Master Qin came to my East City. How can I not see you? Besides, I also have something to discuss with Taoist brother Black Crow. What's the matter? Black Crow Taoist, who was sitting aside, looked confused. Lord of the East City stopped smiling and said in a deep voice, there are some juniors in the Hua family who need to lay the foundation, so I want to ask Taoist brother Black Crow for some blood of the flood dragon. This, Black Crow Taoist priest hesitated for a moment, then looked at Qin Shujian and said, Emperor Qin, if the flood dragon loses a little bit of its blood, will it affect the forging of magic weapons? Ordinary blood is no problem, as long as the blood essence is not lost. Hearing this, before Black Crow Taoist said anything, Lord of the East City said first, I only need some ordinary blood. Blood essence is not necessary. In this case, no problem. Black Crow Taoist was willing to give face to Lord of the East City. Thank you, Taoist brother Black Crow. The East City Lord's face was full of smiles, but his heart was heavy. Emperor Qin, if he didn't hear it wrong, Black Crow Taoist called him that. P.S. It's not easy to write, please support the original version, I am really decent on the Chijian Chinese network. There is a promotion of Qin Shujian's character in the comment section. Those who need a fan title can participate. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.